Welcome on in. It is the Week 11 matchup between the Dallas Cowboys and the Carolina Panthers. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel and the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League. Let's get into this reaction, guys. Nice. Xavier Woods with a pass breakup. Beautiful. I've got my food. I've got my drink. I'm ready to rock and roll, y'all. We're actually starting to do really well on that drive. I forgot about Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard's a monster, too. They have a really good 1-2 punch at running back with Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard. We have Boodle in, we have Von Bell, Woods. Okay, cool. Shout out to Andy Bailey. What's going on, man? Yeah, Pollard's a monster. Get him! Get him down! Yeah! Troy Hill! What a play, man. What a play for tackle for a loss. What's up, Lock Poppy? Yeah, I don't know. I think we could probably upgrade a little bit from Troy Hill at number 3. It depends on what's in the draft. Quack says, Baby Bryce, I hope his little feet can pull this one out. I really hate Dallas. I'm with you, buddy. I really don't care if we lose every game but beat Dallas. I'm with you on that. Shut him down. Get off your blocks. Oh, my Lord. There was nobody there to go after him. This is why I keep complaining about that. Everybody's being blocked. We got 2 players blocking each other. Man, it's a clown show. It's a clown show, y'all. I don't even know. Yeah, you're not running a draw right now. First 7 games, 29th ranked offense for the Cowboys. 7th ranked in the last 2. For those that can't see it. Or don't have the broadcast where you are. Luke Schoonmaker. This is the guy you wanted, David Screws. I was looking at him too. Tight end. That was already on the ball, man. What's up, Blitz? Shout out to you, man. Schumacher was one of the tight ends that we actually scouted. You remember that? I was pretty high on him. I mean, we were putting up some decent offensive plays, and moving down the field, but our O-line, typical O-line, blew it again. They're just not using the proper fundamentals, y'all. I don't know what Campen is teaching these guys, but it's not working. Either that or they're just not listening. I'm not sure which it is. Maybe they just don't care. I'm to that point, you know, where I'm pretty much open to any ideas at this point to try to fix this. And any sources of blame on this O-line. I'm just really glad I got Thanksgiving meal. Good green bean casserole. Dante, pay attention. You're way late. You're way late. I don't think it would have mattered. Schumacher's such a big guy. It is possible to pass deflect the ball with a double coverage with Woods on a tight end, but not if you're late. So yeah, that one was on Dante. There's some pretty good tight ends in the league, man. I like that backup tight end that the Vikings have. Oh my goodness. Do you see what happens when you actually block for Miles Sanders? He actually gets some yards. Gee willikers. No one ever thought of that one. Everybody wants to bash Miles Sanders. He can only do so much. There we go. Okay, O-line. You're starting to wake up. Good blocks. Okay, so we can run block, but we completely forgot how to pass block? Explain this nonsense. I mean, is that Camden, or is his philosophy run blocking first? Or is that just what our playbook system is? I'm not sure which. Yeah, no huddle works, but for how long? Dadgummit, Icky. Come on, Icky. Oh my god. Icky, were you even trying on that play, bro? For real. Dadgummit, man. Okay, but why though? Why are you this bad? On certain plays, and then you actually block well on others. See, look, on this play, he's blocking decently. Now it's Taylor Moton doing a one-up. Man, Michael Parsons is going to have a field day on these guys. God, I can't watch this. Oh my god. Let me grab a knife in a little bit. Oh, Michael Parsons is about to get like 4 or 5 sacks today. The way this line is playing. I'm gonna go get a knife. I'll be right back. Like and follow, guys.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Geico makes car insurance easy.
Enjoy your flight. You too.
As easy as saying the wrong thing.
Me too. Really?
What?
Dad, why would you say that?
Why would you say that? Do I look like I'm going on vacation, sir?
It's not how airports work, man.
You could?
Dad.
Are we leaving or?
I don't even want to go on vacation anymore.
I thought I knew you.
She has hairspray that is over the limit. With an app that puts your policy in your pocket, it's easy to Geico.
And you're not wearing socks. Get a grip, man.
When you order Domino's online, we'll give you a free pizza to use for a future pizza emergency. So you'll have an emergency pizza. A free pizza when you need it most.
There you go. Thank you. You're welcome. Enjoy.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra. Available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Just announced just in time for Black Friday. Get 6,000 purchases.
Shout out to Shayna and Alex Wilder. Hashtag make it make sense. MMS Waddle. Yep. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. For real, man. You need to trademark that. Real talk, man. Hopefully there isn't a a situation where that would be
Well, hopefully Austin Corbin is okay. See the flashing the thumbs up, which hopefully means good. Again, tore that left ACL.
Oh my God.
First 6 games this year. And we think hopefully a good sign walking off under his own power. With that sack by Parsons, the punt go back there. It is a bomb.
Corbett's hurt again.
The Cowboys will take it out from there. We'll be right back after this message from Progressive.
She was wet too?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have a sunroof open.
I didn't open it.
You're Mr. Sunroof.
I'm Mr. Sunroof?
Yeah, you're always like, let's open the sunroof.
I didn't leave it open. Do a replay? Yeah.
This replay is brought to you by Progressive. One thing no one would challenge, protecting your home and auto with Progressive.
Let me get that for you.
Well, Johnny Hecker's pretty good at dropping them inside the 20. It's only his second touchback of the year. But that one trickles in. And the Cowboys
Parsons about to destroy us. Like Poppy says.
third possession up 7-0.
At least Greg is broadcasting. Who won't bash this too harsh? Yeah, true. Why would you tell him about the punter, though?
Ball is caught at the 25-yard line. As we go downstairs to Tom Rinaldi. Tom.
You know, some DCs like Dan Quinn like to be upstairs. Here you see Ejiri Evero, who gets in the face of
There we go.
When he comes back, really trying to ignite this defense after giving up that 10-play drive for the last score. We've been so impressed in our meeting with him.
Couldn't chew it.
In particular, Greg, but a lot
All
of
right.
action from him right down here with the players.
Interesting. Talking about Jackson. Greg talking about
He gave him way too much room on that pass, by the way. Oh!
Brandon Cooks could not hang on. Brandon Cooks had a unbelievable
Gregory Hill almost got a pick, dude.
entire season, but just couldn't hang on here.
Ball, you see, kind of gets undercut, but that
Oh, no.
off his left elbow, but
That was on target. Never mind.
Jerry Evero, you heard Tom talk about him. He has so much
Good defense.
not only within this Carolina organization, what he's done with a lot of injuries, losing some key pieces and trying to keep it together, but really around the league, he's kind of a young up-and-coming coordinator.
No bull rush whatsoever. He's got all day long and tomorrow to go through his reads.
Enough to pick up the move to change for Dallas and maybe the last play of this quarter. Ryan Burns came with heavy pressure there. Looks like that will take us to the
Yeah, Burns is the only one that can pressure. Get off your blocks.
with the early lead after one here from Charlotte on a beautiful Sunday. NFL on Fox.
This is a joke, man. Nobody on this defensive line knows how to bull rush. Nobody? What are you teaching these guys? Coaching doesn't just stop just because you get to the NFL level. You can't just pull a Matt Rule and expect these guys to coach themselves. Shout out to Tyler Hales on Facebook. What's up, man?
Premieres January 2nd on Fox.
Well, that was a doozy.
On duty, the 90 sitcoms where the zany neighbor from across the hall always gets the biggest laughs. Just keep going.
The McRib is back for a good time. But true to form, it's not here for a long time. The McRib.
So,
Get the McRib before it's gone. A McRib combo meal with fries and Dr. Pepper is just $6. Only on McD.
shout out to Adam Potter. What's going on, man?
To build the Honda CRV hybrid,
I'll see you, brother.
took everything you love about the CRV
But yeah, you don't just stop coaching just because they get to the NFL level, man. No, not at all. These guys have to be. It's muscle memory. You have to keep teaching these guys, man. You got to keep them going. Like keep the ball rolling, man.
The McRib is back for a good time, but true to form, it's not here for a long time. The McRib returns.
Get the McRib for $1. The McRib combo meal with fries and Dr. Pepper is just $6, only at McDonald's.
This may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. It is time for a reality check.
And here come the Cowboys. Cowboys, they're rolling right now. Caught for the touchdown. Everything's all right for the Cowboys. One of the best teams in the league.
Oh yeah, here comes the Cowboys hype. Here it comes.
Since the 49ers game, they responded. Dallas got 3-1. They only lost that nail biter in Philadelphia. We've done every one of them. There you go. Here's Prescott. Has a man. Brandon Cooks. Slips open and he's
Wide open, Dante. Wake up, buddy. Where are you? 10 miles.
Cooks, he comes out like he's going to block for the swing screen that gets Troy Hill to come bite, and he's able to
Why is Dante not on Troy? Why? Oh my God. Matchups, anybody? Why is Dante Jackson not on him? Wow, what a missed tackle. What a missed tackle on Pollard. So you got Troy Hill on that wide receiver. He's got an acre and a half between him and Dante Jackson, who's supposedly playing nickel on that point. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Telling y'all. Stupid stuff, man. Get him! Oh my God. Yeah, it is, Blitz. Yeah, it is. It's about to be a thrashing. Finally caught you.
time to dive into what a great season coming off. You see him right here. Call him on the hold when Dak steps up.
He's been doing this stuff for the last like 4 or 5 plays, man. Finally caught him. About time.
Make the statement. I think he is one of the premier interior offensive linemen in the entire league. He gets overshadowed by Zach Martin, Tyron Smith, kind of legendary Dallas offensive linemen, but he might be the best.
Our rushing game is working, but where's our passing game? Oh, wait. I'll remind people where it is. Our offensive line is trash. How is that pass interference? What? That's 10 miles over his head. How's he supposed to catch that? Is he supposed to magically become Shaq and just jump up there and catch that? What? Come on. You're joking. He barely touched him. Dude, he barely touched him. Okay, he let go as soon as the ball was in the air. So? He's not gonna randomly get under that ball and catch that? There's no way. That's uncatchable. There you go. There you go, Brian. There you go. That's that aggressiveness I'm looking for. Send a message. We're not letting you keep doing this garbage, man. Proud of you, Brian. Brian's playing like he's on a mission today. I like it. That man wants his money. Wow. Voo! Good play, man.
Pressured ideally with Shaq Thompson, kind of the leader of this defense. They lost him early in the year to a lower
73 tackles leads the team.
assume more of an off-the-ball.
That's what I like to see right there. That's what a field general looks like right there. Frankie Louvu. He's going to lead your entire defense in tackling. He's going to be more vocal. He's going to be more aware of where the ball is going. And he's going to be able to tell you where to go. Boodle, you got fooled hardcore on that one. Oh, let's see if they flag him. There's 3 flags on the field, bro. Pay attention.
I think he got both. I think he got his face mask with his left hand and a horse collar with his right hand. And
Oh my God, Woods.
choice there.
Woods.
Third and long.
Really? You know better.
Tackle force of field.
Oh my God. No, Xavier. This is not it, bro. There's a difference between being aggressive and being way out of line, man. That was way out of line. You're going to get flagged for that every time, bro. Don't do that. Sometimes all it takes is just a simple tackle. You're doing too much, Woods. You're doing too much. It cost you. Alright. How many teams have we given a second life to? I mean, I'm just saying. Doing stupid stuff, man. And the refs have helped too, to be fair. There we go. About time DJ does something. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Yep. It's about to be 14-0. Somebody's going to miss their coverage and do something stupid. Here it comes. Dante, I'm talking to you. Pay attention, bro. Get him! Nice pressure. There we go. About time.
Nice rush design here. They got 3 free hitters, and that's kind of a signature of the Zivero defense. Is they call it simulated pressure, where you don't know who's coming, you don't know who's dropping. It creates a lot of confusion up front, a lot of unblocked defenders. Dak had no choice but to send them
Okay,
out into
10-0.
After the big penalty that gave them new life, big red zone stop.
Block it.
Field goal.
Block it. Block it. Nope. A man can hope. A Panther fan can hope, man. I know it's not realistic, but a Panther fan can hope. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what now?
Walking off the field.
There's no foul on the play. The field goal was good. Timeout on the field.
Well, there you go.
No, duh. Get off the field, Zebra Stripes. You're delaying the game, buddy. But I mean, Icky plays well for most of the game. Taylor Moton plays well for most of the game. And then it only takes those handful of bad blocking plays. And then our drives are dead.
Because no part of
It only takes one per drive, and they're dead.
Every 2 minutes of the NFL. That's what you warned about.
And it's incredibly frustrating.
First to hit and chances to life.
I don't even know.
Down to the final whistle. So just watch.
I don't know how to.
Cherish it.
We're gonna fix that because you know you can get camping into a
#1 sports book.
meeting on Monday and ask him, you know, what is going on here? Because this is game after game after game, we're noticing that same pattern. Something is not right here. Something is not right. This does not pass the eye test, guys. It doesn't.
Unstoppable love. Exclusively at K.
I'd like to think that, you know,
Patrick, Jake from State Farm, explain this bundling thing again.
All right, Coach Reed. Let's say these fries are your
if you talk to the offensive line coach, that they may be able to solve that, right?
It can be more affordable if you bundle them together.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Kind of like a combo meal.
Explain it again with those nuggies.
Bundling. Just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor.
I don't know though. I think it's fundamentals. I honestly still think it's fundamentals.
Aerial coverage provided by
Okay.
Soil today. Just a fantastic Sunday afternoon, Week 11, NFL on Fox. And it's 10-0 Cowboys.
Yeah, it's fantastic if you're a Dallas fan right now.
12 plays, 69 yards. So Dallas doing what they do. They're eating up yards. They've just been so good offensively. But to your point, how Carolina stays in this game, taking a long time, making them drive down the field. None of the explosive plays, really. Absolutely. So now Carolina, if they want to stay in this game, has to score. That's a little tougher task because there's been pressure almost every single pass. And look, Panthers trying to find their quarterback, right? That's why they traded up and drafted Bryce Young, #1 overall. They've had a lot. Teddy Bridgewater, P.J. Walker, Sam Darnold, obviously Cam at the end of his career.
We have run through 7 quarterbacks since 2020, y'all. 7.
You and Cam, guys,
7.
here for a long, long time, and now
Make it make sense.
franchise guy.
Make it make sense.
This guy, Bryce Young. Handoff and nothing doing. All over it, swarming defense. Damone Clark, the linebacker.
Oh God.
Baylor helped him out as well. Should point out, Greg, offensively for Carolina, the line, a lot of pressure plays. Corbin is back in.
Excuse
We
me.
saw him limp
This
off.
O-line is trash.
And Chandler Zavala, the rookie, starting at left guard today. They released Calvin Throckmorton, who had been starting for them.
Offsides. Offsides, please. Flag. Flag. Flag, please. Dude, half his helmet was across the line.
Interior of this offensive line and
Are you serious right now?
this has been Carolina's issue all year, and now it's just highlighted when you're playing
Man, come on.
a defensive line of this caliber. 3rd and 10 plus. This has to be
Half his helmet was across the line and so was his hand.
Dan Quinn is going to dial up pressure with these 6 guys. You don't know who's coming.
Offsides, thank you. Thank you. What? Are you kidding me?
That's on Corbin, who just came back in.
The defensive end's helmet was halfway across the line of scrimmage.
Post snap.
And you're going to blame Corbett for that?
Right? They have a lot of talented players in that front.
That should be offsetting.
Quinn's capabilities as kind of a schemer and a play caller. It's as big a challenge as there is in the NFL. You
Biased refs. Biased refs. Round 5, ladies and gentlemen. Round 5. Ding ding. Here we go. We're battling the refs too today. You gotta be kidding me with this garbage. Go. 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 Horse collar. Horse collar. Throw the flag. Throw the flag.
underneath, counting on a little run after catch.
Man, are you freaking serious?
There is just add to
Oh, so you can call the flag on the on our horse collar, but you won't call it on theirs? What a crock of crap! There's no way! Don't you bite. Don't you bite it. There we go. Okay. Man, I thought our guys were going to actually move on that special teams play, too. And cost us more yards. They started rotating people around on that line. Now you throw a flag? Now you throw a flag on a special teams punt when there was a horse collar against them. All right. Take what we can get. Take what we can get. That's the ref making up for his mistake. Okay. I'll shut up now. I'll leave it alone. Blatant horse collar, though. Come on, man. Guys, just no. No zebra stripes. No. If you're going to call our guys for horse collar, you got to call theirs too. Oh my God, man. There were at least 2 or 3 times when I saw Dallas's guys offsides. And you would have blamed Corbett for a false start. Half his helmet and his arm were across the line of scrimmage. The defensive end. There was a defensive tackle on their side of the field too that had his hand and half his helmet across the line of scrimmage. It did not get flagged. What are you going to flag? What are you going to flag then? I don't... Biased refs. Biased refs, ladies and gentlemen. Biased refs. We're back at it again. We're here again. Well, my Lord, I'll be back. Here, man.
Week 11 continues later today on Fox and CBS, followed by Sunday Night Football in Denver as the Vikings face the Broncos on NBC. And Week 11 concludes with Monday Night Football in Kansas City as the Eagles take on the Chiefs on ESPN and ABC. Stream games live on your mobile device with NFL Plus.
NASCAR Cup Series champ Ryan Blaney is here. You can see him get ready to defend his title, starting with a clash at the LA Coliseum. That's Sunday, February 4th. Beautiful day to take in the game.
All right. Let's do this. Stop him. Get off your blocks. Okay. LeBron ready with that tackle. Elliott Ty Alford the second says 1-9 in the making, and to think we thought we would get 8 to 10 wins. Well, a variety of things happened, Elliott. Get off your blocks and pressure him. Dak's got all day and tomorrow to make these throws. Scotty came back from the future in the amount of time it took him to throw that ball. In a freaking Tartarus. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but get off your blocks. There we go. Troy Hill putting on a clinic, man. Show him how it's done. He's got the outside locked down. Look at this. Nice.
These are the plays that the last couple years, Tony Pollard gets out of that tackle. He's able to, keep his feet there and take the big plays. They're really just kind of missing his explosive element. Not necessarily just when they hand it to him, but even there when they check it to him.
You think he's starting to lose a little bit of his edge? Hmm. There you go. That's how you get off your block. Show him how it's done, Derek. About time. About time somebody learned how to do it, man. Yeah. Yeah. 49 tackles, 1 sack, 4 tackles for a loss. You see how our guys are now across the line? Nice defense. Troy Hill has saved our butts, y'all. We do not deserve this dude right here. What a pass deflection. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's how it's done. Y'all learn from this man right here. A third string quarter just taught you how to pass block. Sheesh. A third string corner just pass block better than half this defense. Y'all let that sink in for a second. As far as I'm concerned, this game doesn't count as Thanksgiving. Thursday is Thanksgiving. And we all remember what happened the last time we faced the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. I don't think we all need a reminder of that.
Wishing you comfort and joy this holiday season at the Lincoln Christmas Sales Event.
Let's try something new.
How is any of this possible? Just relax.
Alright. I really hope that we can get something going here, man. With this O-line playing the way it is right now, I don't see it. But at least we're moving it down the field. I'll give them that. That was better than I thought we were going to get. I thought we weren't going to get past the 50 with Frank calling the plays. But, because that's been the pattern for the first 6 games. We couldn't get past the 50. So I figured, okay, well, here we go again with Frank taking over the play call. And I was like, yeah. It's going to be more of the same. We're doing okay, though. Lions' typical Thanksgiving game. Traditional. You can't make progress with Bryce Young if you don't block for him. O-line. That plus he needs to make better reads too. So the other half is on him. Okay, Chuba. Nice run. Very nice run. There you go, Fox. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And
Thank
expectations
you.
are when you are the number one pick, let alone when you get traded up to be the number one overall pick. The expectation is you step in day one and you're a game changer. And as you see in that graphic, some of the best guys who've ever
Oh, he's across the line. Offsides. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We got the big run. Nice, Chuba.
philosophy change. This is more kind of reminiscent
Really happy with you right now, man. Look at that cut. Beautiful.
under center. They call it duo.
That's what we need more of.
Offensive line is much more well equipped to block that scheme as opposed to
Oh, but Chuba can't cut. Yeah, he can. He just showed you. Missed me with that one. I love how everybody can just find something negative to say, but they can't find anything positive. That's why I'm focused on the positive, man. Because I need people to understand that with all of this darkness on this team right now, there is light, man. There are small spots where we are doing well. And I was asked today, who do you think our best player is? And I was like, that's debatable depending on what position you're talking about, you know? Because we got issues at every one of these positions that of the players that I could name. You know, such as Frankie Luvu, we got issues at linebacker. You know, Adam Thielen, we got issues at wide receiver. You know, so it's not a and Chuba, you know, and we got issues at running back. So, I mean, there's no easy answer to that question. You know, it dives into a lot of complicated stuff. There it is. There it is. There it is. Steven Sullivan, of all people, catches that ball. Okay, Steven. Beautiful. Oh, he might be right. He might be right. Once you snap it, though, that's a break, though. Go. Go, Sanders. Yes! What a run, Sanders! Where has that been all year? Oh, but Sanders sucks. He can't run. Then what is that? What is that then? What is that? I love it, man. I love it. Keep eating, boys. Keep eating. I know what you guys are capable of. There you go. Nice cut. Where is he supposed to go on that? There's nowhere for him to go. Everybody shifted over to the right.
This zone type concepts when everyone's going sideways. See how deep in the backfield all the Dallas linemen are? Everything now goes east and west. Miles Sanders never has a
There's 6 or 7 people in the box again with an audible out of it. Typically, when you call a play to the right, you want him to cut back left. There should be a gap. There was not. Because everybody shifted over to the right. Where was he supposed to go? Throw it. Okay. I'm just happy we're in field goal range at this point. You could thank Steven Sullivan for that.
Still a week. People ask him about it. He is beyond. He's already had 2 sacks today, but his ability to impact the
And
play,
Chuba.
even when it doesn't go down in the box score, that's the difference of the Micah Parsons of the world.
We're actually in the red zone?
Everybody's searching for him.
Offsides. Look at his hand. Look at his helmet. 56. That's offsides. When are you going to throw a flag? At what point today? When the sun turns red? Come on, man.
Near sideline, Stephon Gilmore, they're helping him.
Good Lord.
I hope he's all right. The veteran quarterback.
The amount of times I have caught this defensive end offside. Look at this. Oh my God. Of course he blows up Bozeman and... Oh my God.
I need to warn you. The storm is near.
This ref will not throw a flag against Dallas for anything. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Now make no mistake. I have no favoritism towards the Cowboys. I cannot stand the Cowboys. As a team, as a franchise. I like their fan base. You know, to a certain degree. But their franchise, I am no fan of it at all. The people that they have signed, the people that they have created in that franchise, just no. It's the wrong way to build a franchise.
KFC 2 for $5 wraps your back.
And it starts with the owner, Jerry Jones. And I'm not even going to get into Jerry Jones today. But the thing is, man, the media will hype them up to the moon. You got your egotistical Dallas fans, half of them, that are like, oh, Dallas is going to win the Super Bowl. Dallas is going to win the Super Bowl. I got one word for y'all. Playoffs. Playoffs. What's your playoff record? Anybody? What's your playoff record? Because it ain't great. It ain't been great for 20 years, y'all. So y'all need to stop with that. Curb your enthusiasm. It's not about to change this year either. You got too many hungry teams in the NFC, man. Too many. You got the Eagles lurking. You got Seattle lurking. You got San Francisco lurking. Then you got whoever wins the North that can surprise you too. It's too early. It's too early, y'all. Look how many people are in this box.
He is seeking him out for what they call a TT. You know, we hear a lot of ETs, Ts, tackles and ends. In that case, it's the 2 defensive tackles that are working together in a pigsty. I don't know as an offensive.
What is he explaining to Bryce Young right there? That's the offensive lineman. I think that's Bozeman. What's he explaining to Bryce? Okay, 10-3. We're on the board. My thing is, though, with Dallas, is the fact that when they hype up Dallas, they will not throw a flag against these guys. They will not do it until absolutely necessary. They did the same thing with New England. They're doing the same thing with KC, guys. Wake up. It's a thing. And anybody that doesn't see it, it's right there in front of you. Steven Sullivan had a 20-yard catch, man. I was wrong about Steven Sullivan. I will eat my crow on Steven Sullivan, y'all. I will eat my crow on that one. I will gladly eat my crow. because this dude actually has some hands.
That's really your best bet against Dallas.
We just weren't using them right.
Extra possessions, you can't turn it
Huh.
over. Maintain
Go
possession.
figure.
Never doesn't end in result in points.
Shout out to Paul Pinto. Shout out to Durantio Sanchez. I cannot put the game on. It's copyright, bro. As much as I want to, I can't do it. The flag on a punt. Come on, man.
Coming up on the Brides at Halftime Show, join me and the gang for our thoughts on the first half, plus highlights from around the league. See you at the half. Hey, how do I get down from here?
He's already at a Skydo. What's the difference? This is how good was today, by the way, right? With Jerry Jones on our air, telling our coach Jimmy Johnson that he's going to be inducted into the Ring of Fame in Dallas. It's so good. Ring of Honor, I should say. Just so happy for Coach.
Oh, you've been saying you're Steven Sullivan? Fair enough. Nice pass breakup. Yes. 40. Who was that?
Conversation with them pregame, and it seems like it's been a long time coming. There was always a lot of speculation and rumor. You know, it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. And you see Jimmy there and Jerry sitting in one of the boxes here.
That was number 40.
That's a pretty special moment.
Give the man his proper credit, man.
Unfolded at one of the Dallas home games coming up.
Second and 10. Cowboys at all three timeouts. Four-man rush here. Here comes Burns.
Push, push, push. Why is he wide open? Why are we running a deep red? I don't understand it.
On just manipulating the pocket. Looking to escape. He's not looking to turn into a runner. He's simply buying time within that pass protection to allow his receivers.
Why are we playing nickel? There you go.
Pretty good coverage on Gallup that time.
Nice clean plate, Frankie. Nice job.
Second-ranked Ohio State against third-ranked Michigan. National championship hopes and perfect seasons on the line. And it all starts with big noon kickoff now over at 9 a.m. and then Ohio State, Michigan on Fox. Lamb will get a breather.
We've been pretty much focusing on CD Lamb, and I like that. He hasn't done much. Good blitz, but nobody can get there. And Troy Hill with another pass breakup. Big boy Troy Hill. That's what I like to see, Troy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big boy plays today. Oh. Brian Burns, you almost got flagged, bro. You almost got flagged for roughing, dude. You got away with one. You got away with one on that one, buddy. Oh, no. Get there, get there, get there. Get there, get it. Get it. For what? For what? For what reason?
This is the second time now that Carolina has had the Cowboys stopped on third down.
That's a shoulder tackle.
Do that. And I don't blame the Cowboys offensive line for going and kind of having a little word there. He's giving himself.
You can do that because he's treated as a running back. That's in the NFL rulebook. What? Since when did that rule change?
Clearly stopped short. Most likely a field goal attempt now be extended with personal fouls.
3 years ago, that would have been not a flag. That would have been picked up because here's the thing. The quarterback is treated as a running back when he is running down the field. Even while he is sliding, he is treated as a running back. You can tackle him. You can do that legally. So now, when did this change? At what point did this change? What is this, flag football, guys? Come on. Oh!
It almost seems to me
Oh, snap. Yeah, he initiated the slide late anyway. Exactly. I think that was Derek Brown with the tackle for a loss. Nice. Nice drop. Look at that. There we go. There we go, Derek. Show these guys how it's done. I'm not even sure Dante actually did anything on that. I think it was just a drop. Tighten your coverage. Tighten your coverage. Oh my God. What now? What now? What now? Man, let me see. Look, show it. Show it then. If you got proof, then show it, Fox. If you got proof that he actually did that, then show us. You haven't showed us a single... There we go. Thank you. Okay. He was trying to stop his momentum. Momentum's a thing, guys. Momentum is a thing. He's a 280-pound bowling ball of a defensive tackle. How do you think he's going to stop running? He either has to hit something that makes him stop, or push something that makes him stop, or he goes through it because of momentum. What else do you want him to do? That's ridiculous. What a garbage penalty. Shout out to Corey Rucker. What's up, man? It's called momentum and inertia. Alright, yeah, that was a horse collar on Woods. He should know better than that. That one, he initiated the slide early. It's called momentum. Do you not know how gravity works? Ladies and gentlemen, please teach these people about gravity, please. Teach these people about gravity. I don't think these announcers understand gravity. If you played the game, you understand it. Okay? You understand it better than anybody. Even if you haven't, and you still had issues with gravity in your life and momentum in your life, then yeah, you understand it. It's not a complicated concept. How many times have players gotten flagged for doing exactly what he just did, and it was momentum? They need to change that to, okay, does it look like it was momentum stopping, or is it deliberate push? There's two totally different ways that can happen, okay? And I've seen both. I know the difference between the two. Ah! Good try, Dante. Good awareness, buddy. It was just too low. Nice pass block. I don't know. Oh, Dante with the drop. The pick dropped, guys. The pick drop. Dante, man. You're killing me today. Oh, boy. 30 seconds left.
Cowboys trained for a while as Mike McCarthy deciding what play to dial up. So we've had them for a month straight, right? We've seen them just absolutely demolish people. By the way, he's Greg. I'm Kevin Hyde. Carolina's doing everything but the dumb penalties to stay in this game. Really,
Kevin, please, bro. Kevin, do you not understand momentum? Greg Olson understands momentum. Please teach him. Please teach him about it. That they really need to review that rule. They really do. I've seen both sides of it, and they really need to take a second look at that. But they won't. Some blitz. Easiest touchdown of his life. Where was the coverage? He's one-on-one. He's one-on-one with a burnt corner. A third-string corner. What are you thinking putting CeeDee Lamb on Troy Hill? What? Whose idea was that? That's not a tough matchup. That's an easy matchup. Kevin, come on, man. It ain't rocket science. Troy Hill's a third-string corner. He doesn't have the speed of Dante Jackson. Why would you put him on CeeDee Lamb in the end zone? It doesn't make sense. You need Dante Jackson over there. He will deflect that ball. I promise you he will. He's been balling today, man. Even though he's been doing a lot of stupid stuff too. Don't get me wrong, but he's been balling too in certain areas. Man, almost had a pick today. I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want him to do?
There are two ways this story can go. One with a line, and one with
And
United's backdrop shortcut.
the big yardage one, that wasn't on Dante.
I know it's
That
right,
was more so
with the United
the
app.
play call and matchups. Because I feel like if you match Dante up in the right way and you call the correct play, he will make a play. That's who Dante is. He will make a play.
Let's go back to leather helmets.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Shop Kohl's Black Friday for scores, steals, and the very best deals. Like 50% off Amazon tablets. A 6-quart air fryer starting at $33.99 with coupons.
What do I get the feeling that last commercial was just from Dr. Pepper was made to make fun of YouTubers?
50% off toys at the top of their wish
What do I get the feeling, dude?
and women's boots for just $16.99 with coupons.
No. Not gonna go there. Not gonna go there. Not gonna do it.
Kohl's.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Dak Prescott's been so good again. He's been patient. Their scoring drives are 10 plays, 12 plays in that one, an 11-play drive. Third down to
CeeDee Lamb won the Walter Payton Award. Wow, I didn't know that.
by a couple of bad personal foul penalties on Carolina that both came on third down
17-3. Yeah, that score sounds about right.
with 24 seconds left in this half.
What did I tell y'all? 35-10. I told y'all 35-10.
CeeDee Lamb is so good, Dak Prescott. This is zero coverage. Everybody's got a man. Watch what Dak Prescott does when
Zero coverage.
He moves Jake Ferguson in.
We blitzed with 6 people.
Woods is guarding him. He's out of the play. Now it's just straight man.
And nobody could get through.
This guy being free. Ferguson blocks him. Xavier Woods guards air. And it's one-on-one. Fastest playing quarterback in the NFL. Without him moving Ferguson in, he's got a guy in his face off the left side.
Yeah, Dak's playing at an elite level. 2 more touchdown passes in the first half, and his Cowboys up by 2 scores as we
Fire Frank. Fire Frank. Fire Frank. Fire Frank. Are you listening, Mr. Tepper? Do you not see the problem here? It's obvious as day and night. Hashtag Fire Frank. Get it rolling in chat. I need to see it. I need to see it. Come on with it. Fire Frank.
Emotionally hit as he leaves this game in his foot. Just a perfect back set up, get past the pitcher. That's actually a quick slant that just kept going flat. And then it's Stone Smart. What a great name. Stone Smart takes it from 51 yards out. 10-7 Chargers on top of the Green Bay Packers at the half.
Oh, God, man.
Terry Bradshaw apologized to all you Giants fans. This kid is lighting it up. I'm enjoying this. Quarterback for the New York Giants, finding a wide
Dang.
Clayton takes it in from 40 yards out. Giants 14-9 on top of the Washington.
Okay, DeVito. Where'd you come from?
The Lions, Justin Fields getting his chance to start after that thumb injury. Misses 4 games. But it's Jared Goff right before the half. He completes it.
I'm in Ross St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
Touchdown. 14-10 Detroit on top of the Bears.
Dude's a beast.
Steelers. That's
Excuse me.
Deshaun Watson, quarterback for the Browns, out with a shoulder injury for the rest of the year after surgery. Jerome Ford takes him for 1 yard out for a touchdown. It's ruled no touchdown. The play is challenged by the Browns. They do get the touchdown, so it's Cleveland.
Hey, 10-0 Cleveland. Look at that. Look at that.
Miami to it on the bye.
And supposedly Cam Newton was spotted getting on a plane to Cleveland too. Just FYI.
Quick slant.
If PJ Walker ends up working out in Cleveland, watch out. Telling y'all. Oh, too easy. Too easy for Trevor. Too easy. Are you kidding me?
Tennessee. Then finally, the Cardinals are at the Texans. D'Amico Ryans, he's got to love that young quarterback. That rookie quarterback, C.J. Stroud, over 200 yards passing in the first half. A beautiful throw to Tank Dell, another rookie, 40-yard touchdown. 21-10 now, Houston on top.
Bruh, that was trash tackling attempt. He had a guy in his face the entire time. Tackle him. Get the sack, bro. Dude, if you can stand in front of CJ Stroud for a whole 30 seconds, you can tackle him. Or even a fraction of a second, you could tackle him. Zavala back at it again. And we refuse to put in Cade Mays. We refuse to. We outright refuse to. Why? One answer. Frank.
Very quick. His moves are very violent, and he gets to the quarterback as if that is his one goal. And you see a lot of guys hit a guy, get blocked, they block themselves.
Zavala is completely outmatched. You got a rookie versus a Micah Parsons Pro Bowler animal.
But it's not something you want to do on a
And one of the best in his position.
he attacks edges.
Can I say something? What he means, he doesn't run the darkness because I look in your face. He doesn't just run to the middle of the
Yeah,
blocker.
run down the
He
field
takes
next
an
to the
edge.
blocker. I'm just thinking about the viewer. I'm not
I
thinking about me.
saw your face.
You're talking about
Alright. So you're putting a rookie on a veteran Micah Parsons. And you won't use Cade Mays at all. You're basically doing the same thing you did to Deontay Brown. You're not giving him the reps. You're not doing anything with him. then why did we draft him? Why did we draft Deontay Bryant? Why did we draft Cade Mays then, if you're not going to use him? This is the stuff I'm talking about, where Frank does not understand his own depth chart. He'll rotate the wrong guys in. He's been doing it since week 1 of the preseason, guys. Week 1 of the preseason. He's still doing it. And yet we, for some reason, keep giving him command of this depth chart. Why? For what reason? It just, I don't understand it. It started with us using Cameron Irving and Michael Jordan in with the ones, knowing full well that neither one of them could handle being with the ones at all. They were both below average, not good at blocking offensive linemen. And yet you want to put him in with the ones during the first preseason game. That's where it started for me, man. And I started... Y'all remember, I went off on that, man. I went off on that. I did a 30-minute soliloquy about just that right there. And it continues today. It still continues today. There were times when we didn't even put Troy Hill in. And look what Troy Hill is doing. It wasn't until Evero stepped in and said, no, you're putting in my guy. You're putting in Troy Hill. This is still my defense. You're not going to overstep my defense. You're not going to tell me what players I can and cannot use on my defense. You know? So to me, the lack of use of DJ Johnson up until the last few games has been on Evero. That's how I justify that. Alright, so... And moving people around, that's Evero. That was his call to make, on defense. I don't blame Frank for Chin being out of his freedom range and out of his niche zone, which is safety. I don't blame anything defensively on Frank. I blame the offensive stuff on Frank. I fully blame it on Frank because he knows better. Oh, wait, he doesn't. And he's proven it to us several times over with his lack of football knowledge. I'm trying to be as respectful as I can about this, man, but Frank just doesn't know what he's doing. We need a coach that does. And until we get a coach that does, we're going to keep doing the same goofy crap. Let's just be honest about this, man. Let's call it what it is. This is a circus. This is a clown show. Directed by yours truly, Frank. And if you don't get rid of the ringleader, the monkeys have taken over the circus, okay? The monkeys have taken over the circus, and they have told you that this ain't gonna work. We can't keep doing this. And yet you insist on taking the play calling back, Frank. Knowing it's not going to do any good. Knowing no matter what situation we get into, going into this Cowboys game, it's not going to help you. That was a grasp at straws right there. That's exactly what that was. And credit to the defensive players that have been doing their job today, man. But they've been doing the same stuff all year. I don't expect some of them to stay after this year is done because of what this team has become over the past 7 years. They thought they were coming into a team that was going to turn things around, but instead they got Frank Wright. Instead they got a 1-9 start, which is where we're heading right now. So until we start doing something about Frank, we're not going to make any progress. None of these players want to stay here and play for Frank. None of them. None of them. Find me a player that does. I'm serious, guys. Find me a player that does. Go out and poll these players during practices, and you come back and tell me. Find me one. They're going to tell you that they have to play for Frank because, oh yeah, he is our head coach, and we got, they'll give you the whole spiel, the whole fake spiel. But at the end of the day, man, it's still Frank. They don't want to have the guts to say it until year 2, like they did Matt Rule. At that point, they had no choice. Because Matt had already lost the locker room. Frank has lost it within 6 weeks. Let's be real. He's already lost it. It's gone. He's lost his fan base. He does not deserve to be a head coach here. Football is not your niche, sir. Frank, please go find some other job, please. This is not it for you. You're not good at head coaching. Go find somewhere else to go, man. Please. There's about 100 other jobs. We'll put your resume up on Indeed for you, man. We'll do that for free for you. No charge. Man, we'll find you a job, buddy. But it ain't going to be in football, I can tell you that. And I'm sure he's a nice guy, off the field. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Football is not your niche. Sorry to tell you. It's not. Alright, so let me light up the players that actually did well. I'm gonna put some positive spin on this game so far. We got Frankie playing well. We got Brian Burns on a mission today. We got Steven Sullivan with the big catch, We got Troy Hill making the big tackles today. Chuba Hubbard doing what he does. I'm proud of these guys, man. I'm proud of these guys. And I'm eating my words on Steven Sullivan because I didn't expect this dude to come out here and ball out like that, in the last few games. And he has. He has indeed balled out. I give him his credit. Who knew that we just had to find a use for him, And that's the thing, man. I got my moderator, Carl, saying, hold up. Let me read these numbers. 107, 23 passing yards, 5 for 70 on penalties. We've had the ball 14 minutes. 14 minutes, and we only had 23 passing yards. O-line, y'all got to do a better job. Plain and simple, y'all got to do a better job. Y'all can't be letting these guys, stay in this man's face all game long. Who are you playing for? Famous words of Dabo Swinney. Who are you playing for? I want to see these guys answer that question on this Panthers team. Who are you playing for? Are you playing for your family? Are you paying for your money? Are you playing for a certain coach? Who are you playing for? I like that question. I like that question from Dabo, man. See, that's why I love this dude, man. Because he asks the tough questions that no one will. So, Panthers players, who are you playing for? All right, let's get into it. I know Chuba's playing for somebody. Oh, it's a holding call. Come on. Already? Already? First play out of halftime, and you already have a holding. Oh, my God.
Maybe he actually did, and that's, I mean, no, obviously, I hope he's okay. He's tough. And it is a little warmer down on the field today than I think any of us thought it was going to be today, but obviously Parsons still in there. By the way,
Carl says you saw how Evero was on the sidelines with DJ. That's what I want to see from our head coach. Yeah, good point. Good point. Good point, Carl. Okay. Okay, nice 5.
You heard Tom say, Carolina's issue obviously has been on third down, having the protection,
So let's not get to third down. Let's get first downs on first and second down.
they need to get more first downs on first and second down.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You heard him say it too. You heard him say it too. There it is. Screen. There's no screen set up.
This is a screen, so of course you are trying to let them run through, but they can't.
Where's the screen at then? Where's the screen target?
Start their rush before the offensive line.
If that's a screen, where's the screen target?
That time, obviously, they just get so much pressure so quickly on Bryce Young.
I didn't see anybody out there to receive that ball. Nobody. Who are you throwing it to? Snap the ball! God, it gets down to 2 seconds every time. Check down. Check down. Check down. Check down. Check down Charlie on third down and long. That ain't going to get it done, guys. Throw the ball deep. Call a deep pass on 3rd and 13. Where's the yellow marker? Frank, where's the yellow marker, bro? Are you blind too? Do you not have a deep pass in your playbook that can get you at least 12 yards to where you can at least get there and make it competitive to try to get these wide receivers in there for an extra yard? Ah, God. God, we need a miracle with this team, man. We need a miracle. We need some divine intervention with this team. Real talk. We need a doggone exorcist. There's some demons going on with this team. Real talk, man. There's some demons going on with this team. We can't tackle them, man. We can't handle it. We gotta find a way around it, man.
Domino's new pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread is the best thing since bacon and jalapeno stuffed cheesy bread, which was the best thing since original stuffed cheesy bread. Get Domino's new pepperoni stuffed cheesy bread or any other 2 or more mix and match items for just $6.99 each at Domino's.
Lowe's knows Black Friday savings should be more than just one day. That's why
Real talk, Domino's is delicious, though.
where you can find the best value all
It is delicious.
Shop now and save big in store or online.
Here's hoping we can all be home
Y'all hit that like button and hit that sub button if you haven't already. Helps out a lot.
On Tubi, the crime dramas where global drug cartels use highly conspicuous speedboats. Just keep going.
Today's game is sponsored by Ram Trucks, America's first light-duty pickup for new vehicle quality.
Take you back to a happy time, Panthers fans. Obviously, one my partner knows well. 2015, the team got to the Super Bowl with some good players. A lot of them are here today, Greg. Your guy Luke Kuechly,
Okay.
who does the radio.
The Lion doesn't fight when we fall behind. Instead, they open the door and let him in. That was a screen pass, though, Carl. That was a screen, but there was no target. That's the problem. Where was the target?
You can see him. He's calling the game. He was in a full sweat.
He and Jake Delhomme.
Him and Jake Delhomme, they do Panther radio. He was in a full sweat. What are they doing on third down? He gave me the full breakdown as the two of us waited in line to use the restroom at halftime. He's one of the all-time best people and
Luke!
best players.
Yeah, he was pretty good too. Here's Prescott coming inside of Brandon.
No pressure whatsoever. He's got all day and tomorrow again. Nobody knows how to bull rush.
It was just a comeback. The speed of Brandon Cooks, it looks like a go route. Boodle filling in for C.J. Henderson. But this
Good job, Boodle. Good help.
has kind of gotten hit by the
Good
injury.
help.
They got Dante Jackson back after the Achilles injury
Okay.
last year. C.J. Henderson, former first rounder, he's out. Obviously,
We only have 7 first downs, y'all.
picks a couple years ago.
Only 7. Get him! Okay, I'll take the tackle for a loss.
Up comes second down.
Get him! Nice tackle. There we go, Boodle. There we go. I'm starting to like Boodle. That's what I need to see from you. That's the type of tackling I want you to learn from Dante Jackson. Good job, buddy. Not that ankles tackling, but that right there. That's what I need you to learn from him. Blitz? What blitz? You call that a blitz? Hey, D-Line, you call that a blitz? Come on, guys. That was weak. Even a weak blitz, that'll still at least put pressure on Dak and force him to throw bad throws. I like those end zone designs, though. I hope they keep those. Those look awesome. Of course there is. What did we do this time? Of course, Fox people, oh yeah, now we can go to break. Won't even tell us what the penalty is. They don't care about that. They just want to take their few minutes and drink their Red Bulls. They don't care. Why should they care? It's a penalty on special teams, right? It's not their team. They're not rooting for them. Why should they care? Just saying. I do think that we as fans do need to curb our enthusiasm a little bit, though. You know, we set too high of expectations on players and coaching sometimes as well. We expect these guys to hold to a certain standard, and when they don't, you know, it's disappointing. And, you know, those of us that recognize that it's just disappointing will be like, oh, yeah, it's just disappointing. We'll call it what it is. But you got a handful of fans out there that'll just be like losing their minds because they can't get what they want. And I don't want to necessarily throw anybody on the bus, you know, because that's not my goal here. I'm just calling it what it is. This is stuff I've observed, you know, and it's a little bit frustrating. So, I mean, in that way, we are partially responsible for what's going on here. We're buying the tickets, we're buying the merch, we're filling these stands up, you know, during certain games of this year. You know, so what right do we have to march on the stadium when we don't even know what we want changed? We can't agree on it. What right do we have? And what are we expecting to change? I don't know. It's just my take. I'll do a stream this week, you know, just to let you guys vent and say whatever you feel you need to say that you couldn't say on Blitz's stream. Um, because I get the feeling we have so many viewers that in the last 4 or 5 weeks that haven't gotten a chance to say what they want to say in my chat. So everybody kind of shifts over to Blitz's chat, and he's been getting a lot of the comments and everything else. You know, I've had my Facebook stream running the entire time, but I just want to make sure that people get their fair say. You know what I mean? Come on, push, push, yes! Mr. Sanders with the first down. That's 8. Let's go. Ooh, look at the Raiders playing the Dolphins close right now. Okay. Okay. I told y'all the Chargers are better than that 4-5 record. I told you they are. Jags out 20-0. That's for real. The one I didn't expect was the Giants today. God. Bryce, you had him open. He was held. He was held. Oh, he's pissed. Look at him. Darn. He was not happy about that one, y'all. Yes. Oh my gosh. That's going to be incomplete.
will make the announcement. This is going to set up third and short. But yes, he took enough steps to make a football move. That was clearly
Okay. I thought the refs were going to screw us on that one. I thought for sure they were. Third and short.
The ball will be moved to the Carolina 49-yard line. It's still third down. Please set the play clock to 25.
Yeah, so just a key factor in this. If that ball was recovered by Carolina, instead of going out of bounds, they would keep the yardage gain. But because the ball went out of bounds, it comes back to the spot of possession where Cleveland lost it, which obviously sets up this third down.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes...
This play will not count. We're all dead.
Offsides.
Slam Chuba Hubbard.
As to give credit there, Dean Bland.
Oh my God. Did we just play our way out of a 3rd and 2?
Rules right, so shout out to Dean in LA.
Ball start. Offense number 62. 5-yard penalty. Third down.
Did we just flag our way out of Zavala?
Full start, and it goes from 3rd and 1.5.
Dang it, boy.
3rd and 7.
You're smarter than this.
An entirely different section of his play sheet. You see Dan Quinn there.
You
He's got
gotta be kidding me with this.
37 plus.
We had a 3rd and 2.
90. They got unlimited.
Good God.
See a big overload here.
That was a gimme.
Since has been over center almost the entire game on these 3rd down situations.
That was almost a gimme, considering our offense. 6 people in the box. 6 people in the box. It's called an audible.
Another element of this
It's called an audible.
to figure out, right? One of the easiest ways to generate explosives is off scramble drill. When the quarterback's off platform, it's happened a lot
Oh my
today because of
God.
the line and the ability to pressure the quarterback, but
Bruh.
just off that is wide open. But again, the pressure from this Dallas defensive line, you can't get any
Carl says, Zavala again. This is exactly why I didn't want him starting. Penalties and sacks. Exactly. Thank you. Somebody's paying attention. Yep, on the one. On the one, baby.
that's like an 8-1 basketball. He gets roughed, he gets fouled.
It's not on the 2-yard line. It's on the one.
Penalty is 4th and 7, so it's got to be a roughing, not a running into.
Depends on which leg
That's running into.
contact with.
The plant leg is the one that can't be taken out, otherwise it's 15 yards. And Dean Blandino thinks this is running into the kicker.
That's running into the kicker. Yeah, that was his kicking foot.
They still have to go for it.
That was his kicking leg.
Here, the offense has to go back on the field for Carolina.
Come on, give us that free first.
Dallas number 54. It's a 5-yard penalty. It's still fourth down.
Well, they get the 5 yards back from the other penalty.
Why? For what reason would you accept that? We had a pin on the one.
They've got the offense out there.
We had a pin on the one.
4th and short.
We're still punting it again.
Choice, but to try to extend this drive and maximize this possession.
Ugh, frick. 4th and 2, and now you're thinking about going for it at midfield. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't care what the numbers say. We only have a field goal. 6 people in the box. You're not making this. Okay, we got lucky.
And this is the defense that they can run on.
How in the world did that work?
Bryce Young is an athletic quarterback. You can get him on the pocket.
How in the world did that work?
He really has his pick. He throws it to Thielen. He
Oh my God.
right there in front of him to easily pick up the first down. But that is something they can continue to explore, not just on 4th down, but just in the normal scope of those possessions.
Oh gosh. Ooh! Y'all blew those whistles too early. That man was going at least 3 or 4 more yards. Oh, snap.
DeMarcus Lawrence, we saw him have the sack early in this game. But we were talking to Zach Martin this week, and he said he is
We only get credit for the 3 or... Oh, my God.
Absolutely. We showed that highlight of him. He got the sack, but it was him on that TT stunt when he absolutely.
He wasn't done, bro.
He's great versus the run. He's great versus pass. He's a team first guy. He doesn't have Micah Parsons lined up next to him. He's the signature player along this defensive front.
6 people in the box again. And we're still running it. That just shows Dallas's ability to stop the run is not that great. We're taking advantage of it.
Thomas Brown, the offensive coordinator, who, as we said, was calling the plays the last 3 weeks, came over here from LA when he was under Sean McVay. But still, as Frank Reich told us, heavily involved with the install and the game plan and things like that, right back to play calling today. Still only 3 points on the board. That's the bottom line of all this.
Yeah, I think they got
Yeah? And you were expecting different? For what reason?
many positions inside Dallas is sitting side of the field.
He's not the only wide receiver out there. Wilson had him covered, bro.
See what they're trying to do there. I almost feel like they
Bryce, look around.
one more time there.
Look around. Use your progressions.
Yeah, I agree with this. To me, this is 4-down territory. 3 points ain't gonna cut it. Neither is 6.
Oh my God. I agree. This is 4-down territory. You have no choice now. Got it. Got it. Got it. Why do we keep putting ourselves into 4th down situations? We need to be getting these first downs on the first 3.
There playing through the ground. Just a little option route. You see him get into the wake of the stack player. He's got a 3-way.
That screams bad playbook.
Sit. And all year long, we talked about Adam Thielen. He was the free agent acquisition.
Poor
He's the one
playbook.
That's paid the most dividends. And big 4th down gamble out there by Frank Reich pays off.
If you keep running Sanders into an 8-man box or a 6 to 8-man box again, I'm going to go up there and slap you myself, Frank. You got more sense than that, please.
That really reliable guy, and he's forget reliable. He came into today 5th in the NFL receiving. He had 31% of the Panthers.
Psychological slap. Not a real one. Not a real one.
They thought they could surround Bryce Young with some veterans, Miles Sanders, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark.
Give him the old comic book Batman slap, you know?
Thielen's probably exceeded expectations more so than anybody else.
What made you think that he could possibly catch that?
His touchdowns are tough to come by for Carolina, right? I mean, they haven't had one yesterday. But all season, it's been a factor so much so that on the year they've had
The last 3 games, Dak Prescott has 12 touchdowns. It took us the entire season to get 12.
Dak's got 2 today.
That is poor coaching. That is poor playbook. What more do you need to see, ladies and gentlemen, to convince you that Frank is the issue here? I'm trying to get through to all these hard-headed people, man. It's short. It's short again.
Was he touched down by contact? He went head first, so they'll give him as much yardage as he gets before he's contacted by a Dallas player. They're not going to challenge him. They're going to line up here and go for him on 4th.
Get up quick in a shotgun, they do. Sanders dancing. He's got it. First down.
Hold on to it. Hold on to it. All right.
Back to that Thielen catch. He goes down for the ball. Nice job there again. Just a little choice route. Where's he touched?
Nice.
Doesn't matter. They end up going quick. Miles Sanders, nice job there on that downhill run, finding a seam. And as you said, touchdowns decent points against the top defense in this league. You cannot waste these red zone
All right.
opportunities.
The real Sunchild says this is going to be a thorough thrashing. Yep. I thought that was Blitz that said that. I'm sorry, I read that name wrong in chat. I apologize. Earlier.
He's going to come out and take a break. He's
Nice, Adam.
working. I like this. That's a nice job there by Bryce Young. That was just a tag to a run. He can give it. He can pull it. Sees that they don't go with
Okay.
on the return motion.
Thielen has done his job. Now you need to get this into the end zone. Come on. Come on, boys. First down.
I showed it to you earlier. Watch Tommy Tremble. This is the duo. It's all vertical double teams. There's nothing side to side. This is what this offensive line and tight end group is built to run. Miles Sanders has given them a nice little spark today. Sets up another.
That's what happens when you give this man proper blocking. I'm trying to tell you he's got the skills. Nobody wants to believe me. Those numbers this year are not accurate to what he is capable of doing. Touchdown! Touchdown, Tommy Tremble! Yeah! Tremble on him. Woo! Oh, he almost lost it. He almost lost it.
That's what it should look like moving forward. Great drive there. Capped off by the tight end, Tommy Tremble.
Yeah, I agree.
Back at home. That's two tight end touchdowns.
That's what our offense should look like.
One for each team.
You produced tight end touchdowns, I get it. So now the extra points. They had to score there. 17-play drive. It took forever. Minute 58. Piñeiro's extra point is
Oh, this game ain't over yet.
they convert 3 fourth downs on that drive. But they get home. And it's a one-score game here in Charlotte.
The defense is actually cutting Dallas's offense in half. I don't believe it. Wow.
With the connected driving experience.
We might actually have a shot. We might actually have a shot, y'all.
6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or just
I've seen this movie too many times, though, and I can't do it. I can't. No. I can't buy in. I can't do it. I've seen this too many times, guys. We have seen this too many times to fully buy into this. I'm hoping for too much, man.
Walmart Black Friday deals? Join Walmart.
Anybody that thinks that we have a shot right now is hoping for too much, because we all know this team. We all know what they're gonna do. They're trying to suck us in again.
Worlds within the Galaxian Veil will be consumed.
This difficulty demands a specialist, an ease specialist.
They're trying to suck us in so that they will let us down again.
Cars, apartments, jewelry.
And what about the warp rift?
I've got you. There you go.
Dust in the cartridge.
Good evening.
From cars to renters to jewelry, it's easy to Geico.
Full-time fans, your devotion always delivers. And you deserve a reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Little Caesars, no crazy bread.
Man, I thought for sure this was gonna be a shellacking.
Get dual double XP and bonus in-game.
I thought for sure.
Bought it more than 3 years.
I said 35 to 10.
Caesars and stuffed crazy bread for $3.49. You got a deal.
We got 10.
Thanksgiving Day off, folks. This day is your lives. It's tradition. Now Jared Goff leads Detroit. Against Jordan Love and the Packers. Begins Thanksgiving Day at 10:30 Eastern on Fox.
Okay, so we got 10.
On that drive for Carolina, converting
Now, this defense is going to have a good clutch stop, and then the offense is going to let down for the rest of the game. This is exactly what's going to happen because we've seen this movie too many times. They're building us up to let us down again. Oh, you build me up. You build me up just to let me down. Come on, y'all. You know it's fixing to happen. Cool. I didn't know he was a Panthers fan. That's what's up, man. Nope. Nope. Troy Hill. Mr. Troy Hill. Whose suggestion was that? That was ours, y'all. That was our suggestion, y'all. Y'all all get credit for this one. Y'all all get credit. This was our entire channel that suggested Troy Hill. This man's balling out for you. For you. You're welcome. Get off your block. Boodle, get off your block, bro. It's too easy. Get. That might have been a hold, actually. That might have been. That's an arguable hold. I don't know. Blitz, get him! Oh, I wanted that sack so bad. I wanted it. I wanted him to taste that dirt, bro. Oh, was that a face mask? Are they allowed to full cage on that? Are offensive and defensive linemen allowed to full cage? Face mask? As long as they don't turn their helmets, right? I think that's the rule. Oh, nice slant, Dak. Nice slant. Got to give him respect. Good play call. Look at this. Wow. That's right. You're not about to walk into our house and get an easy win. We're going to make you earn it. Man, what blitz? What blitz? There was not a blitz. He got picked up. Oh. Bill, you got burnt, bro. You got burnt. You got straight up burnt. Let's call it what it is. You got burnt. You gave him way too much space, and you expected him to cover him and handle his business, man.
Upgrade to Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
Boston, 1773. One of the most daring and consequential events in American history.
We're giving some of these guys too much space in coverage. Dallas is going to see this, and they're going to start driving down the field, y'all.
Get the McRib before it's gone. A McRib combo meal with fries and Dr. Pepper is just $6 only in McD app.
There was a time when the spirit of the season embraced us in its welcoming glow, when wondering eyes
Yeah, I've actually seen the Clydesdales in person.
It was
They're humongous.
it was Christmas. This
They're
was
half as big as a house. For real. Real talk.
season with an overnight holiday stay.
Like, up close, they're half as big as the house.
With a great deal on the Hyundai you always wanted. Plus America's best warranty ended for 3 years. It's your journey. Own every mile at the
I'm not ready to start talking Christmas, y'all. Thanksgiving is on Thursday. Stop it. Stop it. We haven't even gotten through Thanksgiving yet. Stop it.
during the Hyundai Getaway sales event.
The McRib is back for a good time, but true to form, it's not here for a long time. The McRib returns.
Get the McRib before it's gone. A McRib combo meal with fries and Dr. Pepper is just $6, only in McD app.
I'm Margaret Ann Carter with your breaking news weekday mornings on Fox Carolina.
So this is Jerry Barrow defense. They love these pressures. They're going to bring it off the slot with Troy Hill. Burns is going to drop him. He's the hook player. Dante Jackson doesn't have to jump CeeDee Lamb. Burns should drop to CeeDee Lamb. He should stay deep on the high-low. And they're good. Dante jumps.
Dante!
We've talked all day. Don't let him
Oh, wow. Now that I see that, yep, Dante again. Not doing his job. Dumb coverage by Dante yet again.
Delivering his 6th catch, but just 37 yards today to go with a touchdown.
impressed with Dak Prescott's ability to be patient. Sometimes when you're having so much success that
He needs to be aware of what he's supposed to do
weeks an explosive pass
in different situations.
forcing the ball. He hasn't. He's taken what's there. I think Dak's operating at a high level.
Here's Pollard around the edge. Big pass. Gets into the backfield. He's got the first down.
Last week they gave him all jet sweep for a touchdown.
Come on, man. Bell should not be cleaning up for you. Make the tackle.
Yes, Dante Jackson, the corner. Right there.
Oh my God, Dante!
Hard shot from his own teammate.
You deserve that. You deserve that. You were dumb enough to take the wrong angle and ran into your own player. You deserve that. That's that dumb crap, man. That's that stuff I'm talking about. We gotta cut that out of our game. That stupid, bad tackle angles. And it leads to injuries and stupid things that we could prevent, man. I swear if this man has a concussion, it's his own dang freaking fault, man. It's his own fault. It's his own dadgum fault, man. He knows better. He knows better. How long have you been in the league, Dante? How long have you been in the league?
Intuitive sit to start in the all-electric ID4. It's the little things. It's a VW. Travis, did you know you can get this season's COVID-19 shot when you get your flu shot?
Two things at once. Two things at once. Two things at once. I'll have two things at once, please. Now back to two things at once. Two things at once.
It's not two things at once.
Travis, ask about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
How y'all feeling about this game right now so far?
Special Forces, only Monday at 9 on Fox.
Let me know.
Just tell Siri. Remind me to check the food in 10 minutes.
Well, Dante Jackson took a shot from his own teammate Frankie Luvu here. And into the blue
God. Into Frankie Louvu, too. Is he... Oh, my... If this man has a concussion from that stupid garbage right there, I'm going to be mad. Holding. Holding is coming back. Holding is coming back. Nope. Bring it back. Bring it back. Yes, sir. Get him for it. What? Are you serious? Bro, that's a holding on our player. What? Screw that. I want to see the hold. I want to see the hold. Show me the hold. Of course they won't. Because they know it's a hold on them. What a crock of crap. Dude.
So we're down 34-0. Winning will be tough. That's why I want the ease specialist.
Right. Go on, don't, mate.
I'm so done with this garbage. I'm so done.
Get access to 24/7
Why? I can accept losing this game to the Cowboys. I can accept that because pretty much I've already seen what the Dallas Cowboys are capable of. Okay? I've already seen what they're capable of, and I can already tell you what we're capable of, and it ain't much. So yeah, I came in here expecting us to lose. But the way we're losing, with the refs helping them, is complete horse hockey. I do not find that acceptable. At all. I don't understand. And then Fox won't show you the hold. They will not show it to you. For what reason would they show you a hold? Against your own team. For what reason? Because maybe it might expose the fact that it might have not been a hold. And it might have actually been on the Cowboys instead. I would just want to see it, bro. I want to confirm it. That's all I want to do. And Fox will not show it. All they care about is the touchdown run. You're killing me. This ain't it, y'all. This ain't it.
But we see yours too.
This is not it.
Currently serving into our nation's veterans. We see you.
I don't mind losing to the Cowboys, but I at least want to lose in a clean way. You know what I'm saying? I want to lose in a clean way. If we do. I'm not even mad if the Cowboys win this game. And typically I would be. Typically I would be because we actually competed all 4 quarters and we played a tough game. You know, and we still lost. You know, due to something stupid that we did. Yeah, I would be mad at that. But my thing is, like, this is not a clean game. The refs have screwed us at least 3 or 4 times today.
We've had a lot of good memories around here. I mean, it reminds me when we all got here in 2011.
Yeah, because Ron Rivera was working under Norv Turner. That's why I was patient with him. He was working under Norv Turner, one of the best offensive minds at the time. Why would you force that pass into coverage where Bland can pick that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's 100% on Bryce right there. You have. It's not there. Bland has good closing speed. You should know this if you did your homework on this man. It's not rocket science. Do your homework on these players, please. You can't. And he missed. And he missed the extra point. God. What did I say? I said 35-10, right? I said 35-10, right? Cowboys, right? I said that. All day long to throw this ball. All day long. That is 100% on Bryce. We have other receivers. The one time we tried to throw it to Mingo. Use your progressions, Bryce, please. I got nothing for you. I got nothing for you. And now you just put your wide receiver at risk for being tackled into the ground. / running back. By throwing that 2 feet over his head. When you should be hitting his body. You need to hit his body. The Bears are actually winning right now? Of course not. He's not going to let that happen again. Are you kidding me? He's not going to let a pass go over there again. He's seen that already. Dial up something else, Frank. This is too predictable. It's predictable. God. Giants was the other surprise today. I didn't expect the Giants to do what they're doing. All day long. Okay, wide open. Good pass. Thielen should not be the only one that is open. And he barely caught that, too. I'm going to need that ball to be a little bit better placed. And now you just set him up to be killed over there on the right side.
Let's go back to that. See, they went hurry up there. I don't
What a
think they
catch,
were
though.
hit the ground.
No, that's a catch.
That left hand, that black glove is clearly under the ball. That's a big time catch there. And
Yeah, that's a catch.
they didn't have to rush that play.
Stoppage on the field. To be honest, I'm not sure.
I wonder how this feels for Greg Olson and all these players, you know, to be commenting on this stuff rather than, you know, on the field and in these hair trigger situations themselves. You know, to where you have to review the catch and stuff like that. To be on the other end of it on the broadcast booth and to be able to stop it and slow it down and look at it, you know.
Obviously, Carolina got the playoff.
Because you wouldn't be able to do that if you were a player on the field. You know, so I find that very interesting to see that type of perspective from a former player in the booth.
Dropped the challenge flag prior to the last snap. However, they've decided not to challenge the play. By rule, they will be charged a timeout.
What?
So Mike McCarthy, obviously, just a fan of pace of play. Someone got in his ear and said, "Hey, don't waste your time. Sacrifice the timeout."
His second down.
He's like,
Okay.
got ahead of myself there, threw the flag. We're not gonna slow the game down here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Just be honest, it's out 2 weeks in a row.
See, thanks,
Challenge flag drop. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not going to challenge it.
You did it last week,
Well,
too.
that was Dable last week.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So if you drop a challenge flag and then you pick it back up, you're charged a timeout?
So now that that's sorted out, should just
Is that the NFL rule? If that's an NFL rule, that's a very strange one. I don't like it.
Do they have to challenge this? I think they have to challenge it.
Play by rule, it doesn't happen. It will go back to first down.
What?
All right, so he doesn't have to challenge it, but it does offset the first down play that was run. So we'll go back to 1st and 10, and I think everyone's.
They set the clock to 12:52.
I think everybody's kind of sorting this out in real time along with us here, KB.
What? What is going on here?
I don't know. People
I'm lost.
going on there, but nonetheless, here we are, 1st and 10.
I'm a bit confused here. Somebody in chat want to enlighten me here? What's going on here with this NFL rule stuff here with this one? Because I've never heard of that. Oh my. Extra blitzer. Miles Sanders cannot pick him up. Of course it's Micah Parsons on a delayed blitz. Of course it is.
Parsons all the way. He's number 3 of the 3-man.
God.
They just have had no answer on the interior of this offensive line, passing off these stunts, these
Well played, Dallas. Well played. Well played.
stunts or twists.
Well designed play. I got to give it to him.
You can see why.
I got to give them their respect on that one. Zavala, can you be any more trash on the offensive line, please? Can you be any more trash? You're blocking the air, bro. You're blocking the air.
It's just a matter of who's going to clean it up.
And Bozeman has to double team this dude
Nowhere for Bryce Young.
just to save your butt.
Ability to step up in the pocket and allow the tackle.
Meanwhile, Taylor Moton lets go of his block too.
At some point, you got to leave
It's the same three suspect players every time.
where the nearest receivers are.
Every time.
Edge him. He's got to edge him. Take some pressure off your tackles.
Block, please. Oh my God, this offensive line is trash. Hold on to the ball. Ugh.
We came into the broadcast, KB, and everyone wants to make an assessment of Bryce Young. I'm just not sure. You can see the ball just slipped out of his hands and tried to make a
I am so trying my hardest to keep this stream PG right now. Y'all know I can't stand Dallas. Y'all know I can't stand Dallas and our own stupid, idiotic mistakes have put us where we are right now. Our own stupid, idiotic decisions. We had a 7-point deficit to the Dallas Cowboys, and we put ourselves here. I need y'all to understand this. One of the best teams in the league right now, with a 6-3 record, we were down by only 7 going into this quarter. And we did this to ourselves in that short amount of time. Let that sink in. I am disgusted. I called this, man. I called it. I called it. Did I not? I told you. They tried to build us up to let us down. I was not buying it, bro. I was not buying it. I was not buying it. The first 3 weeks of this season, I bought into that crappy lemonade, man. I bought into that crappy lemonade. And I said, okay, maybe this team's got a shot. Maybe he's got a shot. Maybe they got a shot. Nope. Let down. Let down. Let down. That's what I learned, man. You can't buy into this team this year. You can't. Not when they play a close game. You cannot buy into them. They will let you down every time. Ooh. That's going to be a tough battle between the Eagles and Cowboys, man. I don't know who's taking this thing, man. I don't know who's taking it. We're going to take a closer look at that in the postgame, though. I want a closer look at that. This ain't it, y'all. This ain't it. Here comes another 7 points. We're going to give up another big run right here. Watch. Watch. Why are you in a cover 2 when you know it's going to be a run? Or a short pass? Okay. Nice, Burns. That's going to be an easy field goal. Our defense is going to shut them down on 3rd. Unless we break coverage. Which, I mean, Dante has been known to do today. At least 3 or 4 times today. He's had good coverage for the other half of the game, though. So, I don't know. It's a little bit of the good, the bad, the ugly with Dante Jackson today. But my main issue is that tackle angle that he took. That almost got him a concussion. Like, you can't do that, man. Okay, Dallas is running out of timeouts. Not that that's really going to help us. I'll mention it at the next commercial break, I wanna mention something to y'all. I know I'm gonna be a little late in the game mentioning it, but I will mention it. Screen. Okay, that's a field goal. 33-10. I said 35. I was fairly close.
As much as Mike McCarthy would have loved to have turned that takeaway into
I was fairly close, y'all.
obviously happy here to make it 33-10 with a relatively short chip shot field goal.
And so now it's Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah, he's gonna make it.
27 yards
This is supposed to be the keep pounding game, y'all.
and perfect. Boy, the kid's been good.
According to the Panthers website, this is supposed to be the keep pounding game.
Been perfect. Dallas pretty good too. 33-10.
Do y'all see the look in my face right now? Does this look like we have kept pounding? Does this look like we have kept pounding in this game? The defense has.
For women going through menopause.
Where's the offense?
Prescription treatment for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms. The medical name for hot flashes and night sweats.
Offense has been doing the same garbage they've been doing every game. Although I gotta give credit to Chuba, man. Chuba is balling out. Chuba is doing what he does. You know, Adam Thielen is doing what he does. So, I love those guys, man. I love the positives that they bring. But, I mean, at the same time, I gotta call this stuff what it is, man. It's a circus. The rest of it's a circus. Alright, so I need to say this before we go any further. Frank Wright decides he wants to do a silent count. He said that in the presser yesterday. Because he knows that the Dallas Cowboy fans are going to be invading Charlotte. He knows that their fans are going to be louder than our fans, and he basically acknowledged that. He acknowledged that, guys, on national television in a presser. That is something you do not do. And basically, he's grasping at straws, so he decides, okay, well, this is what we're going to do to try to save my job. Your ace in the hole has been exposed, bro. The media pokes and asks questions just to get that type of response from you. So not only have you exposed yourself, you basically said the Cowboy fans are louder than our own fans in our own stadium. And you're basically giving the Dallas Cowboys that tool that they need to understand how to beat you. Do you need more proof that Frank does not understand what he is doing? This is one of those times you keep your mouth shut as a head coach. You do not answer those questions. You sidestep around those and you find another answer. That's the time to dodge the question. This man's been dodging questions like the Matrix. And then he answers that one. All you hard-hitted Panthers fans out there, are you seeing it now? Are you seeing it now? For real. Are you seeing it? Because I don't know how to illustrate it any clearer than that. You can't make this stuff up. This this is why he should not be here. I don't know how else to tell you. He should not be here. Oh my god. Icky!
I think at some point here, you got to just go into self-preservation mode. If you're Carolina, we mentioned all day the rookie Chandler Zavala playing left guard, returning from injury, and
Oh my god.
Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, they get all the
Oh, Zavala again. Zavala again, bro. Zavala again. Okay, Icky, you're off.
no edges to the offense.
You're off the hook. That was Zavala.
At some point, you got to just protect your young quarterback. And
Why is Cade Mays not in? I will continue to say that, and I will continue to beat that drum. I will continue to beat that drum all game. Why is he not in? You could have prevented 3 sacks today. 3 sacks. Not 1, not 2, but 3. Because of your dumb decision to put in a rookie tackle that is not cutting it and giving up sacks all year. Frank, that is on you.
next thing you know, you go from 17 to 33 tackles.
I don't know how to illustrate this any further. This is more proof against Frank. I've been calling it out left and right, guys. All year long. Oh my goodness. Where's my paper bag? Where's my paper bag, y'all? Alright. Sorry about that, YouTube. I had to mute because that was about to be copyright. Green Day decided they wanted to promote their new song on a Taco Bell commercial. I can't. Nah. I can't. I can't be going back through here and just copyright cleaning up every freaking stream because these clowns want to do this garbage.
James Harden collection available now in exciting colors, styles, and textures, curated by Joanna Gaines.
In the music business, man. They want to. Of all the fast food chain commercials that you would have to put that on, it's Taco Bell, right? I don't understand. Maybe the guys like Taco Bell. Who knows? Maybe they like something that Taco Bell sells, like their breakfast burritos or something that they got on tour or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a musical guy, so I like to ask questions like that, you know. And there he goes. Mr. Pollard. Back at it again. They're about to get 36. At the end of this drive, they're about to get 36. Mm-hmm. 5.5 minutes left. You better not let Cooper Rush beat you in this secondary. You better not.
More of a patient style offense, take what the defense is giving you, and now they've kind of come to life.
Who even is Cooper Rush? Where did this dude come from? Does anybody know in chat? Of course. Holding is coming back.
It's good to see him back in the game after that hit before.
Offense number 84. 10-yard penalty.
They're trying to preserve the clock for the Dallas Cowboys. They get 3 more on us.
Achilles injury last year, a lot of questions about how he's going to come back.
They're trying to stop the clock on
J.C. Horn,
Look at this.
there's a lot of concerns, but Dante Jackson overall this year has come back.
Look at this.
The injury, and you mentioned he took that hard shot there earlier.
My lord, man.
It's good to see him back out there.
Jam out it is. First and 20. Rush right over the middle. Schoonmaker's got him. Ever caught a touchdown. Second possession of this game, which seemed like days ago.
This man's about to beat us on short passes. And we're going to let him.
Gas. Last week against the Giants, he was adamant that in those situations when you get a chance for some of your reserve players
Because we have no heart.
meaningful play time, he says, I don't care what the score is. I'm going to get them meaningful reps operating our offense. You never know when any of these guys are going to be kind of relied upon to come in and fill in for your starters. And he's going to treat this possession completely irrelevant what the score is.
I hope he is, man.
Not much. Right, just looking around the league. Houston wins again today.
Not much.
Now, that is, and I know there's always talk here about that because C.J. Stroud went 2 and he's there. And by the way, threw for 336 yards today.
4 minutes on the clock.
Biggest surprise in the league.
4 minutes until we're done with this Lone Star State team.
D'Amico Ryans, he's the coach of the year. And I don't even
Till we're done with the Cowgirls.
he inherited in Houston. They hadn't had a winning experience, a winning culture in what seems like forever.
Can't wait.
For him to turn it around in 1 year with the rookie quarterback is pretty remarkable.
Oh, look at this going deep on the way. Diving and 10 from Brooks. There's a penalty flag, too. Great effort from Jalen Brooks. And now we see what the penalty is.
We just gave the all-announcer first.
It's going to be pass interference against D-Jack.
Holding. Defense number 26.
That's not holding. That is not holding.
Dante Jackson, I'll be honest, I didn't think he hindered. I mean, he had his hands on.
Are you kidding me? We're down 33-10. Why do you need a penalty for holding on D-Jack when he didn't even do it?
I mean, watch his left hand, right?
Why do you need to do this? That's not holding.
Right through. And I think that's the designation. Brooks in no way was
He barely touched it. He went.
by that left hand. And
How was that holding?
obviously the referee saw it differently. And they get a first
Dude, even some.
See Adam
Bro.
pleading his case.
I've been there, Adam. I've been on that sideline.
Oh my God.
Not much there. A lot going on around.
When he's even arguing his case for him, that's bad. These refs are trash. That's quite a battle in Green Bay there.
Points, too. I mean,
Interesting.
they've lost 5 of their last 6. They scored 20 points or fewer in 7 straight games. So they get the offense going a little bit.
Really interesting game.
Second and 9 here with under 3 to go from Charlotte as Rush on the fake. Standing in, and he's going to go deep far side of the field to a bin.
Nope.
Get it out of hands, incomplete. Not sure if he would have been in bounds on it.
Or down to 9. Please don't let this man burn you.
His name a lot today came
Please do not let this backup quarterback burn you.
was here was you got to get the ball.
Do not do it.
He was their big play guy. We've seen flashes of that today.
Do not do it.
Through contact and generating explosives. But now Rico Dowdle, he's kind of taken that role that Tony Pollard had for all those years where he's the guy that there's a lot of
Do not do it, y'all.
involved in the offense.
I'm telling you.
One more
If this man finds a way to get a first down off of this. Ugh! You just got burnt by a rookie quarterback, bro. A guy we've never even heard of. Who even is this dude? Oh, great. And now Derek Brown's hurt, too. Now Derek Brown's hurt, too. Ugh! Boodle's hurt? Okay, Derek Brown's okay. That's the good news. But Boodle's hurt. That is our only other reliable corner. Who else are we going to put out there now? Who are we putting out there now for Boodle? Nobody has had the ability to do what Boodle is doing right now. Everybody beyond Boodle is trash. Man, I'm not reading that. Yeah, we were only down 7 to the Cowboys, and we did this to ourselves. All of this we did to ourselves. That's the sad part. Dak didn't do that. He was having an average game. We did that to ourselves. He's alright. Boodle will be fine. Broski Bear says new name for Itty Bitty. Mr. Bryce is Mixer Pick 6. I can't argue with it. I can't argue with it, bro.
I'll have the avocado toast, minus the avocado.
So, toast.
Everything is so expensive these days. Hey, Chevy gets it. That's why they're keeping prices down to earth, like on the most affordable EV in America. A super strong and capable Chevy truck.
Oh my gosh.
SUV. Why is Chevy making affordable vehicles connected by
So
together we can do more?
we insist on putting in Zavala over Cade Mays. We got what we deserved. We insisted on mismatching Dante Jackson in nickel and Troy Hill on one of their best wide receivers that they've ever had in franchise history.
Hi, we're Visible, and this is
We got what we deserved.
Holidays mean stress, and we want to de-stress. Your wireless anyway. On the Visible plan, get one line with unlimited 5G data for $25.
Bryce tried to force a pass on.
Is this a holiday app? Switch today at Visible.com.
Bryce tried to force a pass when he did not understand and did not do his homework on a very, very good defensive player with a high closing speed. You did not do your homework on this man, sir. Point blank. The one time we tried to throw it to Mingo.
Shop Macy's Black Friday specials.
And once again, due to Frank's play calling,
Select appliances. Comforter set starting at $19.99. And up to
all our offensive playbook is centered around only Adam Thielen.
at Macy's.
And one random throw to Steven Sullivan. Do you expect us to be impressed with this? You took over play calling again, sir. You expect us to be impressed by this? The only thing we did right was Chuba. Yeah, we can run him up the middle, but what's that going to do for us? And look how empty this stadium is. Look how empty this stadium is, y'all. Ain't nobody sticking around for this trash. They're beating traffic already.
His 6th interception overall, tied for first in the league. And that, the storyline of the day, is they will take a knee and get to run this out.
I said the final score was going to be 35-10. Look at the score right now.
Who's got their hands full against the Giants.
Look at the score right now.
And Mike McCarthy's team,
What did I tell y'all?
they lose to San Francisco, and everyone
Dead on target.
world is falling in on him. Well, give him and his staff a lot of credit, because since
I know this team, man.
Absolutely. And sometimes
Bryce has thrown more pick sixes than Stroud has interception this season. Look, man. Our offensive line is trash. That's problem number one. Problem number two is Frank and his play calling.
soul searching on Monday morning, walking back into the
Problem number three is Bryce not going through his reads even when he has protection. All right, so mix all of those in together. You got one big pile of... Oh, wait, where's Thomas Brown? Thomas Brown wasn't in this mix. No. Yeah, he was. Let's not kid ourselves. Of course he was. Mix all that together, you got a brew and a recipe for Bryce Young being underperforming in a system that does not fit him. Then add in the refs screwing us over too. That didn't help either.
And a 33-10 win for the Cowboys. Cowboys impressive today.
Let's be honest. Who didn't see this result coming? Who didn't see this result coming? Whose fault besides Bryce? I'm blaming everybody, broski. I'm blaming everybody, man. Did I leave anybody out? No, I did not. Oh, wait, you're expecting me to leave Bryce out of that? No, I'm not. All 5 factors were a problem. All 5 factors. They've been a problem since day one, since he came in here. You go out and you hire a bunch of people that do not fit his system. You don't fit his system around him, and then you expect different results? This is insanity. We're doing the same things over and over and over and expecting different results. That's the definition of insanity, y'all. This team is insane. This team is insane. We're still doing it. I'm going to continue beating this drum until somebody listens in this front office. Stop letting Frank take over this depth chart. Stop doing it. You put in Zavala one more time. So help me if I find a way up there for that protest during the Buccaneers game, man. So help me. I'll have a bright sign. I'll have a bright sign saying, "Fire Frank." I will. That sign will be bigger than and brighter than anything else you see out there. I am that fed up with this dude. The stupidity continues. Be honest, did you expect different results today? Did any of you expect different results today? Any of you? I don't care about this Green Bay game. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know exactly what was going to happen today. Don't say you don't. You saw the score against the Rams. What were you expecting? And here comes Broski Bear again. Look at this. Look at this. Thanks for giving the Bears the first overall pick. Man, it wasn't us. We didn't want him to do it. We didn't ask him to do that. We did not ask that man to do that. Scott did that on his own. Don't come up in here and act like we the fans wanted that. But here's the thing, man. You got to look around the fan base. People were like, oh, but we need a quarterback. We're just a quarterback away. We're just a quarterback. Y'all had that mentality all year long, didn't you? Don't act like you didn't. It's the same people. Same people complaining about the fact that the Bears have that first round draft pick right now. Same people. Yeah, I'm calling y'all out. Same people. Don't go sawing on me now. Y'all know exactly what you were rallying for. And again, these are the same people that were like, no, we don't want Wilkes. We don't want Wilkes. We don't want Steve Wilkes. Why would we ever want Steve Wilkes? The record, blah, 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 blah. That's what y'all were like all last year during those 13 games. Don't act like you weren't. And now you want to come in here and act like, oh, well, we want Steve Wilkes back. Too late. Too late. Way too late. Way too late. Y'all missed that train by about 6 months. Choo-choo! It's left the station. It's left the station, y'all. It left y'all without no tickets and boarding passes. We're gone. Hindsight's 2020. I was beating that drum for 13 weeks and nobody wanted him. Now y'all want him? Now y'all want him? After Frank has been exposed for who he is as a head coach, now y'all want him. Man, I'm not even mad at this game. I'm not. I'm mad at the way we lost it because we did this to ourselves. You know? Slightly. But I mean, at the same time, I'm accepting this game for what it is. We are who we are. We've been doing the same crap all year. What did we expect was going to change? Until we decided to change it. My thing is, man, I can't stand the Dallas Cowboys. I can't stand them. But I respect y'all's fan base. Half of y'all's fan base, at least. You know? And I'm thinking, okay, well, I expected a loss out of this. I called that score for exactly what it was. I predicted this game for exactly what it was. Well, yeah, the Cowboys did have something to say about it, and they shut us down. I never said they weren't going to win this game. I've been saying that for weeks. I have been saying that for weeks on multiple VODs. On 2 different channels, by the way. So y'all can't act like this was going to be a game that we could possibly win. I saw that 17-10 score and I said, man, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Here we go again. Typical Panthers. We're going to choke again. We're going to let the Cowboys have their fun. We're going to let them do what they do. We're going to do our stupid stuff. And it's going to be that. And I do blame the refs slightly for this too. Because there were a bunch of garbage calls that should never have been called. Bunch of garbage calls. But, you know, my thing is that pick 6 was 100% on Bryce, though. That pick six was 100% on Bryce. You can't do that. Bro, you can't do that. You got to do your homework on this dude, man. If you were doing your homework on this dude, you would understand that he has the fastest closing speed of anybody on this defense. You did that to yourself, Bryce. Now, the fact that we only got 10 points, that's mostly on our play calling. And the fact that we kept shooting ourselves in the foot and the O-line. It's a variety of reasons. All right, so Broski says you didn't ask who to do what. Bears had the Panthers first round pick. That's facts. As of now, it's the first overall pick in the draft. Facts. I did not ask Scott Fitter to give up our number one pick to go and get Bryce. I did not ask for that. Nobody in this fan base asked for that. Nobody. And if you say you did, you're lying. If you say you did, you are lying right now. Because we had a chance to negotiate with the Houston Texans for number 2. Scott did that on his own. But y'all are being too harsh on Bryce, though. Y'all got to tone it down a little bit. There's a variety of reasons why this man isn't successful, including himself, okay? Including his own mistakes that he has made. He's in a system that does not work because the head coach put him in that system. Got the wrong players to put in that system. That's on Scott. Tried to force something that just isn't right. Okay? And then wants to screw up the depth chart in the process with our O-line, refusing to put in Cade Mays to block properly, and you put in Zavala. You put in Zavala knowing full well this man is a sack machine. He's a revolving door at this point as a rookie. Why? For what reason? For what reason at all? Then we decide we're going to accept a penalty, Mr. Frank Wright, on a punt that had them pinned on the 1 yard line. The 1 yard line. But no, you had to go for it, knowing our offense was trash. You had to go for it. That's where you screwed up, Frank. That's where you screwed up. We were down 7 points at that point. And you decided that was a good idea. Actually, what was it, 11 points? 11 points? Point being, the game was manageable at that point. And you decided that was a good idea. In the middle of the third quarter. The middle of the third quarter, sir. It'll get those... Guys. It can't be any more obvious than that right there. Frank is the source of the problems. We gave up draft picks to get a 4th quarterback. Quack says. We made the mistake by drafting a baby. Baby Bryce and his little feet. Okay, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. Okay, there. As I just said, there are various reasons why Bryce is not succeeding right now. It's not just Bryce. Okay? Yes, I accept and I admit Bryce has a very big part in why he is not succeeding. But there are other factors too. When you refuse to fix this offensive line by rotating in the wrong people and not giving him the proper protection, that's problem number one. Problem number two, you accept a penalty on a punt that would have had them pinned on the one in a manageable game. Mr. Frank Wright. Yes, I'm talking to you. Then, our defense gives up coverages that they know they should not be giving up. That's another portion of this game where we screwed up. But that's on them. That's on them. Okay? Let's stick to the offense. Let's stick to the offense. Yes, the owner is not doing a very good job either of picking quarterbacks. That's correct, Clax. That's another reason. You know, and then you want to try to mentor a pick one, round one, freshly minted quarterback that just won the Heisman with a head coach that doesn't have any experience. He's a product of the system, okay? He doesn't know how to work with quarterbacks. They call him a quarterback whisperer. That's a load of crap. Okay? Let me tell you something. That's a load of crap. His quote-unquote experience did not get him anywhere. Look at his coaching record. Look at his quarterback record. You could go as far back as his quarterback record. And then you want to hire Josh McCown, who is a terrible quarterback as well, and expected that to work. You expect to mentor a pick one, round one quarterback with that garbage. With that hot garbage experience that everybody's been touting around. Everybody loves to use the word experience when it comes to Frank Wright. What experience? Nobody's asking the question, what experience? Because when I look back, I don't see what y'all are seeing. I don't see it at all. I don't see experience from this man. What I see is him just letting the quarterbacks do what they do and calling their own plays. What I see is him recognizing, okay, you know, it's Carson Wentz. Or, okay, it's Matt Ryan. Let them call their own plays. Let them sink or swim on their own. You know, and I'll just take the credit when they succeed. At the end of the day, that's his mindset. Why? For what reason? For what reason, bro? As a head coach, you have to be responsible for a whole 53-man roster. You have to be responsible for everybody. And you're supposed to be an offensive-minded guru. Yet you fail to do your job as an offensive-minded guru. And you want to turn around and tell everybody in the press before this game that you are going silent count? I mean, I rest my case with Frank. I rest my case. This dude is not football intelligent. I'm sorry. He's not. Anybody that thinks he is delusional at this point. You're delusional. Get help. Because you ain't thinking straight. You're not thinking straight. I'm telling you. y'all need to stop picking up those Madden controllers. Y'all need to stop puff passing and think. Please look at the Blues Clues, man. It's not hard to figure this one out. It would take Scooby-Doo all of 5 seconds to figure out that Frank is exposed. He's been exposed, y'all, for who he is. And he's the source of the problem. Matt Rule was the source of the problem last year as well. But the root of the problem is David Tepper for hiring both of them. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? And Scott, stop being manipulated by these two. Stop it. This is your 3rd year in. You got the handcuffs off of you. Stop letting these dudes manipulate you. You're smarter than this. You are smarter than this. And you picked up this garbage. Why? You let these people have more power than you. Why? When a head coach has more power than a GM and an owner, he's got to go. That's too much power. The only person I will accept having more power than an owner is the man Belichick in New England. Because he has proven to everybody that he can handle that power. And he has produced results with it. What have you produced with your power, Frank? Nothing, zero, nada. It's time for you to go. Y'all better hope I don't show up at that rally because I'm going to have a big, gigantic sign saying, "Fire Frank." If y'all are trying to get Tepper to sell this team, give up the ghost. Because it ain't happening. It ain't happening. He's not selling this team. He's not moving it. He's not doing any of the garbage things that you guys are suggesting he's going to do. Alright? So y'all need to give up the ghost on that. Now, seeing as that is the case, what are y'all trying to accomplish with this March? Right before the Tampa Bay game. That's when it's been rescheduled to. What are y'all trying to accomplish? The next thing down is firing Frank. Correct? Owner hired a losing head coach. Was fired from his job 4 months ago before he got the job here. And we picked him up. Did absolutely nothing in Indianapolis except for 2 playoff wins. Is it 2 playoff wins or 2 playoff appearances? At this point, it doesn't matter. Dude's got 0 experience, as far as I'm concerned, and he should not be in a head coaching role. He has no business being in a head coaching role anymore. We got to roll this dude out in a wheelchair because of the stress that this job is causing him. Y'all saw the pictures. Come on. Wake up, man. Frank is grasping at straws. That's why he caved to the media and he answered the question about the fact that he was going silent count. That acknowledges the fact that the Dallas fans are louder than the Panthers fans in our own stadium. Think about that. Let that sink in. He acknowledged that publicly by saying that. Number 2, he acknowledged the fact that he had that trick up his sleeve. That was his coup de grace secret. That was his ace in the hole that he's been hiding. And now, look at him. It didn't do you any good. It didn't do you any good. It would not matter if you had a rabbit in the hat and magician parlor tricks at this point. It would not do you any good against the Cowboys. These guys were going to rack up 30-something points on us anyway. It's not going to matter. Even if you brought in Ken Dorsey or somebody with the decent capacity to run an offense, it would not matter. Dallas was going to run us over anyway. And if anybody thought that was different, you're delusional. You're fooling yourselves and you're delusional. Quack, stop it. I showered this morning, thank you. Anyway, Broski Bear says you need to draft picks to rebuild. Thanks again for your first round pick this draft, which right now is the first overall pick. That's amazing. Again, we didn't want that as fans. That was Scott. Scott gave that to you. For what? For what? What did we get out of it? A participation medal? If you do not build around your quarterback, this is what you get. What do you think that... Even Steve Smith said it. Cam Newton said it. You know, if you can't build around your quarterback, don't draft him. Period. Because you're only going to ruin his career. Look, man. And when you draft a quarterback at pick 1, round 1, you know he's going to a trash team. It's obvious. Oh, no. Frank. I did not just read that. Oh my God. Okay, here we go again with Frank. Here we go. Breaking news, Frank says during the press conference, we dominated at the line of scrimmage in the first half. What we didn't do is put up points. We dominated at the line of scrimmage in the first half. Frank, do you even listen to yourself talk? Do you ever just like put a microphone next to you in the mirror and just like hear yourself talk? Like, the dude has zero football knowledge. Do I need to make it any clearer for you? Is this obvious enough for you hard-headed people that still want to be on Frank's train? I rest my case on Frank. I rest my case. I'm going to keep beating that drum until it can't be beat no more. Oh my God. Let it go. The year is over and done. Bro, look. I've already let the Cowboys game go, alright? I did not expect to win the Cowboys game. I don't expect to win the Jacksonville game either. So that's 2. That's 2 more losses that we can count. We just counted the Cowboys one. That's reasonable. I'm not even mad at this game. I'm not even mad at the fact that we lost the Cowboys game. I'm mad at the way that we lost it, bro. I'm mad at the stupid things that we did during this game to put ourselves in that position. Now, granted, if the Cowboys just dominated us and we did everything we could do, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm over it. I'm over it and done with. You know, I never counted this as a win anyway at the beginning of the year. I never did. You can go back and watch the VOD. I never did. Frank has a Justin Lindsay poster in his room. Sheesh. Now y'all starting in on that garbage, man. Come on. Wow. The Bears are in a 4th spot with a mediocre team. Facts, Lock Poppy. I'm not saying this year is done yet. We've seen a lot of sloppiness from the Saints and the Falcons this year. And the Buccaneers. They're starting to even themselves out. But the Saints have a soft schedule. So what I'm saying to you is, can we get into the wild card with 7 wins? Is there going to be enough teams that drop out of the wild card and allow us to maybe have a shot with 7? It's a major long shot. We're not mathematically out yet. But what I'm saying is we need a ton of help. And we need to make a change tomorrow. Starting with Frank Wright. Here's what I say, man. Here's what I say we ought to do. First, fire Frank Wright and Josh McCown. Just toss them. Bye. Pack your bags, get out of Carolina now. You're not helping anybody, you're hindering what we're doing. You're immediately hindering what we're doing. Next thing, I want Deuce Staley or Ajaro as head coach. Right out of the gate. I don't care what people have to say. I want one of those two in as interim. Make it happen, Tepper. Please. You have the power to end this. You have the power to end this, bro. So, next thing I want to do is I want James Campen in a meeting on Monday. I want him in behind closed doors, and I want to know what you're teaching these young men. That's immediately going to happen Monday morning, bright and early, first thing in the morning. Soon as those clowns are out of Carolina, Frank and Josh McCown, you're next. You're next. Produce something or you're gone. Because I'm done looking at this offensive line being the clown show that it is. It's the same 3 people. I want Campen and I want all 3 of those players in that room. Come talk to me. If I'm Deuce Staley or Jaro. And I'm saying, look, guys, either you start performing on this line and you start acting like you want to be here, or you will be gone at the end of the year. And Campen will be fired that day. If I don't see something in practice that day that shows me otherwise. I'll give Campen a week or two. I'll give Campen a week or two because of what he did in Green Bay. Here's the interesting thing. Green Bay just won their game. Green Bay just won their game, y'all. Against a very, very tough Chargers team. Now, you think they would have won that if Campen was still there as an offensive line coach? No. No. Not really, no. I'm starting to question whether he is a part of the system, too, that he was in. I'm starting to question it, y'all. His validity as an offensive line coach. And Tepper was out there at practice on Wednesday looking at this garbage O-line. He watched him himself. He just showed you he's willing to look at what's going on out here and willing to be more than just, oh, I'm all about money. This is the right time for him to step in and do something. You have not been afraid to fire coaches mid-season. Come on out. Do something now. I'm tired of this crap, bro. I'm tired of it. Next thing I want done is I want Andrew Norwell re-signed here. Immediately. On Monday. I want him re-signed here. I don't care what people have to say. Re-sign him. I want whatever's left out of his career. Because we are desperate on that O-line right now. Zavala ain't cutting it. You refuse to put in Cade Mays. We're going to cut Zavala. If you keep this up, we're going to pull a money ball and we're going to cut Zavala and we're going to force you to play Cade Mays. You won't have a choice. Frank, if you end up in charge of this depth chart after this, you won't have a choice. Scott Fitterer just handicapped you already this year and pulled a money ball on you twice. You got pissed off, you got whiny about it, and then you wanted to pull this bull crap and ruin this team this year. That's how you respond to that. No, you need to go. You are a child. You have a child's mindset. Stop letting revenge get in the way of wins in your own organization. I'm tired of this. It's time to put away the childish stuff. It's time to put the toys back in the toy box and stop playing games. We're at mid-season now. Stop it. Stop acting like you think this is a Madden game, bro. It's not. Next thing I want done, I want Deontay Brown re-signed and I want him to get proper reps. And I want a tight end toss that we're not using. I also want Jake Lutz elevated so we have 3 quarterbacks on this depth chart. That needs to happen immediately on Monday. All of that. If I don't start seeing some moves, I'm going to start questioning people, and I want people fired immediately. Because that tells me you do not give a crap and you are giving up on this season. So if you were giving up on this season, I am done with you. I am done giving excuses to y'all and giving y'all crutches to lean on. None of y'all are getting any anymore. Not from me. You're not getting any breadcrumbs from me. I'm done with this. Either we start seeing some wins or some people need to get fired immediately. I want a corner picked up as well. I want to toss somebody that we are not using. in order to do so. We have spent way too long not dealing with the corner position and letting ourselves get ruined at corner. Troy Hill just played his heart out for you. Troy Hill just played his heart out for you. He's been doing it all year. And this man barely gets mentioned on any social media platforms. That makes me sick to my stomach, considering the fact that our crew were the ones that actually putted him out and got him signed here. And he is balled out for us. Not for y'all, for us. The people that deserve it. Not the people that want to nitpick every time we even get one win. Man, I'm done. I'm done. I'm going over to Blitz's stream. This is... Y'all asked for this. Y'all asked for this, man. I can't... Guys. We cannot continue doing the same stuff over and over and over and expecting different results. It does not work. It does not work. Frank needs to go. Now, please. And the longer you let this drag on, the more damage he can do to your franchise, Mr. Tepper. The more you don't want to put aside your ego and fire this man and put aside your money, which you can easily earn back within a year. You're a hedge fund manager. How did you get all that money? You can earn that money back. You're complaining about $1 million to get rid of the turf? And that's why you refused to do it before the NFLPA made you do it? Again, this is about money, bro. At this point, too. And your fragile ego. Put it aside, please. And do the right thing. I'm done asking, bro. I'm done beating this drum. Because we're getting the same results. We're getting the same results. Because we refuse to change. We refuse to do anything about it. We refuse to make a move. You know what? After the Bears loss and no moves were made, that told me everything I needed to know. That told me everything I needed to know. They actually still are delusional enough to think they can do something. They actually thought they were delusional enough to try to win the rest of these games with the staff that they have. The system that they have. Making the same stupid, delusional mistakes that they're making right now. Mr. Tepper, I'm telling you, man, with your ego and the money that you invested in Frank, let it go. Let it go. For heaven's sakes, let it go. You're not accomplishing anything, bro. By keeping him here, you're only damaging your franchise further. What else can I say, man? I'm not mad at this game. I'm not. I expected this result. Everybody else is mad at this game. I expected this result. If you're expecting an angry rant from me about, oh, blah, 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 we lost to the Cowboys, da, 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 I can't stand the Cowboys. If you're expecting that today, you're not going to get that from me. What you're going to get from me is you get what you put in. In other words, we dug our own grave. We deserve what we got. Due to our stupid mistakes and our stupidity. What more do you need? For real, what more do you need? Everybody's getting the heat, man. Everybody's getting the heat today. Nobody is getting off scot-free today. I'm telling you, nobody. Now, I will be willing to say that Bryce deserves a little more credit than people are giving him. You know, he's made a few passes today. But even with those few passes that he made, yeah, he's making stupid mistakes. But you didn't expect anything else out of this man? You were expecting, oh, we're going to have another Cam Newton. Oh, we're going to have a Super Bowl on our hands. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. This, that, and the third. Y'all keep doing this every year. Get out of your own emotions. Get out of your emotions, bro. Because it's killing you. These expectations are killing you. I'm even tempered at this point. I'm expecting this garbage to come. Get on my level. Because when you get on my level, then you'll start to see things clearly. You'll start to understand why I see the things that I see. And for what reason I see them. Alright. I'm going to go over these stats, man, of this game real quick. And here's my thing, man. Troy Hill has been balling out for you. Game after game after game. And y'all still don't want to give this man any credit. Okay. Yet y'all are so quick to find all the negatives in this team that we have all already found. We've been finding them every week. This is not new. Folks, this is not new. Alright, let me Game Day Center. Stats. Did they put out the stats for this one? Alright, here they are. Here they are. Y'all ready for this garbage? I'm not. I'm ready to get this crap over with, man. That's where I'm at. I don't know how y'all feeling right now, but I'm just ready to get this garbage over with. And just move on to the next week. Just flush it out of our system. You know what I'm saying? Because, God, it makes me sick to lose to the Cowboys, man. Makes me sick. But you know what? All I can think about is that Thanksgiving game back in 2015 when Cam roasted them. And our defense roasted them. So, I mean, that being said, here we are. Let's get into this, shall we? Bryce Young, 16 for 29, 123 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Now, notice I said 1 pick. Only 1. And y'all want to call him a pick machine. Okay. Let's look at how many picks this man has thrown all year. Can we? Can we do that? 7 picks. Okay. Now, half of these were forced picks, including the one you saw today, because he did not understand how quickly these players have closing speed in the NFL. He's learning. He's a rookie. He's a rookie. What part of that do you not understand? Now, next year, that's not a crutch anymore. I want y'all to understand that. I'm not letting him use that as a crutch next year. Do you hear me? You hard-headed Panther fans that want to constantly brash Bryce, that want to come into my chat with all this garbage. Do you hear me on that one? So I don't want any of y'all coming up into my chat next year in 2024 saying, "Oh, but you used this as a crutch in the 2024 season." No, I did not. No, I did not. I'm not giving him that crutch no more in 2024. He's no longer a rookie after that. So, 8 touchdowns, 7 picks. Okay. That being said, only 1 pick today. Only 1. Yet y'all want to come in here, "Oh, he's a pick machine. He's pick 6. He only threw 1 pick. And that was a forced pick. The rest of those balls were thrown away. Or thrown towards a receiver. And they were not open. On the ones that were incomplete. Are y'all starting to understand this now? And the times that he did throw picks, I will give you this. He did have a clean pocket. Those were his picks. He owns up to them. He already said that in press conferences multiple times. If you bothered to go and listen to them. So again, get off his back. Get off his back. Alright? Let the man breathe. He's got to develop. He can't develop in the system that he's working in right now. Fix the system. I'm done with my rant on Bryce. Alright, moving on. Chuba Hubbard, 10 carries for 57 yards. 14 longest. Chuba has clearly earned the starting job here. Miles Sanders just proved why he can do the same things Chuba Hubbard is doing. if you block properly for him. Again, the reason Miles Sanders was not doing this before is because you kept running him up the middle into a 6 to 8 man stacked box. Get off of Miles Sanders' back too. I'm tired of that too. Moving on. You got Miles Sanders with 11 carries, 50 yards, 15 longest. Does that number seem like a fluke to you? No, it does not. Those are the same numbers that Chuba just put up, that I just read to you, that you could see on your screen if you're watching YouTube right now. Stop it. Stop harassing Miles Sanders. I'm sick of it. Moving on. Adam Thielen. 8 catches, 74 yards, 16 longest. Do you see a single wide receiver that has more than 2 catches on this list besides Thielen? Take a look at it. Take a look at the stats right now and tell me, find me one wide receiver that has more than 2 catches for the amount of times thrown to him. Steven Sullivan with 1. Chenault, 2. Chuba Hubbard with 2. Mingo with 1. He would have had 2 had he not gotten picked off. Tommy Tremble, 1. Miles Sanders, 1. So again, please explain to me why we are not getting our wide receivers involved. Frank, this is your offense. I'm holding you accountable for this. Answer the question, doggone it. Because every week, we keep doing the same song and dance, bro. The same song and dance when you were calling the plays. For the first 6 weeks, and now we're right back to the same song and dance again. Do you want me to pull up the numbers for the first 6 games? I can do that too. Just to show everybody that how much of a dunce you are when you're calling plays. All of them are centered around Adam Thielen. Now, where does this sound familiar? Do y'all remember what we did to CMC, running him into the ground? Does that seem familiar to you? It does to me. I'm just saying. Alright, so 187 total net yards. Let that number sink in, please. 187 total net yards. That's a joke. By the NFL standards, that's a joke. And you wonder why people are making fun of us right now. And we, the fans, are asking for people to respect us. Why? We, the fans, are asking the league's fans to respect our fan base. Why? When we are acting like children and protesting, and we don't even know what we're protesting? We can't even get that straightened out. What makes you think we're going to get even the slightest bit of change happening after the Tampa Bay game? And not only that, we're doing it right before the Bucs game. And basically saying, you know, how do people distinguish the fact that you are protesting versus the fact that you're just there for the game, to watch the game, if you bought season tickets or single game tickets? How do you distinguish that? That's another question I've got. it's not hard to figure out that David Tepper is not going to do anything. It's not hard to figure out that we need to be marching for Frank to be fired. I've said multiple reasons why this needs to be the reason that you're protesting up there. At what point have these hard-headed people not gotten the clue yet that Frank is the problem? How much more do I need to drill inside of your brains to explain this to you? This man single-handedly accepted a penalty when we had them pinned on the 1 yard line. Like, what boneheaded coach does that in the NFL? What coach with a brain does that? Guys, honestly, I'm so done with Frank. I'm so beyond done with Frank. Pack your bags on Monday. You're gone. You should have been gone after the Bears game, but now Tepper, I swear, if I don't get a notification saying that Frank is gone, so help me, if I have transportation, I'm going up to Charlotte for that march, and I'm gonna have a giant, big picket sign saying "Fire Frank." Point blank, I'm gonna do it because I am just that sick and tired of this. I'm not gonna say a single word. All it's gonna say is "Fire Frank." And anybody that understands why Frank needs to go will understand why that sign says what it says. If you don't understand why that sign says what it says, stay the heck out of my way. Just don't come talk to me. Unless you're a YouTuber. At that point. Because I'm done hearing the excuses for Frank. I'm done. Anybody that is hard-headed enough to still support that man deserves what they're getting right now. They deserve what they just got today. David Screws says, "I'm pissed. We gave up that many points in the fourth quarter. What the heck? Ridiculous. I want Frank gone tomorrow. Frank and Rule can be buddies. Hey, look, it's buddies for dummies. Two biggest clown coaches in our history. Possibly the NFL. I feel that one, brother. I feel that one. And Tepper, you hired both of them. You hired both of them, knowing full well neither one of them have any business being the head coach of an NFL football team. You knew full well. I'm starting to honestly believe you had full knowledge on Frank. I'm starting to believe that. Prove me wrong. At this point, prove me wrong. I am to that point right now. I apologize for the extra noise in the background. That's my neighbor being inconsiderate. But 187 yards, y'all. 187 yards. Screw the penalties. What I'm talking about is 187 yards. We did that to ourselves. We did that to ourselves, y'all. We had the ball for 28 minutes. Dallas had it for 31. We had 90 total penalty yards. 90. Now, half of those penalties, I'm going to say, do not actually belong to us. Those were garbage penalties. That's the reffing crew being trash. As usual. So, I don't even know where to begin on that one. I'm not going to even go there. I'm not even going to go there today. I'll go there on that one on Blitz's stream. How about that? I'm not going to waste my time on my stream talking about that. Because I'm going to end up repeating a lot of this stuff on his stream. 187 yards. Let me show you these wide receiver numbers again. Let me show them to you. Frank, do you think this is a joke? Do you think this is a joke? Because we're not laughing with you. We're laughing at you. This team makes me want to eat out more. Yeah, because of stress, man. Stress food. I feel that. I feel that one right there. I actually understand that. I stress eating $45 worth of food, beer and desserts at Hickory Tavern. 12 wings, cheese grits, cheesecakes, and 2 beers. Yep. I feel that one. I feel that pain right now. I feel your pain. But here's my thing, Matt. I expected this team to lose today. I went in expecting an L. That's the difference. Because when you walk into a game like this and you're expecting this team to actually compete and put up something against Dallas, you're kidding yourself. Okay? When I saw that 17-10 score, I said, there's no way. No. No. I'm not buying in again. I've seen this movie too many times. Yes, I purchased the popcorn off the floor in the first 3 weeks at the movie theater, but I'm not doing it again. I know what it is now. I know what happened to it. That junk's been cleaned up off the floor. It's been put in your hands by a merchant. It's been reused. It's reused. Popcorn. No. I know what it is now. And yet, we as fans love the taste of that popcorn so much that we just keep coming back and keep buying it. We keep buying it, bro. Over and over and over again. Because we're expecting the popcorn to not be trash. A trash food. But it is. It is what it is. And that's how I feel about this Cowboys game, man. Because, you know, I'm already calling it what it is. I've been calling it what it is. I said this was going to be an L multiple times on multiple VODs. And on 2 different channels. Why did the no huddle stop? I feel that one too, man. Why? Frank, you got an answer for that one? Got an answer, Frank? Ding dong. Hello, Frank. We're speaking to you. You got an answer for that one, bro? That's on you. I figured we would lose, but I was hoping for a win. You're hoping too much, bro. You're hoping too much. We as fans hope too much for this team. We put too many emotions into this game. Get out of your emotions when it comes to this team. You're not going to get what you think you're going to get. It's never been that way since the Super Bowl. It has never been that way, bro. We have never gotten what we thought we were going to get until Steve Wilkes in those 13 games. That's the only time when I felt like we got what we wanted to get. And yet, everybody's like, oh no, Steve Wilkes this, Steve Wilkes that. He can't do this, he can't do that. How do you know until you give him a year to develop a team for himself? But no, nobody wanted that. Nobody wanted that. So here we are. Y'all missed that train. Y'all missed that train by 6 months. So I don't want to hear the complaints of the people that want Wilkes back. Baby, come back. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Please come back. No. Steve Wilkes says, screw you. You screwed me out of a job in Carolina. Why would I come back to you? That's like trying to get your ex back out of a bad relationship. Stop it, bro. Stop it. You dig him into the used bag of garbage. Why would you do that? Steve Wilkes said, why would I want you? I found somebody better. I found a better man for me. A better fit for me. A better place for me. And I'm happy here in San Fran. Yeah, people are still abusing me in San Fran. But I'm still giving you success in San Fran. Why would I want to come back to that trash hole that is Carolina? Why? And if we elevate Deuce, yeah, we can try to save the season. But again, at this point, it's a dummy mission. As Big Cat says, it's a dummy mission. He's right. Everybody knows we're not going to hire whichever interim we put in here because Tepper doesn't understand how to hire coaches that know what the heck they're doing. So what makes you think? In what parallel universe do you think that Tepper will actually do what he's supposed to do and hire an actual winning coach? He's just seen the ideal winning coach sitting right in front of him for several weeks through several interviews, and he didn't hire him. I rest my case. Why would Wilkes want to come back? We just hired Ajaro as a defensive coordinator. He is top 10. Top 10 defense. We just hired a dummy for a head coach. We got a dummy for an owner that doesn't know how to properly hire a decent head coach. Why would you want to come back? Now, Ken Dorsey, on the other hand, we clearly have problems at offense. Clearly, we have problems on offense. Ken Dorsey could start solving them today. But you have to let him. I don't want him as a head coach. I want him as an offensive coordinator. I'm not asking for a head coaching job for this man. And anybody that thinks I am, you're delusional too. There's some people that think he's better suited as a quarterback's coach. Okay, then who are you putting at offensive coordinator that's going to give us lasting results? Because Ken Dorsey has already proven to you up in Buffalo he can do this. Why? For what reason would you demote him to bring him back to Carolina? That makes 0 sense. Again, that makes 0 sense. Use your noggins, please. Deuce has potential like Wilkes, in my opinion, but different schemes. Yeah. I agree. I agree. I would like to see what a Deuce offense would look like if he was running the show. I would like to see what that looks like. It's got to be better than what we've seen. Man, David, you missed the fun. You missed the fun here. You want to hear what he said? Since I got you in chat, Mr. Frank Wright, in the press conference. Quote unquote from Frank Wright, we dominated at the line of scrimmage in the first half. No, we didn't, Frank. Stop lying. What we didn't do was put up points. Quote unquote. From the man himself, Frank Wright. Really? Really? Really, Frank? Oh my God. Stop lying. Please stop lying. The time to avoid questions is when you start being asked, are you going silent count? In whatever way. Avoid that like the plague. But no, that's the one question he actually did answer. Because he's got no knowledge of what he's doing. I rest my case on this man. He needs to go. Anyone ask about his job? I don't know. I got that. Lock Poppy posted that in my chat. I haven't even watched the press conference because I don't want to watch that trash. I'll lose brain cells. Listening to him. Legit, I will. And honestly, it would start to feel like Joe Brady's press conferences when I lost brain cells listening to him. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to listen to the lies. I'm not going to listen to the excuses. I'm done with it. I'm over it. If people are expecting me to come in here with a big hoorah, oh, I can't stand the Dallas Cowboys, blah, 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 blah. No. Not today. If we were actually playing like we were supposed to be playing, and we actually played 4 whole quarters of football, and we lost after that, I would say I'm doggone proud of this team for putting up the effort that they did, and I can't stand the doggone Cowboys. You know, at that point, you get that reaction out of me. But right now, no. When we get out of it what we put in, there ain't no reason to be pissed off. There ain't no reason. For what? For what reason would I have to be pissed off after watching what I just did the entire season and still trying to do the same crap this week? No. Nah. Why? Your job is to have a successful team, not a losing team every week. It's the NFL. Yes, you're not going to win every week, but losing every week is unacceptable. David Screws said that, and I agree. I 100% agree. Alright, so on this wide receiver core, find me one other wide receiver that has more than 2 catches besides Thielen. I'll wait. Once again, Frank's play calling, ladies and gentlemen. Frank's coup de grace, right here. They got Thielen running around like CMC so much he needs a freaking IV, every game. Just so he can be hydrated enough. Because you're running them circles. You're running them into the ground. But I digress. 187 yards total. Pathetic. Now half these penalties are on the refs for being dumb, and they are not ours. The other half are ours. Legitimately. Okay, so for the Cowboys, they put up 25 for 38, 189 yards, 2 touchdowns. Dak Prescott. That's an average day for Dak Prescott compared to what he usually puts up. That means our defense was doing their job. Now keep in mind, We had CD Lamb on lockdown. Look what this did. He had one catch for 7 yards the entire game. One catch for 7. Credit to our defense on that right there. Credit to our defense because CD Lamb is a monster. He's an animal. You cannot let him out of containment, otherwise he will burn you. What we did instead, because we have a lack of depth at corner, with our injuries happening right now, is guess what? Pollard got most of the receptions. 12 catches for 61 and a touchdown. That's not a surprise. You shut down CD Lamb, they're just going to throw it to Pollard. Simple, easy, they found a mismatch. It's as easy as that. I mean, Boodle is okay, but he's not great. You know, he's not Superman out there. What do you expect him to do against Pollard? It's just not going to happen. If you don't give him help, he's going to get roasted. Like the Thanksgiving turkey that is about to come out of your oven on Thursday afternoon. Now, here's Dowdle. Mr. Dowdle. 8 catches for 23 yards. But the rest of these guys were barely used. In the rushing department. These are all running plays. Alright, so these are all running plays. I'll get back to the wide receivers in a minute. I didn't see that stat until just now. Sorry about that. Alright, so all of these numbers are from rushing. So you got Pollard. Pollard ran circles around our defensive line because we don't know how to get off our blocks. We don't know how to tackle properly. We don't know what we're doing. Okay, so you got Dowdle, 8 carries, 23 yards. Sure. We allowed open gaps, which allowed Dak Prescott to get 2 carries for 6 yards. Now, ordinarily, I would say, okay, let's let that go. But because of our lack of a rush defense, I'm not letting that go because of what I saw last week. We let a Division II running back do that to us on quarterback runs. What a joke. He got double the yards that Dak Prescott did. And he wasn't even trying. Now, let's get to the wide receivers. The ball was spread out evenly. CD Lamb got 6 catches for 38 and a touchdown. Now, for the most part, we shut down CD Lamb. Okay? He wasn't doing too much in the first half. And that was due to pass deflections. That was due to good coverage. And I say, okay, let's keep working on that. Keep progressing that. That's good. That's a positive from today. Okay, because we couldn't get the ball to CeeDee Lamb, he started throwing the ball to Mr. Cooks. 3 catches, 42 yards. Okay. Then you threw it to Ferguson. 3 catches, 32 yards. Everybody got some, man. Gallup, 3 catches, 31. Schumacher, the tight end, you threw it in between a double coverage to Schumacher. 2 catches, 23 yards, and a touchdown. And that was one of the guys that we had rated earlier on. Okay, so Pollard, 4 catches for 19. Jay Tolbert, 2 catches for 12. Turpin, 2 catches for 10. And then you got Dowdle. That was just garbage time at that point. The Dallas Cowboys netted 311 yards. 5 penalties, 45 yards, and held the ball for 31 minutes. But I want to show y'all this drive summary real quick. Punt, punt, touchdown, punt, field goal, punt. We finally held the Cowboys right here. Punt. We took a field goal. Okay. We give up a touchdown to CeeDee Lamb because of our terrible coverage in the red zone. End of half. We start out the third quarter. Yet again, punt, punt. Finally, we find the end zone with Tommy Tremble in the third quarter. Touchdown. Cowboys fire right back. See, a great team will always fire right back with a score of their own. That's just what they do. And it didn't even take that much time. Tony Pollard up the middle for 21 yards. We had a penalty on shy total defensive holding that was declined. Which they would not show on TV. That's the one I wanted to see, and they would not show it on TV. They would not show the replay of it. They showed the touchdown, but they didn't show the replay. So now you've got a fumble. You got a field goal by the Cowboys, and you got another punt. After getting -5 yards. And we pinned these guys to the 1 yard line, and we did not decline that penalty. The 1 yard line off a punt. Down 14 points. We were competitive. Our defense was playing well. Why not play to your strengths? But no, we decided to go for it on 4th down at midfield. We got lucky. We called a play that worked. We got into 4th down situation again. And we blundered it. Guys, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable football. When you have them on the 1 yard line, on their own 1 off of a punt, why? For what reason would you accept that? Knowing full well it's still 4th down and short. Knowing full well at midfield, out of our field goal range. I'm thinking, okay, Frank, what kind of baloney garbage play are you going to call? Are you going to call a draw play up the middle? No, we actually called a play action. And I'm like, where the heck has that been all year when we've been in 4th and short situations? Where has that been when we've actually been in their field goal range? in field goal range to where we could be aggressive and move down the field even further in situations that could have benefited us and possibly turned into points. This is the stuff I'm talking about with Frank. I'll keep beating that drum. I'll keep beating that drum until there ain't no drum to beat no more. Because people are so hard-headed they do not want to listen. Alright. Now, let's take a look at this schedule. Now, I'm going to point out some games to you. But let's play devil's advocate here. I did this on Blitz's stream, now I'm going to do it on this one. And I want you guys to tell me which games are winnable games. Point them out to me. We'll start with the Falcons game. If we had a reliable offensive scheme and Frank was not calling the plays, what would happen? Dub. Moving on. Saints. We lost by 3 in our own stadium. I was there for that. In Charlotte for that game. If we had a reliable offense, what would have happened? Dub. Moving on. Seattle Seahawks game. We only lost by 10. In Seattle. If we had a reliable offense, other than just getting 27 points. Dub. Week 4. Vikings game. We lose by 8. In our own stadium against the Vikings. With a reliable offense, that's a dub. Ladies and gentlemen, that makes us 4-0 going into the Detroit Lions game, which we knew we would lose anyway. Let's keep it $1.50, man. We knew we were going to lose to the Lions. That's an L. Alright, so that's 4-1. We go into the Dolphins game in Miami. That's an L as well. Nobody expected the Dolphins to pop off 42 points. Let's be real here. Let's call it what it is. Nobody expected that. Alright, that's 4-2. We get the bye week. We heal up. Perfect timing. And here comes the soft schedule. Up until the Cowboys game. We got the Texans. We won by 2. Okay, that should be a bigger margin than it is if we had a decent offense. We were facing a CJ Stroud who was struggling. Alright, moving on. So that's 5-2. Colts game. We lose by 14. With a reliable offense, we win that game by a field goal. That's a win. 6-2. Bears game in Chicago. We lost by 3. With a reliable offense, we should have beaten the Bears. And not just beaten the Bears, but beaten the brakes off the Bears, considering they just used a Division II quarterback against us. Justin Fields wasn't even it. Are y'all seeing what I'm saying right now? We got embarrassed by a Division II quarterback. in Chicago. Alright, so that's a win. 6-2. 6-2 going into this week. Now, where does that seem familiar to you? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4-1, 4-2, 5-2, 6-2, 7-2. All right, so that's 7-2, 7-2 going into the Cowboys game, guys. 7-2. That's where we should have been at, facing the Dallas Cowboys. And judging by the way they played that first half, we could have made that a game, ladies and gentlemen. We could have made that a game. Dallas still would have beat us by a field goal. And we would have forced them to beat us with a field goal attempt. Because that's what a good team does against a good team. But we take the L there anyway. I feel like they would have hung 37 on us, you know, and they would have found a way to get those touchdowns that they needed to win. All right, fair enough. 7-3. Going into the Titans game. We can win that game, guys. Tannehill doesn't scare anybody anymore. The Titans don't scare anybody anymore. That's 8-3 after a win right there. Tampa Bay Bucks. This is where the division games start to matter. 8-3. Already going into this. And what is the division leader's record right now? I think it's like 4-5 or something like 4-3 or something like that. I don't know. We should be leading this division by an iron fist. Going into the Tampa Bay Bucks game, slaughtering the Tampa Bay Bucks, taking our rightful place, and cementing our rightful places first. In Tampa Bay. With our 9th win of the year. The Saints. The Saints would have to contend with us. And unfortunately, I think that would be an L. So, 9-5. Because we have a terrible record in the Dome against the Saints. Fair enough. We get our 10th win against the Atlanta Falcons, who can't seem to figure out what they're doing. The Packers would be a trap game. Now, knowing us, we have a tendency to fall into the traps. So I'm going to go ahead and call this what it is, 10-6. That's a loss to the Green Bay Packers because they somehow managed to turn it up with Jordan Love and actually play well against us. Now, we come to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We've actually got a solid shot at the Jacksonville Jaguars coming out of a loss and letting that trap game happen, letting ourselves fall into the trap where we can afford it. And we actually play a very, very competitive game with the Jags, and we actually might come out of there with a dub. So that's 11. Surprisingly. You either win against the Packers and you lose against the Jags, or flip-flop. One of the two. Alright, so either way, it's 11 wins. Coming into the Tampa Bay game, finishing it off with a dub. 12 wins. 12 wins, ladies and gentlemen. And what did I say our ceiling was? 10. I said our ceiling for this year was 10. And the Saints have a soft schedule. I'm going to warn y'all right now. The Saints are a soft team. Everybody thinks they're a legitimate team right now. They're a soft team. They're playing some soft teams to get their high record that they're about to get. And I'm telling you right now, this may be a 9 to 10 win streak here. You know, where the Saints end up with 9 to 10 wins. But see, if we do what we're supposed to do throughout the season with our soft schedule and playing the way we are, I say we're competing for a division title. Do you see my point here, ladies and gentlemen? Never give up. We could have been better than we thought we were. But instead, we got Frank Wright. That should piss people off even more. And to add on to that, $70 plus million down the drain that we spent from players' money and contracts to do what we're doing. And Charlotte taxpayer money. Please explain to me how this record right now and this offense justifies that. Never mind the injuries. Don't worry about the injuries. The injuries are the injuries. You know, they are what they are. What I'm talking about is everything else. Does that justify $70 plus million being used? Yes or no? My answer is no. I can't justify it. Can you? Find me a way that that's justified. So we had Dante Jackson almost get hurt on a tackle attempt. Y'all knew I was gonna bring this up. Alright, so when you don't take proper angles, tackling wise, you're going to run into your own players and you're going to get yourself hurt and other people hurt as well. It is stupid, it is idiotic, and it is coachable. Please tell me I'm wrong. Because, honestly, you can't. At this point, you can't do it. So, I am to that point where I am just fed up with Frank. We have made some of the dumbest decisions we have ever made under his watch. But no, never mind the fact that we could have changed everything that we're doing right now and fixed it. And went on a 10-game run. Never mind that, though. Because why would we ever want to do that? Because we're the Carolina Panthers, right? Our management just seems to enjoy sitting on their hands and doing nothing when they know that this situation could be solved. Year after year after year after year, and we keep hiring the wrong people. And we're expecting different results. I'm telling you right now, I better see an ESPN pop up on my phone tomorrow morning saying that Frank is gone. If I see that, I'm jumping on stream right after lunch. I might even eat lunch on stream talking about it. I might do that. That's how hyped up I'm gonna be. That's how amped up I'm gonna be. But I mean, Big Cat and the crew are right, man. If we try to put Deuce Staley in there or a Jaro in there as an interim, it's a dummy mission. It really is a dummy mission. These guys are not gonna stick. Ajaro is gonna say, "Why would I want to stay here?" You know, and the C3 crew made a few good points about that too. Why would he want to stay here when he has a head coaching job coming up that will take him as a head coach, not just as an interim, but as a full-time head coach? Why would he want to stay here? So I totally understand. But we're going to end up fire sailing a bunch of players at the end of the year because we didn't do what we said we were going to do. We're the definition of mediocrity. And that's exactly what we were trying to avoid. You got that phrase from me, Mr. Tepper. I didn't get it from you. You got it from me. With all due respect, sir. So, I do actually think that we could win 6 games out of the last 8. You know, well, 7 now. I do believe that we could win 6 games out of the last 7. If we really make those changes today. If we do the things that I'm suggesting that we should do, we can become a 7-win team at the end of this. It is realistically possible. That is our ceiling. You know, at this point, the fact that I'm saying that is our ceiling, after what I just pointed out, of a possible 12-win season, should piss you off royally as a Panthers fan. Especially if you're a Charlotte taxpayer. Especially if you're a player that just gave half his contract away to make this roster possible. We have that type of talent. And we could have done so much more with it. For what reason are we sticking by the same old status quo? For what reason are we still paying this clown of a head coach the same type of money we were paying Matt Rule and expecting the same results not to happen again? Do the right thing, Mr. Tepper, please. For everything green on this earth, do the right thing, please. Everybody thinks we're a joke. Everybody I talk to thinks we're a joke. And I can't argue with them. I can't debate with them. I have nothing to use to debate with them. With. Nothing. Find me something I can use. Because at this point, you can't. And the fact that this continues to get worse and worse and worse makes me sick to my stomach. And I'm not even paying money into this team. I only paid for $100 worth of one ticket this year. Only $100 worth of merch this year. And the Super Bowl 50 hat does not count. That counts towards the 2015 team. Otherwise, I've only put $100 down. Plus gas money to get up there and back. That's it. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'll be the first to eat crow on stream if I am wrong. Prove me wrong. That right there should sicken you. And we called this game the keep pounding game. We called this game the keep pounding game. For what? For what? We knew we were going to get slaughtered. We knew we were going to get run over doing the things that we've been doing. And yet, for some odd, strange reason, this management is delusional enough to think that we had a shot at winning. Everybody thought, oh, with a glimmer of hope, with the 17-10 score. You're kidding yourselves. Please. Please don't do this. Please don't do this to yourselves anymore, fans. Panthers fans. Please don't. You're putting yourselves up into a situation that is doomed to fail. You are doomed to keep feeling disappointed and frustrated and pissed off, expecting different results. Stop doing this to yourselves. Get out of your emotions and be realistic for once. You listen to it. You listen to his press conference. Frank had a cushy job, man. Frank, you had a cushy job. And you just couldn't leave it alone, could you? You couldn't leave this baby alone, could you? This beautiful, shiny, new Christmas gift. You just couldn't leave it alone. You couldn't be patient enough to let go and wait until Christmas time to unwrap your gift and take your freebie wins. All you'd have to do is look pretty on the camera and answer a few questions while we win. For you. For you. Not with you, for you. So you could take credit. You're that one person at every group project, that takes all the credit and does no work. Meanwhile, everybody else is working their butts off to earn that A grade. And yet, at the end of the day, everybody's like, oh yeah, everybody gets an A just because one or two people worked on that group project and got an A. The whole group gets credit for it. This isn't school, Frank. Open your eyes, please, and realize the NFL is not a joke. It's a $1 billion investment that Tepper is putting into this. This is a $1 billion franchise that you are screwing up. And you are too stupid to realize what you're doing with it. You're too stupid football-wise to realize what you're doing with it, sir. And it shows. Now, again, he's probably very intelligent on the streets, and doing everything else. I'm not saying the dude's an idiot. What I'm saying is, He's when it comes to football, yes, he is. Like, go back to basics. Go figure out what you did wrong. Because until you do, you don't need to be a head coach. David Screws says, I can't believe he said we need to be a complete team more often. More often, Frank? No. A complete team day in and day out. Facts. Facts, David Screws. He said an NFL team. He said an NFL game is like an old school boxing match. I can't with this dude. I can't. I can't. I honestly can't. We go from Jay-Z to an old school boxing match. What a joke. Facts, man. An old school boxing match. Okay. Big Cat's gonna have fun with this one. That's his area. Yeah, Big Cat and his crew are gonna have fun with this one. They talk about the fights all the time. And the old boxing matches, you know. So I don't even know where to go with this one. I just I can't wrap my brain around some of the stuff this man says. I can't. There's so much ignorance coming from this man that I can't even wrap my brain around it when it comes to football. Boxing is not football. I mean, yeah, it's definitely not football. I mean, I appreciate the reference, I do, Frank. But again, boxing is not football. You're in the wrong sport, bro. You're in the wrong sport. I This is laughable at this point. This is absolutely laughable at this point. Frank needs to go tomorrow. Facts. Facts. Facts upon facts upon facts. Frank is not football. Facts. The man has zero knowledge when it comes to football. For what reason are you starting Zavala again, knowing full well that he is giving up sacks? For what reason are you accepting a penalty that would put Dallas on the 1 yard line and taking them to fourth and short? For what reason are you refusing to throw a challenge flag when it is necessary to do so? For what reason are you expecting things to go the other way in a game like this in Dallas? Please, man. Please. Just spare us, Frank. Spare us. Experience. Experience. That's what everybody is saying. Experience. I'm hearing that from half a dozen YouTubers. Experience. Man, I'll laugh that argument out of the room. Experience. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna keep saying that word because it's losing its meaning nowadays. It really is. With each lost game, it is losing its flavor. It's like a juicy fruit. It is losing its flavor. Piece by piece by piece as you go through the pack. And sooner or later, these people are going to see what we're seeing right now. They're going to understand that your gum has run out of flavor and that argument is not going to work anymore. Experience. Experience. Experience, experience, experience. Now, I got a whole laundry list of things that throws your experience out the window and into outer space. Because it's so ridiculously stupid to use that debate right now. It is so ridiculously garbage of a crutch that he does not deserve nor needs right now to save his job. Experience. Here's what I think of your experience. Okay. Experience. Let's start with your experience, quote unquote, as a quarterback. This should be fun. Let's take this magical journey back to when you were a quarterback, good sir. No. Let's go to Pro Reference Football here. Your experience. Where is he as a quarterback? Where is he as a quarterback? That's what I want. No. No. This is not it. Alright. So let's start with this stat right here. His experience. Frank Wright played 13 seasons for 4 teams, including the Bills and the Lions. He threw for 6,000 yards and 40 touchdowns. But hold the phone. Hold the phone. Let's have a little bit of fun with this. Frank Wright. I want to see his quarterback stats. Pro Football History. There you go. Okay. Let's take a look at some of this. The records he posted as a head coach. Okay. Starting from head coaching position. He started out with the Indianapolis Colts in 18, 10-6. Then 7-9 in 2019. Then the Colts went 11-5. Then they went 9-8. then 3-5-1. 3-5-1 as a head coach. And now 1-9. That's your head coaching experience, good sir. I want to know what his stats were as a quarterback. Career stats. This ought to be entertaining. Alright. 118 games played. 508 completions out of 932. Which means you have a completion percentage of 54.5. Good sir. 6,000 yards. Man, stop it. I'm trying to read these stats, man. 6.5 average per play. 40 touchdowns, 36 interceptions. 68 sacks. And wouldn't you know it, 12 of those happened during our year of 1995, our inception year. Okay. With a rating of 72.9 finishing it. His rating for us, 58.7. Ouch. So I want you to take a look at this number right here. 40 touchdowns, 36 interceptions. I want you to see this right here. 15 touchdowns, 16 picks for the Jets after he left us. Let that sink in for a minute. While getting sacked 14 times. Confirming what I've been saying about the Jets' offensive line being absolute dog water. It's trash, it's garbage, it's dog water. I've been trying to tell you guys this. But people are still hard-headed and they don't want to listen. This is his experience, ladies and gentlemen. His experience. Now, if you take a look at the average quarterback today, and you compare those numbers to the average quarterback today, of somebody that's actually a Patrick Mahomes, a Lamar Jackson, a Josh Allen, somebody like that. Please explain to me how this is a good quarterback rating. Please explain to me how this is a good touchdown to interception ratio. Please explain to me how getting sacked that many times helps you in your career. But I digress. Alright? I've already read you the head coaching record of this man. I've already read that to you. Now, let's take individual games. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Boom. It doesn't take long to figure out this man is not it. Okay? Now we're going to go Josh McCown. Mr. Josh McCown. As a quarterback, when you were in the league, sir, let's see what this dude did. Now I want you to compare those numbers to Frank's. while he may have had a terrible quarterback to interception ratio and gotten sacked 235 times, a whopping 235 times, his rating was still better than Frank Wright's with a 79.7. He had 17,731 yards in his career with a completion percentage that was, again, better than Frank Wright's 60.2. He completed 1,584 passes out of 2,633. But again, a guy that cannot see the field and does not go through his progressions and stands there. But retired as soon as he started doing better. Look at this, 18-9 with the Jets, despite getting sacked 39 times. 39 times. Let that sink in. I told you, the Jets O-line is trash. I've said it multiple times. I'll continue to say it. I'll continue to beat that drum until it becomes less true. Okay. But let's also consider this number. 36 sacks with Tampa Bay. That means Tampa Bay's offensive line was trash too. And guess what he did? 11 touchdowns, 14 picks. But whoa, 2,000 yards. Hold the phones, 2,000 yards. Completion percentage was still bad. This is what happens when you do not have an offensive line, ladies and gentlemen, protecting you. The Arizona Cardinals did not have an offensive line. 31 sacks. 25 the year before. This is when he first came into the league. Now, he was barely used with us. We didn't even do anything with him. So let's throw that into the mix. Then, what happens when he actually has an offensive line? Ladies and gentlemen, you be the judge. You look at the numbers. When these numbers were actually good. Let's look at the Chicago Bears, who typically have a terrible offensive line in years' history. 13 touchdowns, 1 pick in 8 games, with only 11 sacks being given up. Now, I guarantee you if that year had kept going with him as starting quarterback for the rest of the year, those numbers would look a lot like the rest of the ones you were seeing already with 20 plus sacks. Because the Bears' offensive line was garbage. This is Josh McCown. This is your quarterback's coach. I want you to understand this, folks. Look at his quarterback rating. Ladies and gentlemen, look at his quarterback rating. Does that look like somebody you want coaching a pick one, round one quarterback? Does it? Please explain that to me. Please explain to me how either one of them should be coaching a pick one, round one quarterback. I don't care if it's Cam Newton. I don't care if it's Patrick Mahomes. I don't care if it's Josh McCown 2.0. And he just somehow turns it around and becomes that guy, that you draft. And he follows the same philosophies you do, except he's way better than you were. I don't care. you're still going to get the same result. These two gentlemen should not be coaching a pick one round one. Period. Point blank. So, experience? Okay. Okay. Now we're going to talk about the fact that Frank Wright was with the Eagles for 2 years. Did he get a ring? Yes. Did he earn a ring? Oh. See, there's the magical question that nobody's asking. Did he earn a ring? Yes or no? I say no. He's a product of the system. And he proved that by failing in Indianapolis with several good quarterbacks who were in their prime. Some of them on the way out the door. That were major contending good quarterbacks. But yet, you can't seem to get more than 2 playoff wins with all of these quarterbacks, sir, as a head coach. And they call you a quarterback whisperer. Somebody make this make sense. Hashtag MMS, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Because it doesn't. It doesn't. None of it does. None of it does. Sorry, Mr. Carolyn, I'm out to borrow that real quick. I'm out to borrow that catchphrase real quick from you. But make it make sense. What kind of a head coach decides he's going to go for it at midfield after declining a punt that puts the Dallas Cowboys on the 1 yard line when our defense is clearly way better than our offense and could have possibly played for a safety and held them to a punt and gotten us the ball back for a fresh set of downs? We're only down 14 points, bro. 14 points. I've seen teams come back from 14 points within a minute in the NFL. I've seen other teams come back within 3 minutes. We were in the middle of the third quarter, sir. The third quarter. This wasn't fourth quarter. This was third quarter. This wasn't desperation time. Now, I could understand if we were fourth quarter and we had that much time left. Did you forget which quarter it was, sir? Do you have amnesia? I swear. Does this man have a memory problem? You could literally look up at the scoreboard and see which quarter it was. This is embarrassing. This dude is embarrassing. I'm telling you, it's embarrassing. Why? For what reason are we still employing this man as a head coach? For what reason? For giggles? For our own entertainment? Just to laugh at our own stupidity? For keeping him here? No. I hope he I sincerely... No, really. Really, guys. I wish him the best when he gets let go from here. I wish him the best. I hope that he finds a different job that works out for him. that is not football related, because he has no business being in the football world at all. He could be a bagger at Ingles for all I care. I don't care. I'll walk up and say hi to him if he is. For real, I will. And I'll say, yeah, that's cool. You know, you found something that's better than football. That you feel is better than what you're doing right now, and that you actually have knowledge in. But football is not it. Football's not it for you, Frank. You know, there's 100,000 other jobs out there. I will help you fill out the Indeed job website right now and fill out your resume. I will help you right now for free if it gets you out of Carolina faster. And there better not be a doggone speck of football experience, quote unquote, on that resume, or I'll make you redo it again. I will make you redo that sheet so fast you won't even be able to blink. Now, let me show you what coaching really is. Let me show you the difference between that and what an actual ball coach looks like. Now, some of you know I'm a Clemson fan. Some of you do not. Those of you who do not, welcome to the party. Those of you who do, I hope some of you were watching that Clemson and North Carolina game yesterday. Because I want you to understand what a ball coach looks like. Both of these men on both sides of that sideline are ball coaches. That's what a ball coach looks like. Now I'm going to tell you what each one of these guys said. And I want you to take into consideration what we're not doing right now and what our coaches are saying. You've heard what our coaches are saying in Carolina. Now I want you to understand what they're saying when they're struggling. And this has nothing to do with the fact that they're in college and blah, 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 and favoritism and all that. Focus on just what a ball coach is. Okay? Let's start with the North Carolina Tar Heels coach. This man said, and I quote, "These guys did not want you in Clemson." He's talking to about six players that ended up in North Carolina that didn't get recruited in Clemson. Which, at the time, Clemson was playing for national championships. Keep this in mind for reference. He said, "These guys don't want you. Show them why you deserve to be respected. Show them why they should have taken you. Prove to them who you are." And these guys came out and they proved who they were. Point blank. They listened to that coach. And they came out and they balled out for that coach. That's what a ball coach sounds like. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what a ball coach looks like. These guys will ball out for somebody like that when they hear a message like that. That's motivation right there. That lights a fire in these guys to want to come out there and ball out for you. Now, let's look at Dabo Swinney for a second. Dabo posed the question, who are you playing for? Very, very intelligent question. And it's a deep question. Who are you playing for? Are you playing for yourself? He left that open ended. He didn't go any further with it. He just said, who are you playing for? And left it at that. These players can interpret it many different ways. They can say, okay, we're playing for you, coach. They could say, we're playing for our families. We're playing for a chance to go to the NFL. We're playing for our future. We're playing because we love the game. There's multiple ways you can take that question and turn that into a motivation to play for Dabo Swinney and to ball out for this man who has put out so many ways that for these players and saved them from dangerous situations and dangerous places that they came from, such as urban neighborhoods, you know, poor situations with their families, and even really heartbreaking ones. And Dabo says, I'm going to make you into a grown man. I'm going to take you under my wing. I'm going to give you the love and respect you're due as a human being. And I'm going to turn you into a ball player. And not just a ball player, a smart young man, and also a grown man. So that when you go into the NFL, you will be a grown freaking man. So again, the question circles back around to who you playing for. We're struggling right now. Dabo embraces that struggle. He says, bring it on. I'm not afraid to struggle. I struggled my entire life to get where I am. And I appreciate every bit of why I am where I am. And the wins that I got. Now that right there is enough to light a fire in at least half this team right away. I said, dang. That is deep. That is deep, good sir. That's deep, man. I felt that right here. I felt that right here, and I'm not even a player. I want to suit up in a orange uniform and play for that man right now. I want to suit up in the blue Tar Heels uniform and play for that coach, man, in North Carolina. That type of stuff, man. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's ball coaches right there. That's what happens when they face adversity and they're trying to inspire the players in that locker room. Now in the NFL, it's not as easy because some of these players are not going to be, as influenced by a message like that. They're used to controlling the hen house. They're used to controlling the locker room. They're used to doing whatever they want to do because they know they're getting paid more than you, as a head coach. Now, I understand this. I've taken that into consideration. Some of them are just going to be the wild people that they are. You're not going to be able to contain them. But you know what a ball coach does? They take that energy and they put it out into motivation and they put it onto the field. For you. For you, the fans, to enjoy. But what you don't hear is the stories of the struggles that they go through to get to where they are. What you don't hear is those conversations behind closed doors between them and their coach that made them close in personal conversations with those coaches. What you don't hear is everything they've had to overcome and what made these players who they are. So that once they got out there on that field, that they could compete for you. That's why I've got so much respect for some of these players, man. I have so much respect. It's crazy. But none of them are going to play for a coach that talks like Frank Wright. For what reason? You've overcome all of that stuff. You've taken leaps and bounds to overcome whatever you've overcome as a player to get where you are and make your money and do what you're doing now. And you're appreciative of every second of it. And then you get a coach like Frank Wright that just doesn't care. Why would you want to buy into that in the locker room? I get it, man. I get it. I get the player's perspective on this. I do. You know, I've heard the stories of some of these players that go into the NFL. I've met a few of these players myself in person, in Clemson uniform and in Panthers uniforms. I get it. I get where you guys are coming from, and I'm with you. Okay? So, when you guys are frustrated about the fact that the head coach doesn't care, I'm right there with you. All the way. I'm right there with you. If that coach has displayed the level of ignorance and unsuccessfulness that Frank has so far, I'm with you. You don't have to worry about that. I'm with you. So, the question I pose to the players today is the same one Dabo Swinney posed to his players yesterday. Who are you playing for? In the NFL level, who are you playing for? What are you willing to do to prove yourselves as players that you deserve to be respected and honored in the NFL? What are you willing to do to get there? How hungry are you to get there? What is it going to take to achieve the goals that you have set? It's your choice. It's up to you. But I cycle back to experience. Experience. And Frank has none. Let's be real here. Frank has none. The Frank experience, Broski Bear says. Half of the Panthers fans still want Wilkes back. Like that would actually help anything. Wilkes is not walking through that door again. I'll say it again, and I will beat this drum as many times as I have to. Wilkes will not walk through that door unless he's playing against us. Give up the ghost, accept it for what it is. He's not coming back. Why would he want to come back to this trash heap? And if I'm a player in the locker room, I'm thinking, why would I want to stay here? And you're totally justified in thinking that. I completely agree. Unless the owner decides he wants to hire a better coach, why would you want to stay here? I'll give you a reason. Because the fans deserve better than what we're getting. And because we love you guys. And because if we are patient and we get the right coach, good things will start to happen. But it takes patience, it takes loyalty, it takes love. And this organization is worth those three things. But a bad head coach is not. That's where I'm alluding to with this. So if you're willing to be patient and you're willing to put up with a few bad years, and Bozeman clearly is, Corbett clearly is, they're still here. They signed on the dotted line. That said, sure, we'll put up with it. We'll wait. Because they saw what everybody else did not in Carolina. That it is worth the wait if you find the right coach. And I applaud both of them for seeing the bigger picture here. When others will just get tossed in the wind. Brian Burns sees it. He wants to stay here. But I think he's eyeballing that money more so than that, the big picture. You know, Frankie Louvu sees it. Jeremy Chin sees it. None of these guys have left. They've had chances and they haven't left. Think about that for a minute. Why would you want to stay here? When everybody else is telling you to go. And they've had every reason, acceptable reason, valid reasons to push you out the door to a better place of better success. But you decided to stay here. Why? Because they saw the bigger vision. They're willing to be patient. Tipping my cap to all those players that see that vision, that understand the future, can be brighter in Carolina if we just fix the problems. And yeah. The people that think Wilson is coming back are delusional. I said it. Now, Ken Dorsey's another matter. But Wilkes, yes. Wilkes ain't coming back here. After he just got screwed out of the head coaching job, why? For what reason? David Screw says a Frank experience the experience to score the least points each game. Facts. The Frank experience, aka the Frank factor. Love that, broski. Yeah, I do too. That's great. Killer Frank from outer space. That's good. Time for Frank to walk the plank. Oh, you're cute. That's good. That's good. That's good stuff. The history of Frank. Frank is a football guy. Let's try narrating this. You know. The history of Frank. Frank is a football guy. He has zero knowledge on football. Yet, they keep hiring him anyway. While people keep questioning why, it's just a matter of opinion, really. And he doesn't have any experience, even though everyone says he does. I am narrating right now because I can. And because it's Frank. I'm just trying to be entertaining, guys. I'm sorry. I get it. I get it in my moments. I'm sorry. I'm a weirdo. It those two lines right there, Broski, just it screamed narration time. It really did. I'm sorry. Broski says, "I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky, and I swear like that shadow that's by your side." What are you drinking today? I'm drinking Mountain Dew, sir. Drinking Mountain Dew. I could be drinking some alcohol, but that's for later. That's certainly for later. I was tempted to pull out something for later, but I did not. John Harbaugh says, this year would have been at least been tolerable if we had a first round pick. Facts. Oh God, facts. If we'd have been able to negotiate with the Texans instead of doing what we did, yeah, I agree with you. I 100% agree. But we are where we are. And it is that time. You know, to end up looking for a solution yet again, which we'll never find. Because, guess what, folks? Guess who owns this team? But at least on Wednesday, he showed us that he does care. And he does want success. Otherwise, why would he come out to the Wednesday practice? Why would he do that if he didn't care? So, that being said, let's go over some scores, shall we? San Fran is beating Tampa Bay 27-14 right now. Expected. San Fran's defense doing what they do against a terrible Tampa Bay Bucks team. Buffalo stomped the heck out of the Jets 29-6, and that game is still going, ladies and gents. It's still going. So is the San Fran game as we speak. Seattle on top of the Rams 16-7. The Rams have really fallen off the wagon wheels since the Stafford trade. That just completely ruined them. They haven't been the same since. Minnesota and Denver still yet to play. I would bet on Minnesota at this point. Now, Baltimore over Cincinnati. Baltimore is playing very, very well right now. That's a team I would not want to play right now in Baltimore because you will get wrecked. They are starting to find their rhythm. Offensively and defensively. That's a team I would not test right now. Cleveland wins over Pittsburgh 13-10 in a defensive struggle. I kind of expected that. Pittsburgh's been playing well on defense, so is Cincinnati. So is Cleveland. So it's kind of like a little battle there in that division just to see who has the best defense. And I gotta say, Cleveland earned that victory. Cleveland earned that victory. You've got Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson with 24 for 43. But it wasn't him that got the job done. It was Moore. 6 receptions, 80 yards, and a field goal. That is what got the job done. Kenny Pickett played a terrible game. 15 for 28, 108 yards. Couldn't get the job done. Even though Warren had 9 carries, 129 yards, and 1 touchdown, it still was not enough. And this is why I say it's about more than just... It's about more than just the players, guys. It's about coaching as well. And if your coaching is not up to par, you will not win a game. Point blank. You will not get the job done. You will not earn the money that you are due. Alright, so, continue on. I really wish my neighbor would stop air blowing. There's no leaves for you to air blow, sir. Stop it. Trying to work here. Thank you. I don't think he cares. Anyway. Typical. Houston beats Arizona 21-16. That's expected. CJ Stroud versus Arizona. Of course he's going to succeed there. Arizona is just not that great. Let's be fair. Arizona's not that great. But you got a little three-way battle going here in the AFC North here. Baltimore, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh. And Cincinnati could sneak in there last minute and really cause some trouble too. You never know. But right now, if I was a betting man, I don't know who I would take. I'm going to be straight up real with you. I don't know who I would take in that division. Because if you really look at it in perspective, it's really been an interesting year for all three of these teams here leading this thing. Baltimore, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh will probably fall off. It'll be between Cleveland and Baltimore. I would give it to Baltimore slightly at the moment. But you never know. Because Cleveland has that ability to sneak up on you. Like they just did against Pittsburgh here. So don't underestimate the Browns. I mean, there's been a couple of teams that have learned that lesson this year. So don't sleep on these guys. Jacksonville 34-14 over Tennessee. Expected. Tennessee struggling. They can't get more than 20 points on the board against a decent team. That was expected. Blowout city. That's what Jacksonville is capable of. They're a good team. I've been trying to tell you this. But the media is trying to downplay them. There are people out there trying to downplay the Jacksonville Jaguars. Do not make that mistake of thinking this team is average. They are not. Let's take a look at who they beat. Jacksonville has beaten
Floyd.
Jacksonville has beaten the Indianapolis Colts 31-21. That's what we would be doing if we had a decent team. That score right there would look a lot like ours. Our score would look a lot like theirs right there. That's what a good team looks like. They beat the Falcons 23-7. We beat the brakes off the Falcons. Yep, that's what we would have done. With our defense playing the way it is, they'd have no shot. They'd get run over. Or how about the Bills? They beat a tough Bills team 25-20. Look at that. They beat the Colts again 37-20. Look at that. They beat the Saints 31-24. We would have done the same thing. The Jags are us, guys. That's what we're supposed to look like with the talent that we have. Look at the Steelers game. 20-10. They had kind of a sleeper game against the Steelers. Expected. Okay. So you lost 34-3 against the Niners. Who's going to try against the Niners this year? Niners look better than everybody. Jags don't have enough firepower for that. Why would they? You come back with a recovery win against the Titans. So, I mean, you took an L to CJ Stroud. 37-17. Okay, you had a letdown game. Expect it after the Chiefs game, where you had a great defensive game against the Chiefs. 17-9 loss. Okay. Both teams had an excellent defense. Both teams were healthy. They were both coming in, firing on all cylinders. And you shut down Patrick Mahomes, who was having a bad game, but still managed to beat you 17-9. And that's without Travis Kelce. If Travis Kelce was playing, that would be a 24-9 score. Maybe even a 35-9. Let's be real. So the Jags are on pace to have a really, really great season. Do not sleep on this team. They are for real. They got the Texans next. They got the Bengals next. After that, the Browns again. The Browns for the first time in Cleveland, by the way. That's going to be a good game. I want to watch that. I would have liked to be able to see that game. Then you got the Ravens. That's going to be one for the record books right there. Jacksonville versus Baltimore. The way those two are playing right now, and that one's in Jacksonville, ooh, I might just watch that one, folks. I might. If I'm not on mic with Blitzball after the post game for our game, I might check that game out, man. I might have that thing running in the background. For real, that's gonna be a good game towards the end of the season there. Then you got the Buccaneers, that's a win. You got our Panthers, that's a win. You got the Titans to finish up, that's a win. Dude, the Jags, man. Holy, man. Okay, so you got 3 losses so far if you're the Jags. At what point do you see a trap game in here? Because I see the Browns as a trap game. I see the Ravens as a trap game. I don't see the Bengals as one. And I think if there's a trap game in here, it's going to be the Browns. So, you're looking at possibly a 12-win season for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Think about that for a minute. Let that sink in, y'all. 12-win season. Oh, wait. Wasn't that what I just went through our predictions of? You know, if we had a decent offense with decent coaching, when before this year, I said our ceiling is 10 wins. That is what I'm talking about, man. I warned y'all about Jacksonville, man. I warned y'all. Jacksonville was for real. So here we are, man. That's why I'm telling you, we're not beating Jacksonville. We're not beating them. It's not happening. I don't care how much you want that to happen. Chicago almost beat Detroit. That's crazy. It's bad when Chicago has more heart than we do. But it's the coaches. Yeah, facts. Texans beat them. That's weird. Wow. Yeah. It is a little bit weird. I'll give you that. But during that time period, there was a lot of debate on why the wide receivers may be at fault because they were dropping a bunch of balls. So there was a big debate there whether it was Trevor or whether it was the Jacksonville Jaguars wide receivers. So we'll never know. But they fixed the problem, so obviously it was the wide receivers, I think. Whatever they did, it worked. I'm not going to argue with it. Lock Poppy says, where do you see this team in the next 2 years after 11 weeks through this year? Oh, God. I don't even want to think about that, brother. That's too far ahead. Right now, I'm just trying to get Frank out of here. We'll address that question once we fire all the clowns in the circus, man. You know what I'm saying? Because until we do, we're not going anywhere else. It's just going to be more of the same. If Frank retains his job through the offseason, it's going to be more of the same. Next year. And he'll just get fired halfway through the season like Matt Rule did. If we hire a decent coach, we could, in effect, try to keep as many of these players as we can and try to get the most out of them that we can get, you know. But at that point, we've already lost $70 million and we still got to pay these guys. So I'm to the point where I don't know what next season is going to look like. We got a lot of holes to fill. We got a lot of stuff to do. And it starts with firing this head coach. Like Poppy says, it's sad we got to go through this again. Because Tepper doesn't know how to pick a head coach. Exactly. Facts. Facts, like Poppy. Thank you. Jeffrey says, bro, I'm going to be honest, man. The Carolina Panthers don't even look like the same thing, man. It's time for our cakes coaches to go. They need to fire Frank Wright. Y'all need to tell him. We've been telling him, brother. We've been telling him. YGM needs to be fired. GM needs to be fired too. Scott Fitterer, Carolina Panthers need to release him. Go get a GM that puts the Super Bowl weapons back in Carolina next week. Get the quarterback that can help us, Tyson Hill. I honestly believe... Let me finish this comment here. Tyson Hill from New Orleans Saints, the quarterback, that's who we should get. Really? Oh, okay. Um, I don't know, man. I don't know much about Tyson Hill, to be honest with you. But let me be real about this because a lot of people want to bash Scott, and yes, he does share some of the blame, but a lot of that time he was manipulated, and he let himself be manipulated after the first year of his time here, and it's disappointing. We all know he's better than this. We all know he's smarter than this. The first year, I'm giving him a pass because he was trying to keep his job. He didn't want to rock the boat. I get it. You know, you see Matt Rule just hugging it out with Tepper, you know, and having a little bromance there. And he said, "Nah, I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to lose this fresh new job that I just got. I can do a lot of good here, but I don't want to rock the boat. I'm gonna work behind the scenes and see what I can do to try to keep these seasons alive for the first year or two until he's gone." Well, we hire another idiot head coach, football intelligence wise, you know, and we expect different results. Well, Scott says this is the first year you've actually took the leash off of me and allowed me to do what I need to do, you know, and he's still letting these coaches manipulate him. And I'm gonna be real with you. Half these picks are manipulation picks. You know, and I hate to say that because I know that he has more football knowledge than he is letting on. Yeah, the trades were bad. You know, to a degree. Half the trades were bad, half of them were good. They came at a time when we needed help at certain positions, you know, and the trade values were fair, except for uh, the number one pick, of course, and the CMC trade. Everything else seemed like fair value to me. So he's hit or missed with certain players. He's actually addressed the offensive line, which other GMs have failed to do in Carolina. And he's actually brought us a lot of weapons that we could use. Although a lot of people don't see it that way. I do. I believe that these players are strong enough weapons to get things done with the correct system in place, with the correct head coach, with a offensive playbook that works, and developing Bryce properly. We could do a lot of damage. But was it worth the effort to get Bryce Young? No. We could have gone up to number 2 with the Houston Texans. But Houston got scared and got nervous and backed out. There was a video with Tepper saying that. You know, explaining that to everybody in the press room. Which I understand that, but at the same time I'm like, yeah, you could have been a little bit more aggressive with Houston to make that happen. Fact of the matter is, we took money out of players' salaries to do this, and we better get something out of it. That's what frustrates me. You know, is it's Charlotte taxpayers' money, and it's money out of players' pockets. So if we can do something with it, we need to try. You know, it's $70+ million, man. You can't fool around with that type of money as a GM and not get something out of it from your head coaching staff. That's why I'm most upset with Tepper because he hired another bad head coach that doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm most upset with Frank because of who he is, as a coach. When he knows he could do better, he can make smarter decisions. He can weasel his way out of situations, but the problem is we've already seen him for who he is. So, and here's another thing is who are you going to replace that GM with? If you fire Scott Fitter, who are you replacing him with? You better have a name, because at this point, I don't know any of the other GM names out there. I don't know who's out there. Y'all have to give me some names. I don't have that kind of time to research that stuff. I got other stuff to deal with off camera. You know, I see all people's posts and everything when I get time to look, but I don't have that kind of time to go digging for that kind of info. So y'all have to give me some names. Because I actually have some faith in Scott. We got Cade Mays, we got Brady Christensen. We were able to get J.C. Horn, who, when he's healthy, is very, very dangerous. He's a weapon. There's some players that we got that, he came here. These players wanted to be here, and he brought in Bozeman. He brought in Corbett from a Super Bowl Rams team. He brought in a Super Bowl punter. He brought in a lot of Super Bowl talent. But the problem is we don't have a system for it. We don't know what we're doing with all of that talent. It's like too many toys and we don't know what to do with them all on Christmas morning. We just play with one, we play with this one, we play with this one, we play with this one. And then sooner or later we get bored of them. And we don't know what we're doing. We don't know how to put all this stuff together and put them into one box so we can play with them later and take our time with it. And tinker with it. So it's really too much, to be honest. But at the same time, I love the weapons that we got. I think we have some real bona fide weapons if we can keep them in Carolina. And I just made a pitch earlier, for these players to stay here. Who are you playing for? Are you playing for yourselves? Are you playing for your families? Are you playing because you love the game of football? Are you playing for the fact that, you can improve yourself as a person by being here in Carolina? And those are the values that we respect here in Carolina. You know what I mean? Dabo Swinney posed that question before the Clemson, North Carolina game. And he's brilliant to ask that question of his players. Because it's so deep. Dude, it's so deep of a question. And these players actually want to come out there and ball out for him. That's what a head coach does. When you see struggling, when you see adversity, that's what a head coach does. He challenges these guys and makes them think. Who are you playing for? When everybody else, and the other side of the coin is the North Carolina head coach, who says, these guys didn't want you. Show them why they deserve to be respected. And we have so many players on this Panthers team that are disrespected. And I'm taking both of those pieces of knowledge up to Carolina with us to the Panthers. Because it's brilliant. I hope we had scouts down there for that game because, there was so much talent on display. So much talent. And so many very intelligent people doing things during that game. that we would be foolish not to to look at all this stuff and learn from it in different ways. Uh, Broski Bear says Bears have way more heart than the Panthers. Panthers are the worst of the worst. Uh, See, you come in here with that stuff, man, I can't argue with it. He's right. Uh, yeah, and people are saying Bozeman is sucking here lately. Is that true? Uh, well, I wouldn't say sucking, but he's having some rough games. He'll recover. I'm not worried about him. You know, he's put up the work ethic and all the heart that he needs to put in to make himself get better and improve himself on the field. But James Campen needs to step up and start teaching the fundamentals. Point blank, it's muscle memory. These guys are not going to remember how to keep doing this stuff at the NFL level if you don't keep the muscle memory going. That's how this game is played. That's how this game functions. Broski Bear says, keep pounding. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. And we need to. This was supposed to be the keep pounding game. We did not keep pounding at all. We knew it was what it was. I want us to be the best of the best. Maybe one day. David Screw says, yeah, agreed. Jeffrey says, I think Tepper needs to get some balls and do something and get out here. We need an owner that'll come in and just be a champion for the North Carolina and make us champions on the NFC South Division day number 1, and the Carolina Panthers the March Super Bowl victories by winning so many trophies that it's embarrassing, and I'm sick and tired of seeing the same stuff every year. Well, we're not Clemson. let's make sure that we are on the same page here. This isn't Clemson. As much as I would love to say that we are. But yeah, I'm sick and tired of it too, sir. Me too. Jeffrey says, but I'm going to be honest. I believe we get done dirty in the draft coming up this year, and Bryce just doesn't care anymore, and making the Carolina Panthers look like closed. Holy cow, man! You can't be putting paragraphs on here, bro. I can't read all that. The Facebook chat doesn't allow me to read all that. You want to see the Panthers become champions, Marty, trophies and stuff, and fill the stadiums with offensive weapons and defensive weapons, like Franco and a coach that doesn't turn our season around for 24. Super Bowl tender Hakes hard soul. Tell you to win, and you get me less GM. Okay, I'm trying to read this, but it's hard to read, and I apologize, but it's just your accent is all. Yeah, no offense, but you want a GM that'll come in and make the Carolina Panthers higher, powerful, strong offense, weapons, and don't pay Jackson. Okay. Okay. Uh, I tried to read it, buddy. I tried. The Facebook comments on this just disappear after you don't read them. So, uh, you can't be writing like entire paragraphs like a book on here, bro. I can't read all of that. The chat won't let me on here because I'm streaming on my phone. You gotta be patient, buddy. Be patient. I mean, Tepper Nicole, you gotta wake up and realize I'm a diehard, and I'm trying to tell you straight from the bottom of my heart and soul. I believe that the colors, uh, okay. Um, it's time to grow some balls and let Frank go. Yeah, yeah. He's trash to you. Yeah, facts. Yeah, get us a GM that can manage the team, the right person playing to get the offensive weapons and defensive weapons that nobody can take down. And change and take advantage of it. No, I say let Dante Jackson go because he ain't as good as he was number 26. Okay. Okay, so you want to talk about Dante Jackson real quick. All right. I say keep Dante Jackson. And here's why. Yes, there's an injury issue there. Yes, there's um the bad tackle angles that almost got him hurt and another player hurt. But somebody's got to talk to this dude about that stuff, man. Somebody's got to teach him. You can't be doing that garbage. You're going to get yourself killed and you're going to get somebody else killed on this field. Frankie was almost a victim of it too because of your bad tackle angle. I mean, you completely missed and you ran straight into him. Come on, be real. There were plays where he was good, and then there were plays where he was just straight hot garbage. And I'm like, come on, Jake. Come on, Dante. Come on, D-Jack. Don't do this. Don't do this, D-Jack. That's what I'm saying. Somebody's got to come out there and talk to this dude, man. You can't be doing this garbage and expect to win a game. There were times where he was just out of position and not covering the guy he was supposed to cover. And he expected Troy Hill to come over and cover for him. And Troy's just like, well, why am I moving over here? You should be covering this dude. You should be... come on, man. Fox even showed you that. The replay showed you that. The broadcast announcers tried to explain that to you. Come on, man. Be smarter. You are better than this. Alright, so... But, the good outweighs the bad. When he's on the field, the good outweighs the bad, in my opinion, because it's tough to find corners of that caliber that can tackle and stop the yards after the catch. It's tough to find corners that can pass deflect like he can. Like the olden days corners that we had in 2015. It's tough to find that now, especially in the draft. So, but I'm still asking for people to draft a corner this year in the front office. We've got to have somebody that can step up and be that solid number 3 and put Troy Hill at number 4. I'm all about keeping Troy Hill. I'm down with that. I want him for another year. But what I'm gonna need is I'm gonna need that solid number 3 corner though. We would have had it with Hodges Tomlinson, but Dallas got him first. And oddly enough, you never saw him on the field, did you? Today, he was never out there. Brother man, I would go and get a Clemson running back cleaning, and I'm telling you, the dude is power back. Yeah, I was watching that Clemson running back, actually. Shipley is his name. And I was watching him yesterday. He was very, very good. He was shifty. He was elusive. He was everything you're looking for. And I could see somebody grabbing him early round. I'm also looking at his counterpart as well, running back. And I think, I don't know whether he's going to be available this year or not. Is Shipley going to be available this year or not? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Like I said, I have not looked at the draft picks as far as like who's available to be drafted this year yet. At this point with our schedule, it's not too early to start exploring, I guess. But who knows where we're going to end up in the top 10 though, as far as drafting. So that's why I'm a little afraid to start diving into that until we're close to the end of the season. Within 4 to 5 games. I'm a little afraid to jump that hoop until we're ready. You think we should go after that Clemson running back? And I'm all about Clemson players coming to Charlotte. Don't get me wrong. I vouch for this running back. I vouch for Shipley. I do. I vouch for Shipley. I vouch for a lot of Clemson players, actually. I just don't feel that that's where we need to go with this pick for the second round. We don't have a first round pick, Jeffrey, so it's going to be a second round pick. We need to go either offensive lineman or corner with that pick. That's just absolutely crucial. We are to that point where we have to have one or the other. And I'm afraid to go otherwise anywhere else because it's going to be detrimental. And here's the thing. Frank outright refused to fix the corner room. We had 7 opportunities, count them 7, ladies and gentlemen, to fix the corner room, and we did not do so. 7. I actually count 8, technically. We missed on Bradbury. We missed on Josh Norman, who's being paid breadcrumbs up in Buffalo. We missed on Hodges Tomlinson. We missed on keeping Stephen Gilmore. We missed on a few others. And I'm like, what? Why? For what reason? Troy Hill should be at the bottom of that list. Not the top of it. Just because he worked with the Rams before, just because he was a number 3 corner at one point, what? Why put him at the top of that list? That's what frustrates me. We should have been fixed that problem. We should have fixed that in July. That really frustrates me, man. To no end. We could have fixed that in July, guys. And we didn't do it. We let the Cowboys get Hodges Tomlinson, and this dude did not even play on the field today. there's something very wrong here. When we go after an Alabama offensive tackle as well, and he doesn't get enough snaps, something is very wrong here. It's coaching. It all goes back to coaching. Jeffrey says, and I say we need an offensive lineman that's really huge and tall, stalking in the arms and build. They can hold other teams back from touching the quarterback and not allowing it off powerful Lions. How many draft picks will I get this year in 2024? Don't we get a bunch of players to fill the offense and defense pieces for the Carolina Panthers? Actually, how many draft picks do we have this year? I think we have 5, correct? Anybody that can confirm that in chat, how many draft picks do we have? And what rounds? Because I can tell you exactly what my strategy would be position-wise. You know, if I'm looking at draft picks. And depending on the round and depending on the trends that are going on during those rounds, what's available, we can kind of figure out where we want to go positionally. And I'm a professional. Let me try that again. I am a positional drafter, just like Scott Fitterer is. And I think that Scott Fitterer is making the right decision by going in that direction with positional drafting. However, our scouting team is not doing a very good job of getting us what we need and getting him the information he needs to properly pick these guys. Now, I've been correct on 4 players out of the list of players in the last 3 years. So, we actually drafted the players that were on my list that I scouted properly. I'm looking to expand that with my team, and we're gonna keep pushing. We got about half a dozen of us that are working together, and we push each other, man. We try to find out all the info we can. August is it's a month. I'll tell you that. David, you know, you've been with me. You're a part of that group. You know how tough that month is. We grind, bro. We grind. Blitz knows as well. We grind. This was his first year doing it with us. That's a grind. But it pays off. It paid off though. Look at that. 4 players in 3 years. We're looking to expand on that. So we need to fire our starters. That's what David Tepper needs to do, and get a new one that knows how to put weapons. Okay. I have no idea where you're going with that. Is that even proper English? I mean, I'm not to be offensive, but I'm working with you. I'm working with you, Jeffrey. I'm working with you. Bro, I'm not mad at Dante Jackson. I mean, I love him to death and everything. He just needs to know it. He just got to know a better man, and he's a better weapon for us. And look up 100% to turn things around. Dante Jackson played for LSU and knew how to handle things. Oh, okay. No, you're talking. No, I'm saying the scouting thing like you was talking about. Yeah. It really is time to start talking about the scouts that we have in Carolina, because they're not getting it done. You know, it's time to start questioning that. And I mean, granted, like, I was able to predict 4 of these guys in 3 years, so that's good. That's good because we're on the same page. You know, and it was offensive linemen, and of course Bryce Young. So that's a good thing. But technically, I don't count Bryce Young because it was a 50-50 shot between Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. So I don't count Bryce Young. So that's 3 I've gotten right. Technically 4. So if I can do that and we can expand on that, maybe the scouting staff is halfway on target. I mean, I don't know. Just saying. They got some work to do, but I mean, we're at least halfway on target. Because if our crew is on target and on the same page with the GM, that's a good thing. Because that means we've done our homework properly, and the GM is doing his homework properly, according to the information he's given, and he's going after the right players. Except when he gets manipulated by this coaching staff. Anyway, let's go over to YouTube. Chat here. Let's see. David Screws says, "Can I have a boxing match with Frank? Maybe he'll knock some sense into him." Bruh. Oh, yeah. I'm right there with you, buddy. I'm right there with you. Can we just Batman slap him into eternity? Until he knocks some brain cells loose? Sheesh. Some football brain cells, mind you. He's a smart guy outside of the field. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to assume, but I'm pretty sure. I want to be respectful, Well, let me tell you something else. Bryce Young, Sterling coach, Josh McHale. I don't even like him. I think he's trying to. I don't know where he's going with that, but okay. I kind of got the idea. Bryce Young is a good quarterback, I think. You just need to develop him with the right system and with the right weapons and with the right protection. So it's okay, Jeffrey. I understand, man. I'm trying to work with you, buddy. I know you're having trouble, bud. I'm with you. I'm with you. As long as I can get the gist, man. That's what matters. David Scrooge, you don't want to embarrass yourself like that. Broski says Frank isn't the problem, Bryce is. Nah, bro. Nah. Try again. I've already listed a handful of reasons why Frank is not getting it done. And he is intentionally or unintentionally screwing us up with his lack of intelligence, football-wise. I mean, do I really need to go on another hour-long rant about this? Do I really? We've taken up enough time today doing this. Why? For what reason? I've already proven it to you guys. For what reason? If you're not getting it by now about Frank, you're not going to. Point blank. Period. If you're not understanding Frank is the problem by now, you're not going to. Y'all need to ease off of Bryce. He's a rookie. He's going to make dumb mistakes. He's going to to just throw into coverage. He's going to make dumb, stupid mistakes like that. They just flashed on the screen for you earlier on the game other legendary quarterbacks that had trouble like he did. Give him a chance, man. Give him a chance with the proper protection, with the proper scheme, with the proper play calling, and let these guys do what they do to develop him properly. People just won't leave him alone. Let the man breathe. For God's sakes, man, let the man breathe. He's not Superman. He's not Cam Newton. I don't care how much you want him to be Cam Newton. He's not Clark Kent. Y'all need to stop this. Y'all need to stop this for real. Get off his back. Get off his back for real. Let the man breathe. Panthers coaches wanted Stroud. Tepper drafted itty bitty Bryce. Bryce is the... Stop it. Stop it. Broski, stop it. Jason Horn looked good out there today. Man, now I know you're trolling. Now I know you're trolling. Stop it. Broski, Nah, dog. Stop trolling. Frank Wright, we dominated the line of scrimmage. Lol. Yeah, exactly. We dominated the line of scrimmage. What game were you watching, Frank? Sheesh. I'll have what he's having. Must be some strong stuff. That's all I know. I don't know where he got that idea. That man's seeing something out there that we're not seeing. Bryce had better memories than Stroud in college. Both very good quarterbacks. It's Frank. Thank you. Frank has worked with all of these legendary quarterbacks and still failed. What more do you need to see? What more do you need? We got the punt that put Dallas on the 1 yard line had a penalty, and he accepted it to give us a 4th and short at midfield, where he then went for it, knowing full well that our defense had the strength of this entire team. Knowing full well. What kind of a head coach makes that decision in the NFL? What? Oh my God. Don't get me started. Don't even start. Oh God, man. Mike Davis, Campers got today. Frank right out of the office, right down the papers in front of him. I hope that I see that tonight. Breaking news: the Carolina Panthers released Frank, and they let him go, and he's gone. I feel that one, Jeffrey. I want to see that ESPN notification pop up on my screen on my phone tomorrow morning, man. I want to see it. I need to see it. I am so frustrated with Frank. I need to see it. That will be enough to convince me to give David Tepper one more shot. You know what I'm saying? One more shot. But if he doesn't get it done, no, we're marching for Tepper next. We're marching for Tepper next to get him to sell this team, because that's 0 for 3. You hired 3 dumb coaches. You need to go. You need to sell this team. That's unacceptable. We've done enough, man. We've done enough dumb stuff that it's over. It's over, bro. If I see one more coach that does not belong in the NFL taking that job in Carolina, I'll be up in Charlotte myself with a picket sign. I'll be up there myself. I'll pitch a tent and I'm not leaving. I'm telling you that right now. I am that fed up. Do not do this again, Mr. Tepper. Do not screw this up again, please. Please don't. And you know I can get a ton of people up there myself. This is just the beginning. But my issue is they don't know exactly what they're marching for. They think they're marching for Tepper to sell the team. Some of them think they're marching for Frank, Scott, and and Fitterer to get fired at one time. That's not likely to happen. Some of them just want two people to get fired, and then they lay off of Tepper. I mean, it's a divided fan base. Nobody knows what they want to happen, and yeah, they've all got their own opinions, separate opinions, and I'm sitting here like, okay, so you want all these people up there with different opinions. You don't know what you're trying to march for. And it's partially our fault because we raise our expectations too high and we need to get out of our emotions. What right do we have to walk up there and try to tell this billionaire owner what he should do with his own team? What right do we have? It's his team. He's still going to do what he wants to do, regardless of whether we march every day of 365 days a year. He's still going to do the same things he's been doing because he owns the team. We do not own the team. So, please tell me again, what are we accomplishing? How about we march for Frank Wright being fired? Who is the source of the problem? The root of the problem is Mr. Tepper, of course, but we're never going to solve that problem. If you think he's going to sell this team, you're delusional. But if you want to get Frank fired, and maybe Fitterer, if you really do feel strongly enough about Fitterer to get him fired, which I don't, then, and I say give Fitterer another year, give him another shot, where he's not being manipulated, and he's not letting himself be manipulated. He's got full control. He's got all 100% choices. The whole depth chart, the whole 9 yards. Give him all the power. Let him do what he does. To where he can listen to people, but it is his choice. 100% his choice. That's what I want. Don't take everybody's advice that comes up with an opinion and then you don't have to listen to us, Mr. Fitterer. You don't have to. But if you find yourself listening and you think that our ideas work for you, then we're humbled, to come up with something that might work for you. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, it does. But at this point, we need something. We need something. And I'm willing to take a chance on Scott Fitterer. I am. Because he's proven to us that he really does care about this team and he really is trying to save this team. He's proven it by doing underhanded things underneath Matt Rule. He's done it underneath Frank Wright as well to try to save this team. He got Troy Hill. He pulled a Moneyball stunt, on cut day. To where, Frank Wright couldn't pull the whole oh well, I'm gonna rotate this offensive lineman and this offensive lineman to do this and this. Nope, nope, nope. Frank says no. Frank says no. Not today. Not today. He put a stop to that real quick. And I was like, finally, this man grew some freaking balls. And I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Scott Fitterer. Because if he had allowed Frank to totally manipulate him like he did Matt Rule, we would still have some of those crap players from the Matt Rule era sitting here on our roster. That's how I know that this man really does care. It is really trying to fix this team. I say give him a shot. That's just me. People are going to have their own opinions. I respect them all. And all your opinions are valid. I respect them. I may disagree with them if you're another YouTuber. But, you know, for the most part, I do respect them. You know, and that's just the way that is. He was a tad bit better. Okay. I'm trying to go through these YouTube comments. Stroud is light years ahead of Bryce? No. They're even. They're always going to be compared to each other. It's like apples and oranges at this point because Stroud is in a better situation than Bryce is right now. But, you know, our management didn't really help with that. So, you would think once you start building a team like this with the depth that we have, taking into account injuries, that you got to build something that works for the quarterback that you are about to draft. The system we built does not work for him. You know, meanwhile, Stroud walks into a situation that does work for him. He does have some protection at least. Yeah, he's getting battered around, but the Texans' O-line has been trash for long before he got there. So you know you gotta blame the management in Houston for that. Stroud's numbers in college are better than Bryce's. Okay, look, man. Look at Ohio State and who they play. Look at Alabama and who they play. You want to try that again, broski? You don't think I don't know how to call that one out? I watch college football, bro. I know. Yeah, so you're a Frank lover. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Uh, he's a bit of a troll, but I think he may be a Frank lover as well. 2022 season, Stroud was better in everything. College career, Stroud had more touchdowns, better completion. Yeah, broski, you need to stop, bro. You need to stop. You can't keep doing that garbage, man. Stop trolling, bro. Leave my man David alone. That's bullying right now. Like, David knows how to look stuff up too, man. You know, respect him, please. He's part of my scouting crew, actually. And I want you to know that, broski, because you keep coming in here and you keep disrespecting my members like that, man. That have high intelligence. I've seen you doing it, man. And acting like they don't know what they're doing. And to be fair, you are saying your opinions, and you are bringing in facts as well, broski. But you got to show some respect to my guys, man. With all respect, man. All due respect to you, broski. Some of these guys come in with some really, really great comments and some stuff that can help. So take a chill pill, broski. For real, man. Get off of David's back. Let him do what he does, man. That's we all let you do what you do, man. In this chat, man. Let David do what he does. Not everybody has the same niche. You know. Believe it or not, by the numbers, Young has been more accurate than Stroud entering Week 8 in the NFL. Yep. Young's adjusted completion percentage of 75% is 17th best among qualifiers, and Stroud is 72%, is 28th. Just found this info for this season. It just proves it's not Bryce. Thank you. Well said, David Screws. And you're exactly right. And that's just one sample of information. So, Jeffrey says, I agree with you, brother, man. I think it's Scott. Yeah, I don't think it's Scott. Better, you know what I mean. He deserves another chance. Loves our hometown and loves the Carolina Panthers. And he worship the feeling that the ground he stands on. But the thing that we get our ducks in order and make the right true calls about what you want and who you don't want. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, some people are just like worshiping him like an idol. I don't do that. And they think he's the savior of Carolina. I don't. But he's still getting the job done. And, he's human just like the rest of us. Frank did write the same trash that he did with Coach when he coached the Indianapolis Colts. He's done the same thing. They went downhill and looked like trash, and then they said, send him over to Carolina and make us look like the same thing. Exactly, man. Exactly. And these hard-hitted people just don't see it, bro. They don't see it. They don't see it. Open your eyes and look at the bigger picture, please. It's so frustrating. I get people's frustration, man, on this. I do. I'm with you 100%. All the Colts people try to tell us that he wouldn't win that type of coach for the Carolina Panthers. They jumped the gun and didn't listen. Well, that's Tepper that jumped the gun and didn't listen. Here's my thing, man. Either Tepper was given this information and deliberately ignored it, or he didn't know, and he's the biggest fool that we've ever had as an owner. Because he didn't know. And I refuse to believe that nobody has told him the history of Frank Wright in the way that we have explained it. I refuse to believe nobody has talked to this man and told him Frank Wright did this, and this, and this, and this in Indianapolis. This is what he really did. This is what you see on his resume. This is what he really did. Which is basically nothing. So you mean to tell me nobody from Indianapolis called this man and explained to him what was going on with Frank? You mean to tell me nobody filled him in on any of this information? Nah, bro. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that tainted Kool-Aid, bro. I'm not buying what you're selling me. I'm not buying the tainted cookies, man. It ain't happening. Like, somehow, it's got to be one or the other. It literally has to be one or the other. Ugh. Okay. Um. Like I I have faith in Scott to help turn this thing around, but you got to stop being manipulated, Scott. Oh God. Like that is his Achilles heel. And I felt like Gettleman was doing a good job too. You know, the way he was building this team. But his Achilles heel was how he treated the players and the contracts. Like, it he was doing so well, man. We were on that step ladder of success, you know, and it was just going up and up and up and up, and you could see it. You could physically see it as you looked at the rosters that we were looking at. But he didn't know how to deal with players, and that's why he got Billy Bean in his office, or one of the Bean family in the office to handle it. And he didn't know what he was doing with contracts, and he lowballed everybody, pissed off Steve Smith, and then that was that, you know. But I mean, while we're talking about Gettleman, what people need to understand is when he was dealing with the veteran players is sometimes you got to rotate up some of the older players to get some fresh meat in. Hungry players that want to play, that want to get the job done, and want to play for you for a small contract, you know? And these guys were hungry during 2015 and playing for small contracts. They said, you know, it was with the promise of a bigger contract. So what you do is you rotate those younger players out, you know, once they get old enough, you know, and you draft replacements. You just keep rotating and rotating and rotating and rotating. And it works, dude. It works. The process, I see the process. It was working. We went to the Super Bowl about a year early, according to my predictions of what I thought his process was. And I'm very happy about that. But at the same time, I feel like we just needed one more year. You know what I'm saying? One more year to finally finalize that roster and then come and take that Lombardi. We would have gotten it, bro. We would have gotten it. I feel like we would have gotten it. It would have been in Charlotte the very next year, 2016. So, Jeffrey says, hey, some coaches out there, and we get right now the place of Frank Riley. We can pray we get the right one. Yeah, Frank Wright. Sorry. Yeah. Um. Play some players out there that the Panthers can get on the market right now, and come win or lose, this team dominate South Division and put the Panthers back in charge. Yeah. I get what you're saying, brother. Super Bowl champions. I would love to see it, bro. Let's see. I hope we can get a good GM if Scott gets fired. David Screw says, I do too, and I don't know what GMs are going to be out there. That's the thing. I don't know. So if anybody's got some names that they want to throw into the chat or into the comment section, later on the Facebook page, I'll take a look at them, and I'll do some research with our team, and we'll see if we can figure out who's the best choices, that we should suggest to Mr. Tepper if we decide to go that direction. Frankly, I don't want to go that direction. I'm afraid to go that direction because I don't know what we're going to get. When we got rid of Ron Rivera, we were getting rid of mediocrity, yes, but we were getting rid of an 8-8 season. So now, once you get rid of that, you're not sure what you're getting. Because Tepper is in charge of the team at that point. So you say, okay, well, we'll take our chances. And we rolled the dice and we got Matt Rule. We got Matt Rule. So, I mean, what are the chances we roll the dice and toss away Scott Fitter and we come up with some GM that's awful? That's what I'm afraid of. And we can't get rid of him. Because Tepper won't do it. That's what I'm afraid of, man. I don't want to toss Scott Fitter to the wind for that reason, first of all. Secondly, I think he's actually getting some decent talent. And he can get us there if we just be patient with him. That's my thing. If we're patient with this man, I think we'll be okay. Well, who's some coaches out there that can turn this thing around until next year? I believe Deuce Staley could be that guy that we could get 6 wins and finish out this season with. Of the available 7 games. I believe Ajaro would be a good fit too, but we really don't want to mess with something that's working properly, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's a slippery slope. Because no matter who we put in as interim head coach, they're on a dummy mission, like Big Cat said. They're on a dummy mission. They're not going to get hired as a head coach here. Because Tepper's already made 2 mistakes already. There's no way. We just presented him with the perfect choice for a head coach, and he didn't want it. What makes you think that he would get Deuce Staley and or Ajaro as our next head coach? What makes you think he would do that? I don't buy it, bro. I just don't think it's a good idea. We might as well brace for it. Jay Glazier said Frank Wright has the hottest hot seat. Ooh! I'm already impressed with it. Ajaro. Me too. I think Ajaro does bring his own element of success here. How good is Charlie? Is he really good? Charlie who? Who's Charlie? Not sure who you're talking about, bud. Are you talking about Ajaro? Oh, how good is Ajaro? He's pretty good, the coach. Okay. Yeah, he's pretty solid. I like Ajaro. I think he's got head coaching potential, and there was a lot of talk about him not staying after this year and going after a head coaching job, which I think would be wise for him to do because, you know, you don't want to stick around this trash heap, man, of a team if you're thinking properly. Uh, so, has he ever won a Super Bowl? No. He's just a Jaro. Um, he's just a Jaro, the defensive coordinator, realistically. So, that was my biggest worry, and it's the offense. Like, it's a movie with a big twist, and I don't like. Yeah, man. For real. I feel that one. So, yeah, it's a major concern. You know, like I said, toss us some names. We'll check them out at GM. Possible GM choices. Blitz has suggested some, so I'll start looking into those first. Um, if everything goes well with the research on those, we'll come up with some suggestions for you guys that we think are the best ones. Why do you think Pete Carroll would take him on a vacation for the Carolina Panthers? Pete Carroll ain't coming here, man. Good luck getting him out of Seattle. He ain't leaving Seattle. Um, I think that if we could get maybe Brent Venables from Oklahoma, if you're looking for a college coach to bring up to the next level, I want to see him as a defensive coordinator in the NFL. I want to I want to see him test himself out as a defensive coordinator in the NFL before he starts going for a head coaching job. And I want it to be here because that man is one of the most intense defensive coordinators I've ever seen in my entire life / coach. This man is brilliant, and his dedication and loyalty is limitless. Like the story I heard was he would actually camp out in his office overnight, you know, just to draw up plays for the next game when he was Clemson defensive coordinator. Man, I still miss him in Clemson, man. I really do. I love Brent Venables so much. But good luck getting him out of Oklahoma now. Once he's built that team in Oklahoma, he is going to be a fierce, nasty competitor. You know, Texas is going to have their hands full. Let's put it that way. Well, you know, Joe Brady went back and yeah, Joe Brady. Joe Brady took over offensive coordinator job over in Buffalo, and they let go of Ken Dorsey. Ken Dorsey, in my opinion, would fix our offensive problems right now. At least half of them, if he was hired here today. You know, I would like to see maybe Thomas Brown take a assistant head coaching role. Just elevate him for right now, because I don't really know what to do with him. But Ken Dorsey is the offensive coordinator, Deuce Staley as the head coach interim, and let's just see what we can do. You know, we'll figure out about Thomas Brown at the end of the season. But right now, that's not our main problem. We got to get this stuff done. You know what I mean? And I think Thomas Brown does have a few things he could add and um, uh, contribute. That's the word I was looking for. Uh, to our offense. You know, little things. But Ken Dorsey would be an immediate improvement. I've seen teams bounce back, and we haven't done it in almost a decade. Too many bad coaching decisions stuck in the mind of a process. I want winning so bad. Yeah, dude. Facts. Facts. It is possible. So if you really look at it, let me see if I got the playoff machine website going here. Because it's about that time for the playoff machine stuff to come out for this year. Been trying to kill that gnat for like the longest. Can't get him. Anyway, what was it? PFN? PF. Yeah, playoff machine simulator. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Because I had this bookmarked. Maybe. And we could take a look at it and see. There's a lot of unpredictability, though. That's the thing. Okay, I'm only seeing the ESPN one right now. Pro Football Network, maybe? Do they have one? Yeah. Mock Draft Simulator, but that's not the one I'm looking for. I want the playoff machine. Trust me, this will be worth it. I guess we're using the matchup predictor. Okay. Yeah, it's ESPN. I'm sorry. It's ESPN. Okay, so we're at week 11. We've got 7 more weeks. I'm sick of the mediocrity and the excuses. I'm glad this season is almost over. It's been a disaster. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Alright, so as of right now, the Saints are 5-5. They're leading the division. Atlanta is 4-6. Tampa is 4-6, and we're 1-9. Okay. So, let's say, for instance, because San Francisco just beat Tampa Bay today. So that helps us. I think the Falcons and Saints have a bye week. Pretty sure of that. Okay, so let's say, for instance, we beat the Titans next week. The Colts beat the Buccaneers. The Falcons and Saints play each other. I got odds on the Saints at this point. Okay, so we're only strictly doing our division right now. We beat Tampa in Tampa. The Jets beat Atlanta. Let's see the Jets beat Atlanta in Week 13. Where's the Saints? The Lions beat the Saints. That's possible. That's a possibility. Okay. So we move on to Week 14. Falcons and Bucks have to play each other. Right now, if I had to put my finger on which one is going to win that one, I got Falcons. Let's say we beat the Saints in the Dome. And we go on to Week 15. We somehow beat the Falcons in our own backyard. The Giants beat the Saints. That could be possible. I can see that happening. After the game they just had against who was it today? Against Washington, that they beat Washington. Washington is considered a pretty good team right now. So, let's say that happens. You got Green Bay beating Tampa. I can see that happening too. Let's move on to Week 16, shall we? Okay. And Green Bay would be our trap game. Green Bay is our trap game. If we think we are good enough to battle Green Bay and maybe possibly win, let's say we do win that game. Let's say we do. The Jags beat the Bucks. That's possible. The Saints will beat the Rams. I mean, the Rams are trash. Let's be real. Rams are trash. Colts could beat the Falcons there in Week 16. Saints and Buccaneers play each other again. Saints win. We are going to take the L against Jacksonville. I'm telling you that right now. We're not beating Jacksonville. And somehow the Falcons win over the Bears because the Bears are trash. And we beat Tampa in the last week. That still puts us at 7-10. One game behind New Orleans, who has 8 wins. That's if all of that happens. Now, here's the crazy thing. Falcons and Saints have to play each other. So if the Falcons beat the Saints in that last week, something interesting happens. We're one game behind New Orleans. They're 8-9 finishing the season. We're 7-10. Do you see the window that I'm talking about here, guys? Now we can start to try to put everything else into perspective. That's if we were to turn it around today against the Titans next week. I could definitely see us finishing out with 7 wins total. You know, but it still won't be enough. Okay, so let's say, with the Saints schedule, it's soft, man. The Saints schedule is soft. I mean, let's go through the Saints schedule real quick. You got Saints schedule coming up is the Falcons. They can beat the Falcons. Come on. They got to play the Falcons twice. The Lions will slow them down. That I will tell you right now. The Lions will expose them and slow them down for who they are. The Saints would then beat us, most likely, in their own dome in Week 14. This is the most realistic thing. Then the Saints have to play the Giants, which that will be a closer game than people think it will. After the Lions expose the Saints, they have to play the Giants, and the Giants are starting to figure themselves out a little bit. So that could be a real interesting game in Week 15. Don't discount that. Keep that one in mind, folks. Alright, so the Saints then, after being exposed by the Giants and the Lions, would then get an easy win against the Rams. Saints then would play the Buccaneers and get a win there in Tampa, and finish out with a win over the Falcons. So, I mean, realistically, you could be looking at a 12-win Saints team at the end of this, with a loss to the Lions. And possibly the Giants, which would make them 11 wins instead of just the 12 wins that they normally would have gotten. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. If the Saints get those wins, we're done. Crazier things have happened. Okay. 1-9 hurts. I hope Frank is happy. Has the team ever started 1-9 and went to the playoffs? Not that I am aware of, but I could be wrong. I don't think that's ever happened in NFL history. Not that I know of. Alright, let me actually put this on screen for people on YouTube, because I wasn't doing that before. I apologize. There you go. So if you want to do this yourself, it's ESPN.com/NFL/playoffs/machine. So what you do is you just Google search the NFL playoffs machine, and it'll be the ESPN one. So for the people on YouTube, you can see it, but for Jeffrey over on Facebook, you can't see it. So that I'll have to describe stuff for you, which is fine. I'm used to doing that. We've got an interesting battle brewing in the AFC North with the Bengals, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and the Ravens. That's a really interesting battle there. I don't know who's going to take that thing because it's so back and forth right now. I do believe the Dolphins are in control right now of the AFC, but the Jags are about to surprise them. I think if the Jags and Dolphins meet up in the first round of the playoffs, in divisional playoffs, the Jags might upset them. I'm going to tell you that right now. I think that's a real possibility, folks. don't discount what I'm saying. The Jags are sneaking up on some teams this year. Let me tell you who the Jags have this year. This is going to catch... People are going to be very surprised. I actually did this earlier in the stream, but I'll do it again for you guys. And I think... I'll just finish these out here. The last two picks. I'm picking the Vikings, and I'm picking the... I'm actually going to pick the Eagles this time. I'm going to be real with you. I'm picking the Eagles over the Chiefs. Chiefs have been kind of this year. They've been flaky. That could be a surprise upset by the Eagles right there. Watch out. They've been playing some good ball lately. They just beat Dallas. So, we'll see. Alright, so week 12. The Jags will be playing. Let me find them. Houston Texans. And the Jags will play better than the Texans. I'll tell you that right now. I think that's going to be a win for the Jags. So, week 13, Jags play the Cincinnati Bengals, and I think that's going to be a tight matchup. I think that's a Monday nighter, if I'm not mistaken. I got the Jags over the Bengals. I see that happening. Then this is where things start to get a little more interesting. They've got the Browns. That's a trap game. That's a trap game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I've got the Browns upsetting them in week 14. The Browns have been playing some very interesting ball lately. So, we'll move on to week 15. This is a very interesting matchup right here between Baltimore and Jacksonville. In Jacksonville. Now, if this was in Baltimore, I would bet on the Ravens, the way they're playing right now. But because of the fact that this is in Jacksonville, it makes a very, very intriguing game. I'm going to put my money on Baltimore, though. I do feel that Baltimore should win that game. Jacksonville then beats the Buccaneers in week 16. Then they beat us in week 17, Panthers. And in week 18, to finish out the year, the Jaguars would then beat the Titans to finish out. So you're looking at a potential 12-win Jacksonville team to finish out the year. I told you guys, keep an eye on Jacksonville. This is not your average Jacksonville team anymore. These guys are very, very tough and competitive. I could see it. I could possibly see an 11-win season or a 10-win season for the Jacksonville Jaguars too. So, I mean, it's anywhere in that area. But this is a Jacksonville team that really, really is focused and honed in on their craft. And they're playing well. And I really do believe that they will take that division over Indy, Houston, and Tennessee. I see it. I don't see any of these three teams really being a major threat to them. Okay, so with all the major powers that I see in the AFC right now, you could see anywhere between Baltimore, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Miami, KC, and possibly Buffalo in the playoffs versus Jacksonville. One of those teams will play Jacksonville in the first round, and they will not like the result of what they face. Unless they have played them before this year. They're not going to like those results. Alright, so that being said, let's predict a few games for the next few weeks here. Detroit and Green Bay. I got Detroit. Dallas and Washington. I got Dallas. San Fran. Dolphins. Let's say the Steelers put on a defensive game again and do well. They're starting to get that defense together. Giants over Patriots in a Super Bowl rematch from back in the day. Cards over the Rams. Cleveland over Denver. KC over the Raiders. And let's say Eagles over the Bills. Chargers over Baltimore in LA. And Vikings. Dallas beats Seattle. Moving on to week 13. Dallas beats Seattle. Chargers beat New England. Pittsburgh beats the Cards. Let's see. Colts beat the Titans. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see the Titans pull an upset off there. So we'll see. Dolphins over Washington. I see Houston over Denver. San Fran. Surprises Philadelphia in week 13. Browns over the Rams. KC over Green Bay. And the Jags. Okay, week 14. Let's go. Steelers. I've got the Bengals over the Colts. Got the Texans over the Jets right now. I feel like that's going to be a very defensive game between the Texans and Jets. I don't know. Ravens over the Rams. Lions over the Bears. Vikings over the Raiders. Although the Raiders put up a pretty good fight recently here. So we'll see. KC and the Bills. KC. Bills don't have enough weaponry for KC. Chargers. Eagles and Cowboys. I got Eagles. Well, that could go Cowboys' way this time. Because the Eagles just took that L, right? The week before. In predictions. So you never know. I got Green Bay over the Giants. Dolphins over the Titans. Okay, moving on. Chargers over the Raiders. I've got The Bengals in a surprise upset. Browns over the Bills. I mean Bears. Lions over the Denver Broncos. Pittsburgh over the Colts. Dolphins over the Jets. Houston over the Texans again. Tennessee again. They'll get that win and do the double there. San Fran over the Cards. Yep, I see it. Washington over the Rams. Yeah. The Bills have more weaponry than the Texans. Dallas, Texas does. We'll see. That could be a lot closer than we think it will be, though. Dallas and Buffalo. I don't know. For now, I'm going to say Bills. It just depends on how well the Bills play. Eagles recover against Seattle. And then you got KC over New England. Week 16. We got the Steelers playing well. Buffalo over the Chargers. Cleveland over Houston. Still retaining that first seed. You got the Jets in a surprise upset. Washington has been known to be randomly upset by other teams right now. Seattle over the Titans. Lions over the Vikings. Bears over the Cards. I'm going to go Dolphins over the Dallas Cowboys. Let's say Denver beats New England. Nah, that's a winnable game for New England. Let's give them one. KC over Oakland. Eagles over the Giants. San Fran over the Ravens. Cool. We're almost done. I got Jets. Jets surprise the Cleveland Browns out of nowhere. And the Chiefs recover their first round bye. Look at that. Cowboys and Lions. Cowboys have more weaponry. Dolphins with their big win over the Ravens. Buffalo. Raiders. Texans. Let's see. Giants over the Rams. Eagles over the Cards. San Fran over Washington. Pittsburgh over Seattle. KC over the Bengals. Chargers over Denver. And let's say Green Bay wins that. Let's say Green Bay beats us as well. Okay. Going to week 18. Surprise. Seattle wins that. Surprise win by the Baltimore Ravens. Cleveland pretty much fought for a spot. So that's seeding. So Cleveland's got something to fight for at that point. Detroit over the Vikings. Okay, Green Bay over the Bears. Let's go Texans here. Texans battling for that 7th seed, so they got something to fight for there. Well, by that point, they will have already earned it by beating the Titans. So, let's see. KC, Oakland, Dolphins, Jets over New England. Finally get him? Nah. Doubt it. Let's see. Eagles over the Giants. I see a random upset by the Giants there. I see a random upset by the Giants in the last week over the Eagles. Let's go Niners, and Washington makes a surprise upset. And there's your playoffs. There's your realistic set of playoffs. That's if we get our act together and we still lose to Green Bay. Either way, I feel like if you really look at this, no matter who the Saints play out of these contenders in the NFC right here, they've got a soft schedule and they're not winning it. They're not winning that first game in the divisional round. They're not doing it, bro. And I feel like it's going to be the Cowboys. And the Cowboys are going to beat the brakes off of them. They're going to humble the heck out of them. So, San Fran would probably do the same thing. I feel like the Lions would too. So would the Eagles. So at this point, the Saints' only shot is to see what this last team would be. You know? Will it be Minnesota? Will it be Green Bay? You know, will it be Seattle? I mean, the odds are very, very much in favor of it being a very, very interesting team being there that we're not expecting to see. So, it's either Seattle, the Vikings, Green Bay, or Minnesota. I've already said Minnesota. Sorry, my brain is just mush after this game. Subscribers only mode? Yeah, you got your point across. For sure, for sure. Yeah. I mean, the Saints are going to get knocked out in the first round. That's going to happen. No matter what team they battle against. Unless it's one of those four I just mentioned. One of those three teams I mentioned. Like Seattle, Vikings, Green Bay. I could see the Saints maybe surprising one of the three of them in the first round. But they've got a soft schedule. They're going to get exposed for who they are. And it's going to be ugly. I would not want to be a Saints fan on that day. But that's what's coming. And if the Saints played Dallas, blowout. If the Saints played the San Francisco 49ers, defensive blowout. If they play the Lions, blowout. If they play the Eagles, blowout. That's just, it's going to happen. You're not making it past the divisional rounds, New Orleans. I'm sorry, it's not happening. That's why, if we can get our act together, nobody is afraid of the Saints right now. Nobody. So, with that being said, Jacksonville is going to be a very, very interesting team to watch. I could see anywhere between 10 and 12 wins for Jacksonville coming up. I told y'all, watch out for Jacksonville. I told y'all. Watch out for these guys. They're going to surprise somebody in this playoff hunt, man. Somebody that's not looking for them. Like maybe a Pittsburgh Steelers team or a Cleveland Browns team. Maybe even a Baltimore Ravens team could fall victim in the first round to Jacksonville. I could see them. Jacksonville's my dark horse in the playoffs in the AFC. They're my dark horse. I'm afraid of all this. Sorry, guys. I get phone calls all the time while I'm streaming and stuff, and I'm just frustrated with that. But, yeah. David Screw says, I'm afraid of all the teams with the coach we have. Yeah. Yeah. You ain't lying. But, I mean, even with 7 wins, the Saints are still winning the division. So, my thing is, like, who's winning wild card? You know? Who is taking the wild card? You got 6th seed and 7th seed, right? So again, it's going to be Minnesota, it's going to be Seattle, or Green Bay. And I'll have to do a little digging and make sure that these teams can't sneak up on us this year for the wild card race, but it's going to be real interesting. I'm going to run some simulations with this thing. But it's that time of year, y'all. Either way, Dallas, Philly, San Fran, Detroit, all pretty much locks. That's going to be a thing. There's not much we can really do about that. KC, Dolphins right now look like locks. Jacksonville looks like a lock. And Baltimore looks pretty strong too. So, with that being said, this is going to be a real interesting year. For a little while, you're going to see Cleveland with the first overall seed because of some of the interesting close games you're going to see, like the one today against the Steelers. It's going to fool some people into thinking that Cleveland will actually take that number 1 seed, but they won't. KC's going to reclaim it. Bottom line, we're not going anywhere if we keep Frank. That's what I see coming up. That's the 2 scenarios. Even if we were to get Ken Dorsey and make the changes that I'm about to suggest, it may not be enough. I think this year might be it. This Dallas game might be the one where we just call it a wash. We'll see. Frank better be fired tomorrow. I might riot and toilet paper the stadium saying Frank is already knocked out in the boxing match. Frank, hey bro, your vanilla offense sucks and you don't win games. Facts. Facts. Like, for what reason did he think that this was a good idea to take back this offense? For what reason? For what reason? You're not beating Dallas. It's not happening. I already confirmed that to you guys. It's incredibly stupid. Matt Rule outperformed you, Frank. You should be ashamed. Oof. Ooh. First year. Again, I say experience. 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 What experience? I mean, I don't know how to make it any clearer than that. Experience? I'm gonna beat that drum until there's no drum left, man. I'm gonna beat that drum, guys. Let's go Philly in that. And see, with Philly beating KC Monday night, that opens the door for that first seed to be claimed by either Baltimore, Cleveland, or KC. So that could get real interesting very quickly. Like I said, I'll play around with it, man. But it's fun. It's a fun thing to do. It's the ESPN NFL playoff machine. So if you want to Google that, go check that out yourself. Go have fun with that. Frank has experience in the biggest clown in my book. He's the boss over Rule and sucks worse. True. True. Honestly, true. At this point. There were some notable players today. Frankie Luvu stepped up today as usual. D-Jack had his moments, but, you know, he was still trash at other times too. I liked Boodle. I liked Troy Hill. Troy Hill was the biggest one today. I feel like Bryce Young looked really, well, Bryce. Let's keep it a buck. With Frank's offense, I'm not even gonna really put a grade or any type of idea of what I think Bryce did today on it, except for that one pick, you know. But if you don't give Bryce that time, what is he gonna do? You know, if you don't provide for Bryce what he needs, then yeah, that's what it is. Oh yeah, Dante dropped a pick. That's true. That's true. That's true. Oof. So yeah, Dante didn't have a real great game. Respectfully. Gotta call it what it is. But I mean, it's the Cowboys. What did you expect? I'm kind of glad we lost, even though I hate Dallas. I want Frank gone, and I want change. Yeah. Same. Same. I echo that right there. That's about how I feel right now. I think Chuba did really well. Played really well. Miles Sanders stepped it up today. We're still going to have a lot of work to do. A lot to clean up. Our offensive line is not blocking still properly. James Campen, we're looking at you. Come on, bro. You gonna do something about this? 1-9 is unacceptable with 11 Super Bowl coaches. Facts. Facts. Big facts. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around how that even happened, to be honest with you. At this point, it feels like Jeopardy, man. When somebody asks me what's wrong with this team, I'm like, pick a category. It's ridiculous. Frank is a clown for 500, Alex. Frank has no idea what he's doing with the depth chart for 400, Alex. I mean, come on, man. You know, all I would do is just make a gigantic Jeopardy board and just put it on the screen. And just have fun with that. Well, that would be funny, man. Get rid of Frank, better results. Yep, facts. It's really that simple. I think that with Ken Dorsey, we would do better. Yeah. Simple. But yeah. I never did see the defensive stats for this game. But Frankie Louvu is leading the defensive stats, and this dude is going to be the next leader of this defense. No question. But, like I said earlier in the stream, immediate changes that need to happen. Fire Frank Wright. Fire Josh McCown. Deuce becomes interim head coach. You know he's not getting the head coaching job, so you might as well forget it. Put Thomas Brown as assistant head coach for right now because we're not sure what to do with him. Immediately put Jake Lutz back on the 53. Sign Andrew Norwell. Then re-sign Deontay Brown. Give him the reps he deserves. Test him out properly. And practice squad if necessary. Immediately sign a corner to help out. Get a meeting with the offensive and defensive line coaches, along with the players that keep screwing up on both lines. Get them in a room together, and let's figure out what the heck is going on. What are you teaching these guys? And Teach these guys how to tackle properly, and then we'll go from there. We'll see what we need from there. But those are your immediate changes that need to happen tomorrow. I need to see that happen tomorrow. I need to see on my phone screen, Frank Wright has been fired by the Carolina Panthers. Breaking news. That's what I need to hear. I need it. I need it because he should have been fired after the Bears game. Should be gone. This boggles my mind, though he has done decent in the NFL, and I feel like when he has been there, he is doing his team wrong on purpose. And if he's tanking on purpose, perhaps he wanted CJ. That's a terrible coach. Ooh, interesting concept there. Interesting theory. What do y'all think? Is Frank doing this on purpose? Is Frank doing all this on purpose? You're getting paid to win, not to lose. Plus, you're hurting your career even worse, Frank. Sorry, had to vent. Yeah. You're good. You're good. No, you brought up a great point, though. What if he's doing this on purpose? Because it's a little bit of revenge because he didn't get CJ. I mean, you put some new thoughts in my brain this week, man, with that one, David. I like it. I don't know what to think about this just yet. Um, there's a couple of different ways you could spin this. If you think that he is actually doing this on purpose, then you have to acknowledge that there's something else that he's trying to accomplish here. As he just said. If you think he's doing this on purpose, then you have to get him cleaned out of here. You have to get Josh McCown cleaned out of here. You have to get a few others cleaned out of here, out of the system. Because it will not be an easy fix. But if he's not doing this on purpose and he's just that dumb as a head coach, then either way, we need to get him out of here. I just feel that way right now. We're at that point. Crawford says, "Hey, it says your name on the website. Missed you at the festival." What festival, brother? What festival are you talking about? Think back on CJ's Pro Day. Let's go back. Yeah. They were all over him. Ooh. True. Good point. Jeffrey says Bryce is too short for us, and we're going to be honest. We need a bigger quarterback this. Oh, God. This again. All right. Look. Bryce's size has nothing to do with his lack of success. It is not the end-all, be-all of quarterback situations. Like, Blitz has dealt with this at least 100 times on his stream. And, frankly, that argument does not hold water any longer. It has nothing to do with his size. It has everything to do with his durability. His durability is why I was questioning whether he should be drafted here or not. Because of the amount of hits that he was going to take from the offensive line. That's what I was afraid of that. But he's able to take hits right now, so I mean, so far it's panned out. You know, we just got to give him a little bit more work with the right system and the right coaching staff and the right players around him. So, they were all over him on Bryce's pro day. It wasn't like that. Oh. I don't really cover the pro days. I cover the combine, but I don't cover the pro days. So, whatever went on in the pro days, I don't really talk about that. So, I don't pay much attention to that. The festival? What festival, brother? I don't know what festival you're talking about. So I think Tepper chose Bryce and Frank didn't want him. And he's screwing this team on purpose. I watched it, bro. Ooh. That is an interesting theory. That is an interesting theory and worth exploring. There's been a few YouTubers that actually have that theory going around, actually. So you're not the first person to come up with it, but you're the first person to mention in this chat. So I will address it. That is definitely a possibility. I mean, maybe it's Tepper's wife that decided that she would like to have Bryce over CJ Stroud. Panthers Festival. That was a Panthers Festival. Are you talking about like the gathering at the stadium that these fans are putting together for the protest of Tepper? Is that what you're talking about? That's been rescheduled for the beginning of the Buccaneers game. End of the year. If that's what you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's been rescheduled. Buccaneers game, man. About an hour before the game. Also, I may not be able to make that. To be honest with you. I don't have a way up there, brother. So, also I've got other obligations as well. So, that plus my thing is like, I know that they're trying to invite all the YouTubers and stuff, and we haven't really been technically invited, me, Blitz, and Mr. Carolina, but the thing is, you know, we're so low on the totem pole, we're probably getting ignored. But that's okay. You know, my thing is, like, they would probably want us there anyway. Because enough of these YouTubers actually know who we are. But, my whole thing is this. What are we actually accomplishing by doing it? Like, I don't understand what we're actually trying to accomplish by protesting up there. Tepper's not going to sell the team. If that's what people want, you're chasing a ghost, okay? Give up the ghost. It's never going to happen. Thank you for the likes, by the way, Jeffrey. if you're wanting Frank gone, that's a more realistic goal. If you want Scott Fitterer fired, that is a possibility as well. However, I think people need to get on the same page about this. And that's not going to happen. We know that this is the Panthers fan base, and we know that we're never going to get on the same page about anything as one whole fan base. The only time that's ever happened is with the Hall of Fame players, that have been honored. So, I just don't see that happening. So, realistically, you're asking for the moon here, and you're not gonna get what you want. At the end of the day, Tepper owns this team. He owns this team. It doesn't matter how much you protest. You could stand out there, you could camp out there for hours and days even, and he would still own this team. It is his team. Remember that, folks. So it all starts with him. I appreciate you guys, man, wanting to chip in and help me out up there, man. Protest to make Frank Wright OC. No. We need Frank Wright fired. I don't want Frank Wright here at all anymore. He needs to go. We buy the products of the team. Well, the NFLPA is forcing Tepper to do that anyway with the turf. He doesn't have a choice. But no, Frank Wright needs to go. He needs to be fired immediately. Get Steve Wilkes back. That's never going to happen. Ken Dorsey I could see, but not Wilkes. No. Trade Frankie Louvu and Brian Burns for a 3rd round picks? Are you insane? Crawford, are you trolling right now, buddy? This man's trolling right now. There ain't no way. There is no way. No. Not only no, but heck no. No, I refuse to let Frankie leave Carolina. I refuse to be okay with Frankie leaving Carolina in any shape or form. Frank Wright is a fool and a stooge. He's a liar. No. Frankie Louvu will not leave the Carolina Panthers. If we do, that is one of the biggest mistakes we have ever made. I'm going to restart Facebook. Hold on. All right. Jeffrey, get on back on Facebook, man. Get streams back up. It timed out. Yeah, Frank Wright needs to go immediately. Welcome back, Facebook group. Hopefully, the stream is to your liking. Hit that like and follow button if you would please, if you're joining on Facebook. Like and sub if you're coming in from YouTube. But yeah, Frank Wright needs to go immediately. What's up, Kenny? Shout out to you. But trading Frankie Louvu would be one of the biggest mistakes we have ever made in franchise history. Okay, let me put this into perspective for you. Imagine playing Luke Kuechly or Thomas Davis. Imagine playing against them. Okay? Imagine playing against AJ Klein in his prime. That's what you would be doing by giving up Frankie Louvu. That's not just dumb, that's idiotic. Do not ever let that man leave Carolina. I want an extension on Frankie Louvu, in fact. Pay that man. Pay him. Keep him here. Frankie not that good. Need a good pick. Crawford, you're trolling, bro. You're trolling. You are trolling. This man has the most tackles out of our entire defense for the entire year. Did you not see the graphic while you were watching the game? I don't know what game you were watching, bro. Yeah, Crawford's trolling. Crawford's trolling at this point. Stop it. No. What's up, Adam Potter? How you doing, man? Shout out to you. Yeah, for real. Stop trolling, dude. Crawford, you trolling, man. Get out of here with that. Miss me with that garbage. I want Frank Wright gone. I want him gone. Fire him. He should have been fired after the Bears game. But yeah, pay Frankie Louvu. Extend that man. For real. We do not deserve Frankie Louvu. Frankie Louvu is a legend on this defense, man. He's growing to be a legend. And the way that he can take that next step is by listening to Luke Kuechly, listening to Thomas Davis, AJ Klein. Get on the phone with these people and learn as much as you possibly can, bro. Because Frankie Louvu could be the next leader of this defense. I truly believe that that's going to happen. From the bottom of my heart, I see it. I see it happening. He reminds me so much of AJ Klein, dude. Oh my goodness, he reminds me so much of AJ Klein, and I love it. That's the closest thing we have to what we had in 2015. And if you refuse to pay Frankie and you let that man go, shame on you. Because that's like putting Thomas Davis or Luke Kuechly on another team and having to play against that. Good luck. That's all I got to say. Good luck. You're going to need it. If that man ever finds any reason to hate this organization, God help this offense. That's all I can tell you. Because somebody else will develop him. They will. And they will treat him right if we don't. It's not just stupid, it's idiotic if you don't pay him. I'm saying it. I am straight up saying it. No. Jeffrey, it reset. it reset because of the Facebook stream. It timed out. But welcome back. Shout out to Paul as well. Crawford, you are absolutely trolling, bro. You are trolling to the extreme. Stop it. Yeah, this man's trolling. I'm not reading those comments, Crawford, man. Stop it. You know you're trolling. Stop it. Frankie Louvu needs to lead better. I actually do agree with that statement, to be honest. He actually has halfway a point there on Frankie Louvu. He needs to be more vocal. That's what I need out of Frankie. I need him to be more aggressive. I need him to be that dominant dog in the huddle before we start going out there and making plays on defense. That's what I need. Don't bother with him, David. He's just trolling. He's trolling. Um, I love Brusham. I'm frustrated telling you what I mean. Yeah, man. I feel you, man. I feel you. We're all frustrated. You know, and it's not an easy time to be a Panther. To be a Panthers fan. It really isn't. But you gotta have faith and believe that things will get better. You know, you got to put the best foot forward as far as trying to find solutions and hoping that some way, somehow, things will get better. And David says, I feel bad for Bryce, actually. Yes, I agree. I do too, actually. He doesn't deserve even half the hate he gets, man. And yeah, some of this stuff that you've seen is on him, like the interception today. When he's had a clean pocket, he's had plenty of time to throw the ball. Yeah, some of that stuff is on him. But at the same time, like, people really need to let him breathe. He's still, you know, he got as far as he did for a reason. Um, Jeffrey says he is a great role model, and like you said, he's a good quarterback. He's good, young, and needs to learn how to set the tone. And bright showing at championship, many Super Bowls possible. In his future, with the right people, coaching the team. I agree. I think there's something there, man. I don't know about multiple Super Bowls, but I see maybe one in his future. If we can get this team right, you know? Rookie mistake, yeah. God. I see in the future him hitting a pass like that if he was a faster ball that should have been a completion. Yeah. Like I said, I saw in training camp where he was hitting a 2.5, you know, clock time. Well, 2.6, 2.7 is what I said. Sorry about that. 2.6, 2.7. Uh, but if you can continue to develop that with the right head coach and the right quarterback coach and the right play calling, with the weapons that we have, I think it's possible to keep developing that right there into something really, really special. I think there is something big coming. But you got to be able to um, get all the pieces together to make that happen and the proper protection. And it's just not there, unfortunately. Uh, uh, and you saying Bryce Young looked really angry in some of his press conferences, David? I bet people bashed Peyton in his rookie year. Yeah, exactly, man. Like they flashed on the screen during the game, all the veterans that had trouble. Peyton Manning's one of them. You know, I forget who else. Who else did they flash on the screen? But yeah, they all struggled. And then you give them what they need, and they started succeeding. Let the man breathe. He's a rookie, man. He's a rookie. Let him breathe. Wish they would go back and give him footballs in the stadium to the kids, the grown-ups and struggling, and autograph them and throwing them up for the fans. Yeah, I agree. I think it's time we go back to that tradition. I like that tradition. That was cool. You know, that's why they started putting numbers on the football so that people could get those. Mason's welcome to the stream, buddy. Once we get this man some protection and get him some weapons, he's going to be dangerous for sure. I just hate not getting that first rounder, but we can still do good things. Young was the right pick. I agree. I think he was the right pick. I still stand by that. I will still double down on Bryce as the right pick. But comparing him to CJ Stroud right now is just not. It's apples to oranges. CJ Stroud just walked into a better situation, and we have yet to fix our situation to where it's of equal value. So that you can properly compare them. The comparisons are going to come until the end of both of their careers. It's just going to be a thing, and as much as I like both of these quarterbacks, and I had no problem with either one, depending on which one we drafted, I had no problem with either one. At first, I wanted CJ, but I started to buy into Bryce. The more I watched him in training camp, the more I listened to him, the more I learned more about him. I said, okay, Bryce might just be the guy. He might be the guy. He might be the right pick. But you gotta put a decent system around him. You gotta give him the proper coaching. Josh McCown ain't it, man. Frank is not it. You gotta put the proper coaching in to help him out. We got the weapons. Some people may disagree, but I think we've got the weapons. But it'll take time. You got to be patient. And I feel like it's there, man. It's there. Mason says, I was about to say Stroud just came into a better situation. It's not fair to compare him to Young. Yeah. And if we had to do the draft over, I still would have picked Young. Yeah, me too. I still would have picked him as well. Knowing what I know now, yes. Shayna, welcome to the stream. Stroud's in a way better position than Young. Roll Tide. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. we have failed to give Bryce Young what he needs here, and I'm so sorry because I know that Bama fans are frustrated with that right now, and uh, you still got Tua, in the NFL somewhere. So, you know, have some faith. You know, Tua's still a quarterback in the NFL too. So, for right now, enjoy Tua. We'll try to get Bryce what he needs. Uh, Frank is not the coach for the Panthers. Point blank. Thank you. Agreed. 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 Uh, Bryce will be a champion and still pick on him if you ain't winning enough trophies. This is what it's gonna be. Yeah, people are not gonna be satisfied no matter what we do. Even if we're winning like 2 or 3 Super Bowls with Bryce Young, people are still gonna find a reason to trash this dude. Like, I don't understand this fan base. I don't. And these are the people that are just gonna find something negative no matter what it is. It makes no sense at all. But people are the way they are. Bump the trollers, yeah, exactly. This is the real fan base. This is the real family. Keep pounding. David Screws says, yes, I agree. I agree, my brother. Mason says, I don't understand why we hired Frank Wright because he had a losing record with the Colts. He has not proved he can win. I think Steve Wilkes should have been the coach because he had the players believing. Yes. Yes. Like, I've been beating that drum all last year for 13 weeks. Y'all know. If you've been here. Like, during the 13 weeks that he was interim head coach, I said, this man is the one. You know? No one else had the guts to come out and say what they did about Matt Rule. That tells me he deserves that power. He didn't even want it. But he took it anyway. Think about this. George Washington, they wanted to make George Washington a king after the Revolutionary War. He did not want to be a king. So he said, okay, I'll accept presidency. We'll make a presidency instead. That is a man that did not want power, but still deserved it. And look at the things that happened because of it. Same thing here. Steve Wilkes did not want that power of being a head coach. And that's exactly why he deserved it. Because this man showed how much he cared by opening his mouth and doing something against Matt Rule. Now, I'm not saying that Deuce Staley is that guy, out of this group. And I'm not saying that Jaro is either. These guys are who they are as people. They either want to keep their jobs and not make a wave, or they want to be that person that pulls a Steve Wilkes, you know what I mean? And speaks up. But it takes a lot of guts to do that. I respect it. I respect the heck out of him for it. Shout out to Clax. How you doing, man? But, I just don't see Deuce and Ajaro doing that, though. Maybe somebody else here does, but I don't see it. So I don't think we're going to get a repeat of that. Because here's the thing, Steve Wilkes had been here since what? The Ron Rivera early years? And this man had a better understanding of this team and this franchise than anybody on this entire staff. So if anybody had a right to speak up, it was Steve Wilkes. And he spoke up on these players' behalf. And he said, listen, man, these players are fed up with you. You know? He didn't even care anymore. He was just like, man, well, it is what it is. If I lose my job, I'm going somewhere else. It's a better opportunity. Like, I want to be a head coach. You know? And I can't blame him for wanting to step up, man. He's earned it. He's earned the right to. But if you think he'll come back here after all of that, I don't know what to tell you. It's not happening. It's not happening. He has no reason to come back here. None at all. We just hired a Jaro. We got an ignorant head coach that doesn't know what he's doing. And an owner that's ignorant as well, that hired the ignorant head coach. So, I mean, please tell me why, if you're Steve Wilkes, why you would want to come back to this. Why would you want to come back? Ken Dorsey, on the other hand, is another matter. Ken Dorsey, I could see wanting to come back here because he got screwed over with the Ron Rivera firing. And I wanted to see him come back. He got his opportunity in Buffalo. He took full advantage of it. And, you know, now he's got a resume as an offensive coordinator. So, with that being said, Ken Dorsey could come back here as an offensive coordinator and start solving the problems here. I said start. I didn't say completely solve it. I said start. Because there is so much work to do. How about them Panthers, bro? Elliot, welcome to the stream. Mason says, oh, he want Carolina to sink that ship. Yeah. And David made a good point a minute ago. He said, what if Frank Wright is doing this on purpose? He made a good point. Like, a lot of people haven't really explored this. They haven't really wanted to explore this. And I'm all about the outside of the box thinking, you know, and ideas. You know, and looking into things that most people would not look into. You know, I honestly do believe there is something worth exploring here. We need to get some of them Georgia Bulldog boys on this offensive line. I actually agree with that, Mason. Yeah, we need some dogs on this line. Because man. And I know all y'all missed what I suggest we do. First off, Frank Wright, Josh McCown fired immediately Monday. That's got to happen. It's got to happen. Done with both of them. With the histories both of them have, you're expecting them to take on a pick one, round one quarterback and coach that up? No. How did you think this was going to end? How did you think this was going to work? You think they would just walk in here and, oh, bam, he's a Pro Bowler now. Man, please. Please just stop. Anybody that thinks that's how this is gonna work, So Frank Wright, Josh McCown, gone. Get him on a plane Monday. I need to see the ESPN tagline hitting my phone Monday morning. In fact, I'm going to turn my phone on just for that right there tomorrow morning. Just so I can listen for that sound. Because it's going to be sweet music to my ears if it happens. Secondly, I need Deuce Staley or Ajaro as interim head coach. I refuse to accept anybody else. Thomas Brown, no. It's either Deuce Staley or it's Ajaro. One of the two. We'll deal with Thomas Brown at the end of the year. Right now, I'm more worried about making sure this team is on the right page and doing the right things to try to salvage the last 6 games that are winnable. Next thing I need to see is I need the offensive lineman coach and the defensive line coach in the room for a meeting. I need to understand what you guys are teaching these guys because the fundamentals just aren't there. They're not there. And it's the same players every single game. They keep screwing us up. Without Frank here, we will not be rotating Zavala back in. We will have Cade Mays in. Which I have no idea why they refuse to put Cade Mays in. But for some reason, Frank decides, oh, no, let's start the sack machine, Zavala. Why? For what reason? Man. I know, man, it's just been a tough time to be a Panthers fan since the 2015 season, to be honest. Yeah, for real. Mason, you are not joking, buddy. Jeffrey says they really need to call Cam Newton back up and see if he wants to play for them. Look, man, Cam Newton is not coming back here either. That's not happening. People need to give up that ghost too. Mason says we need Harbaugh from Michigan to coach this team. He's a coach that doesn't care about anything but winning. Just be a good fit in my opinion. Harbaugh, good luck getting him out of Michigan. Plus, didn't he just get suspended for 2 games? When Bryson can learn from Cam Newton how to do this better. Yeah. Yeah. You could have Cam mentor him. And he doesn't have to be signed here for that to happen. Cam does camps and stuff like that. So, you don't have to sign Cam Newton to do that. We have Jake Lutz on the practice squad. We need to bring him up to be our 3rd quarterback. I see some potential there. But it's 3rd string potential. That's the thing. And I don't know what system we're running, so that's the other problem. If we can get this system in place and running properly, we'll know what we need after that point. I wouldn't mind having Cam Newton in short down situations. Yeah, I mean we tried that last year, but he's not gonna. He just turned down the Jets' offer of like a ton of money. So if you get him here, you're paying for the name, you're paying for the trademark of everything that he does. You're paying for everything, that is Cam Newton. And you're also paying for the negatives that are Cam Newton. And I don't think a lot of people recognize that. But yeah. He's still He's not going to go for a small paycheck just to be a headhunter when you can just have uh, our running backs do that for you. You know, or call like a play action or something like that in those situations. You know, Kathy, welcome to the stream. Play running back. Frank Wright's system is trash. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he lost it this morning. Yeah. Oh, he's lost that offense play calling a long time ago. He lost that a long time ago. He never had it. You can't lose something you never had, bro. He never had a playbook. What kind of jersey am I wearing? Effie Abada, actually. Most people may or may not remember him. He was part of the London Exchange program when we brought over a player from Europe. And he was an excellent defensive end for us for a while. And by the way, the Buffalo Bills still have Mario Addison too. I just want to point that out. There are good and bad qualities about all the players. A reason why I said that, because Cam Newton knows what he's doing, and when he ran the football, he was Superman. Sorry. Yeah, true. But you're not gonna just pay him just to run the ball. You might as well just pay a fullback. You know, and at this point, fullbacks are being considered a nonchalant position now. Nobody really respects fullbacks anymore. He had the tricks up his sleeve. He could please show me a better way than Bryce Young continue around me. I mean, yeah, Cam Newton is who he was. You know, he still is who he is. And last I heard, there was a rumor that he was getting on a plane from Charlotte to Cleveland. So, but I mean, that was right after we heard that Watson was out for the season. So, I've been a Panthers fan ever since they came to Carolina. That's what's up, man. I still have my number 51 jersey. I hope next year would be better. We'll just have to wait and see, but still comes down to a good O-line. Yep. Facts. We got a lot of work to do, to be honest. Jeffrey says, I would let Thomas Davis Sr. text to defensive and Luke Kuechly. That's how you get set at home, though, and bring Joe's Peppers to work with them. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, to be honest. Julius Peppers. Bring all three of these guys back to the staff? That's what you're trying to say? Okay. I got you. We actually have Luke Kuechly calling the plays right now. And Jake Delhomme as well for the radio network. So if you ever end up listening to the radio station, you'll hear them, which is really cool. And one day I would really like to actually have the game on and be able to listen to the radio station with them talking so that we can understand from their perspective what they think. I might do that one game if I could find a way to do that. I'll figure out a way to do that for you guys. But I just want you guys to get their perspective, you know, from a game standpoint, in case you've never heard them from other countries and stuff like that. So, that would be really awesome. But I mean, we tried to get Luke Kuechly in as a scout, and that didn't really pan out because he did not like having to travel and stuff like that. So, ooh, excuse me. I mean, but it's part of the job though. It's part of the job. And if you can't handle it, you can't handle it, you know. But I get it. You know, we brought him in at the wrong time though. You know, if we can get the right head coach in here and let Scott be the GM, you know, and handle our business here, then yeah, that would be the time to try to bring some of these guys back as coaches, man. Because I do want Luke Kuechly as our consultant for the defense. I want Greg Olson to come back as consultant for the tight ends, and you know, I'd love to see all that happen. We need to go get another linebacker like Luke Kuechly that will come into the house and set the tone and pick footballs left and right for the defense of the Carolina Panthers and put them on top. Yeah, I mean, I wish, man, he was a generational talent, man. God, he was a generational talent. It's going to be hard to find that again. Frankie Louvu is probably the closest that we have towards finding something of that level of talent. And that's why I say, you know, when you watch Frankie, he reminds me of AJ Klein. And I say that because he's a run stopper. He's a very, very strong run stopper. And he's got um he's got a lot of leadership qualities. I think he could be the next leader of this defense. I'd like to see Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly work with him and AJ Klein. Just get in like a conference call and just learn all you can, Frankie. Just learn all you can, man. Because it's necessary, man. You know, at this point. That will take his game to the next level. Have them teach him about how to speak to the media and how to do like the little things that will take his game to the next level in film study. I see it, man. I see it. Frankie's a little bit number 49 is not going anywhere. It's cheaper. Yeah, I mean Frankie better not go anywhere, man. He better not. Y'all better pay him. Y'all better pay the Frankie Louvu. Because letting that man go is like playing against Thomas Davis. It's like playing against Luke Kuechly. You do not want to do that. We saw the results. They were not pretty when we did that. That was not fun. Mason says that Dallas game was a lot closer than the score. We played 3 good quarters against them. I think Carolina will win next week against Tennessee. I think some of the players will be back. But they got to protect Bryce Young. Yeah. Yep. Truth. We can't have Zavala starting over Cade Mays. That's number one. That's Frank Wright with his depth chart. Garbage. Number 2, you know, we've got to have Bryce Young, when he does have the time, make proper decisions and make proper reads. That's something I saw. When he had the time, he made bad reads. And that comes with being a rookie. You know, it takes time. You got to get developed properly. Man, I'm worried about Shaq Thompson. How is he doing? He's hurt. Yeah, last I checked, he is still hurt. Can anybody still confirm that? IR, maybe? I believe. Is anybody able to confirm that? But, yeah, man, if I had the money to be able to to go out and buy a jersey right now instead of like all the stuff I've had to spend money on this year, then definitely Frankie Louvu would be next as far as my jersey collection, for sure. I think Jay-Z Horns will be back, and I think Hayes would be back. Hurst would be back. Yeah, I mean, the injury bug right now has no favorites this year. It's just horrendous. It's horrendous. And we're not doing ourselves any favors by causing dumb injuries, that we can be better with. Um, and prevent. So, such as the Dante Jackson one, where he took the wrong angle tackling and ran straight into Frankie Louvu. That's the stuff we gotta put a stop to. You got to get better tackling angles. You got to be better with your fundamentals on tackling. And that is up to our coaching staff to teach these guys how to do this stuff. You can't just expect them to learn this and pull a Matt Rule and just let them they'll learn it on their own. No, they won't. It's called muscle memory. You think it's that simple just to automatically know how to do this stuff after months and months and months of off season and training and OTAs and stuff like that? No, you have to teach these guys at the NFL level how to do this stuff. Yeah, they were able to do that back then. And even some of the pros, it's muscle memory. And that's my concern is like half of our injuries come from practices, guys. Practices. What are we doing? That is causing half these injuries from practices. And I think Mr. Tepper was thinking the same thing because he and his wife came out for the practice on Wednesday to find out what's going on, And I applaud him for that. I applaud him. See, that's an owner that cares. That's an owner that cares. He just took the first step to show me and show all of us that he's not just about the money. He actually is starting to care and really does want to find success with this franchise through a football. Not just from his soccer field. Not just from his soccer team that he's building, Trevon Diggs tore his ACL from practice. Ooh. See, this is the stuff I'm talking about. Fundamentals. What are we teaching these guys? What drills are we running? To where these guys are tearing ACLs. And doing stupid stuff like that, injury-wise. It's... Man. I really don't know what to tell you. But something's gotta change, man. That's immediately after firing Frank and Josh McCown and making these guys interim coaches and doing all that, Both of these line coaches need to be put in a room, and I want to talk to these people. You know, if I'm David Tepper and I'm going, okay, what are you teaching these guys? Teach me something. Teach me something. I want to learn. Or if I'm a Jaro or Deuce Staley, whoever becomes the interim head coach, those are the people I want to get into the room with these line coaches and go, okay, what are you teaching them? Because this ain't working. Fundamentals ain't there. They ain't there. So then you fix that. You stop rotating in the wrong players on the line. And then you go from there. Go sign a corner. Go sign Andrew Norwell. Put Jake Letts on the 53. Toss a tight end you're not using. Toss a safety you're not using. It's real simple, guys. And surely you could find one more that you're not using. So you can get Andrew Norwell here. It's not complicated. These are changes you can make tomorrow. As early as tomorrow. Let's get it done, man. You know? I'm so done watching this team just continue to do the same stupid garbage and not change it. It's disappointing, bro. And David Tepper won't roll out the grass right appropriate way. Okay, so you're talking about the grass. Sending me packing was Josh McCall. Yeah. Hey, this fucking soccer team. Okay. So here's the deal here. The NFLPA is forcing all the owners to change the turf into grass. That's a cost of $12 million throughout the entire NFL. They have no choice. They have to comply. Which I am very, very pleased with. Thank you, NFLPA. Alright. I've been so frustrated with that. And I've been raising Cain about it. Nobody else has been raising more Cain about that than me, really. You know, to get that done. Because I think it's absurd. You know, that these owners refuse to pay for the upkeep of that grass. It's really not that complicated. And to be fair, $1 million is chump change for a hedge fund manager. It really is. When that trade went down to get that number one pick, I was like, heck yeah. But then I saw DJ Moore was part of that trade, and now it was like a gut punch. I knew that it was going to come back to bite us in the butt this year. Oh, yeah, you ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding, Mason. I didn't realize how much it would come. It was either that or Brian Burns. Which one would you rather put into that trade? Because the Bears were not accepting anything else. And we already said we were not going to trade Brian Burns. We already turned down 2 number one pick trades. You know, which included 2 number one picks. Two teams offered us that same deal around trade time last year, and we turned them both down. I'm starting to wonder if we didn't make a mistake there, because Brian Burns is not panning out this year. He wants his money. The negotiations have stalled. He started balling out today, but I mean, the questions are there, guys. The questions are there. Burns would have had to go, and that's another thing. If they're so committed to Burns, why haven't they gotten him a new deal yet? Yes, I think so. Yeah. It's not like we haven't been trying to get something going. It's just been a very, very complicated year. They were talking about franchise tagging him. That's what I heard. That's the latest. Now, if we're gonna franchise tag him, that's a lot of money too, man. I don't know how much the franchise tag is, but he's asking for like 30 mil, something like that, somewhere on those lines. And the Montez Sweat deal didn't really help. You know, that was just made. That didn't help, and neither did the Nick Bosa signing for how much they were going to pay him. Now he sees both of those and he says, I want more. And I'm like, so this is now about money. He wants as much guaranteed money as he can get. Which I can't say I blame him. You know, it's a business. But you got to get your slice of the pie. But at the same time, like, how committed are you to the Panthers? You know? How committed are you to trying to make sure that you stay in Carolina? Mason said, I would have just let Burns go, but if I'm trading Burns, they ain't going to get next year first, maybe a second. And Burns, that's it. No. Listen to me, man. We got offered 2 first-round picks. 2. One this year, one next year. 2 first-round picks for this man. By 2 teams. And we turned them both down. I need you to understand this. And then we turned down an offer to put Burns in with the Chicago trade to get that number 1 pick so we could get Bryce Young. So that's what I'm saying is maybe we should have thought about taking one of those deals last year. I mean, it is Brian Burns, but now in retrospect, you know, in hindsight, after the way he's playing this year, I don't know, man. I mean, the logic I used back then was it's going to be really tough to replace Brian Burns. He's a generational talent. He's like CMC, you know, he's like Cam Newton, you know, he's a generational talent. But I wouldn't necessarily put him on the level of Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly, of course, but generational talent for sure. I would have took that and I would have traded him for more. Yeah, you got to move him for something, man. You can't cut these players. They're too valuable, far too valuable. You got to get something in return for that. So, it's a tough trade for me, man. It really is. I don't know if I would have taken it, man. That's one of those situations I would not want to be a GM because you're faced with stuff like that right around trade time, and you're like, oh God, that's the stuff that makes you sweat around trade deadline time. That's the stuff that keeps you up at night. God, man, I would not know how to feel about that one, to be honest. And at the time, I was just like, yeah, I feel like we made the right decision because it's Brian Burns and he's a generational talent. But at the same time, two first rounders? Two first rounders? Do you know what we could do with two first rounders? Are you kidding me? You know? Why didn't we get that offered that for CMC? CMC's worth that at least. I want two firsts and another pick for CMC. That's how good CMC is. I feel like we got robbed on that trade. I feel like we didn't get enough for CMC. You know, I feel dirty on that trade, man. I really do as a Panthers fan. And that's a lot of people want to talk about that when I start talking to new subscribers and stuff like that. So, you know, that when I'm pitching the channel, a lot of people want to talk about CMC, ironically enough. And, you know, I just tell them I don't think we got enough for him. I'm just being truthful. I'm being honest. A lot of people are afraid to be honest about that. I'm not. I You guys know me. I'm straight from shooting from the hip. I'll tell you exactly how I feel. The honest to God truth. If I don't, you know, if I believe that that's what I feel in my heart, you know, after what I've noticed, then that's what it is, man. But the thing is, we didn't get anything for him with these picks. We didn't get anything for him. And that's the frustrating thing. Now, you know what hurt the Carolina Panthers? I just woke up, realized that you can remember 99. Do you remember K1? Oh, KK Short. Do you remember that name? And if we had him on our team today, um, what would have been? Yeah, KK Short. He was really, really solid. I think he was a really solid run stopper. I think if we were to have him back, it would be good. It would be good. That might solve our problem. We've had a lot of trouble with defensive tackles. Um, you know, we've signed some really big name defensive tackles, and it really hasn't panned out well. You know, such as the guy from the Chiefs. I forget his name, but that didn't pan out. I was really hoping for that one, you know. And then, yeah, it was a few years ago. But yeah, KK would immediately help us, I think, if he was at least in his prime or maybe on his way out. I still think it would help us. Still don't understand why we didn't sign Hassan Reddick. Too much money. He wanted too much money. It really does come down to that. I really did think that Reddick could have been good for us, but we just didn't know what we were doing with him. You know? And my whole thing is that once we let go of a player of that caliber, they just start turning it up with another team. That's the thing. And we're just sitting there looking dumb. Again and again and again. And it's frustrating. Another player we need to go dive picking in 2024. Matt, did you notice the Carolina Panthers remember Stephen Gilmore as the name of bringing a ball player on Dallas thing that was smiling, looking on the bench? Yeah, I did notice it. I noticed it. Uh, yeah, letting go of Gilmore was frustrating. I really didn't want Gilmore to stay. Yeah, I do remember Stephon Gilmore, yep. He was a very big part of what we were doing. Indeed, Jeffrey. Um, very big cog in our machine that was our offense. And it's a shame that didn't work out. Um, yeah, let me look up how many draft picks we actually do have. I can tell you exactly what we should do with them, position wise. Draft picks 2023. It's actually trending right now. Believe it or not. Oh lordy. Man, we had a chance to go get Jerry Judy, but we didn't return him down. He's a wide receiver. I don't understand why we didn't get him. I mean, the Carolina Panthers should have swept him up. Yeah. Um, I was more frustrated that we didn't get McCole Hardman. And here's the whole thing with McCole Hardman. This man is capable of a lot more than what they are paying him in Kansas City. They've got so many weapons in Kansas City that they didn't know what to do with this dude. So he ends up going to the Jets, because he was costing them too much money on a bad contract. So the Jets pick him up for next to nothing, put him on a small contract. They don't know how to use him, so they only throw it to him a few times, and then they trade him back for a sixth or a seventh. They trade him back for like nothing, dude. Why didn't we get in on that? Why did we not get in on that? That's what frustrates me. I don't understand it. We could have had that dude for next to nothing. That makes me mad. Same with Josh Norman. We could have had that man back here for next to nothing. That really pisses me off. Bradbury was out there too. Can you imagine what we would be able to do with Bradbury at corner? And we drafted Hodges Tomlinson with Josh Norman sitting there in the corner room as well. Good God. That would be the best corner room ever. Bar none. No, no, no. Stay away from Robbie Chosen Anderson. Stay away from this dude, man. Stay away. I heard he got cut again by the Dolphins. This man got cut again. Like, are you kidding me? Why would anybody entertain even the slightest idea of picking this man up again? I don't understand it, bro. I don't get it. Like, what are you expecting to get out of him? Oh yeah, he can go deep for you on a pass route. Whoop-de-doo, soaking 100,000 other wide receivers. Like, what are you expecting out of this? I don't... This makes no sense. Okay. Full list of draft picks. Maybe I just need to type in 2024. That's where I messed up. Okay. Full list of draft picks for 2024. Let's go. So, for this upcoming draft, we have our own second rounder, third rounder, fourth rounder, 2 fifth rounders, and a 6th rounder. The Panthers could go get Noah Fant out of Seattle when he plays for the Seahawks. Yeah, he's a solid tight end piece. That's true. Honestly, I'm interested in okay, a lot of people are not gonna want to hear this, but I'm interested in exploring Steven Sullivan now because of what I saw today. I'm interested in exploring this gentleman because I was throwing some fireballs earlier this year and I said, Steven Sullivan's not the guy. He's a waste of time. We're not even using him. This, that, and the third, and now I'm eating crow because this dude is starting to show some hands. He's starting to show the ability to get it done. And I'm like, wait a minute. Who are you again? I thought you were like a 4th or 5th string tight end that we were just like randomly filling the roster with. Now all of a sudden this dude has hands? Why were we not using him before? Oh wait, Frank Wright. You'll see how this cycles right back around to him every single time. It's insane. Every time. Now, how many draft picks do you say we get this year to make 2024? Oh, you talking about as far as like trading people to get draft picks? Or acquire draft picks? Or you're asking like what picks we have again that I just read off? Oh, you're asking what picks we can acquire. Okay, to add to the ones we have. Not many, bro. Not many. To be honest, not many. I suggested a trade package around trade time, right before the trade deadline at Halloween. And I said, okay, TMJ, YGM, because, once, if these guys were healthy, then I would have put both of them on that block. Well, TMJ is healthy, so he would go on there. YGM is not. And I would have said, okay, let's toss somebody we're not using that really fills out this depth package, this trade package. Well, putting it into perspective, it wouldn't have worked anyway. Because here's the thing, I wanted a corner or an offensive line in this trade. Bring in Brandon LaFell? Is he still in the league? I don't think he's still in the league anymore. I don't know what happened to him. I don't think he's still here anymore. I mean, yeah, we need some help at wide receiver, but I mean, I would toss TMJ and Shi Smith right now for a wide receiver. For a better upgraded wide receiver. Just 2 for 1 right now. I wouldn't even hesitate to do that. And I'd just package both of them up and just see what we get. Maybe a 4th. Maybe a 5th. I feel like TMJ is worth at least that. Shi Smith is garbage time. He's like 6th or 7th, really, at this point. But I mean, you might get a 5th for that. You might get a late 4th or an early 5th for that. That's around the area that I think that would go for. Bring Dan Morgan back in and let him cook today. Number 55 used to play for the Carolina Panthers. Set the tone for them and make them back in the day. Oh, yeah. Dan Morgan was great, man. I liked him. I would not put him on the staff, though. Some of these players are really great players, but they're not staff people. Some of them are great players, but they're not coachable as far as like trying to coach players. And that was one of the main concerns I had with some of the pros that we had back in 15 is some of them are not able to coach players. They're better suited for something else. Even though they may be the most intelligent people out there. Just my take, though. Other people might disagree, but that's just my take. Okay. I've let this stream drag on for a long time tonight. It's 10:30. I mean, if y'all want me to keep going, I don't mind. I've got all night, but I do need to prepare to jump into Blitzball stream tomorrow, though. For his post-game analysis, too, though. So I don't want this to become, like, way too winded, but this has been going on for 9 hours now. I've been live for 9 hours. And, oof. I mean, there's a lot of content to get through, though. A lot of people had a lot of questions and a lot of comments they wanted to get read on air and answered by me and get my reaction on stuff. So I get it. I get it. You guys haven't really had a proper reaction stream from me because I've been on Blitzball's channel. So what I'll do is I'll try to do like a short one during the middle of the week, um, to let people vent and say whatever they want to say. For a few hours. That I can't get on Blitzball's stream. Just for my subscribers and followers because I love you guys. But yeah, we have started doing a panel, and we're looking for a name for that panel. So if anybody's got any suggestions as far as the name for the panel, please do drop it in chat in the comment section, and we'll vote on it at on the Facebook page. So, well, I will let that Wolfpack guy go for the office. He is no good for the guy that came in for the draft pick from the Wolfpacks. I'm not really a fan of him. Okay, who are you talking about? I mean, I'm happy to keep reading stuff. Because I do feel like a lot of what you're saying and asking about is relevant topics to talk about. So, Carolina player that he the thing as good as he was being. Okay. I mean, I don't know who you're talking about. So, if you got a name, that would be helpful. Or something maybe that he did. If you could maybe be a little more specific, maybe I could help you figure out the name. But yeah, looking at the picks that we have as is. Okay, we drafted him for the Carolina Panthers and we drafted play North Carolina State. Oh, you're talking about Zavala. You're talking about Zavala, right? And Icky as well. Icky Aquano. Because they were both from NC State. But we got Icky first, and then we got Zavala. All right. So based on the picks that we have right now, we have a second round, a third round, fourth round, fifth, 2/5, and a sixth. Here's what I would like to see happen. First off, I need to see us draft a corner or an offensive lineman in the second round. That's got to happen. Whatever offensive linemen are still there, we need to pick one up. Corner, we could wait till third round. Actually, there'll still be some quality ones. It just depends on what's out there. I got to do a little research. I got to find out what's there. Fourth round needs to be Probably a defensive end. I'd venture to say defensive end. We got to have a strong pass rusher to complement Burns. The two fifth rounders. Let's get maybe a linebacker there to help out. That's perhaps there will be a power back in the fifth. We could probably work with that. Or a wide receiver. People are probably going to vote wide receiver in the fifth. Whatever's there, man. And sixth rounder is kind of garbage time. I think another offensive lineman. I want another offensive tackle. I want depth. Sixth round. That's what I want. Now, if we make a trade and we move TMJ, we move Shy Smith and one other player that we're not using for 2 picks. That would depend on where those 2 picks land us. I could see that going as early as a mid 5th to a late 5th. Well, no. Early 5th to mid 5th. Early 5th to mid 5th. Because of TMJ and his skills. If you're lucky, a bottom level 4th. I doubt it, though. And it depends on the third player that you're putting in. Because it's going to be TMJ, it's going to be Shy Smith, and it's going to be one other. Right? That you're not using. So it all depends on who you're throwing in. But we need like 2 more picks for sure. This ain't going to cut it. 6 picks is okay, but you need more. You absolutely need more. With the problems that we have right now. Frank Wright was on the news trying to look like he's not guilty and stretched when I had the news and they need to fire him. Tepper needs to get his act together and handle his business, man. Yep. Basically, that's what you're trying to say. I get it. I get you. I'll tell David Tepper, like my football coach is telling me on the field, wake up, smell the coffee, fire Frank Wright, and stop playing around. You know you're not getting anywhere. He's lying through his teeth. Yeah. Every chance he gets, he lies through his teeth at these pressers. And then the one time he actually tells the truth is the one thing that the other team takes advantage of. We're running silent count. I'm like, you dummy. Why? Why would you tell them that? Freaking silent count. I can't with this dude. I can't with this dude. Why? For what reason? You basically just acknowledged the fact that the Dallas fans were going to be screaming louder than our fans. Enough so in our own stadium that we need to go silent count. Oh God. And that basically told Dallas exactly what we're doing. He's he is not intelligent when it comes to football stuff. He's not intelligent. He does not understand that you cannot do this. David Tepper, I'm going to be straight up with you. After you get rid of Frank Wright, or the fans won't be in the bleachers anymore, you could buy it 100% because they're fed up. Yep. That's a fact, bro. That is a fact. We are fed up. Enough so that there is a march. That's pretty bad. Rashad from PNP is the one leading this whole thing. And, bruh, the fact that this man is willing to take on the legal liability in case anything goes wrong, and actually is willing to follow through on this after talking to all the legal people that you need to talk to, he's actually going to still go through with this, knowing full well that we don't agree on anything as a fan base. As Mr. Carolina keeps saying, man, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Hashtag MMS. Make it make sense. Even the fan base, man, make it make sense. Alright, let me ask y'all, saying this right along here with me. Would you catch Chris McCaffrey to or him? Which one would you? You're talking about CMC, Tua. I don't know how to say his last name, but I know who you're talking about, Tua. Or Hoover, right? Who is Hoover? Maybe you just mistyped it. Were you trying to say Chuba Hubbard? I got you. I got you. Okay, you're trying to say Chuba Hubbard. Okay, so CMC or Chuba Hubbard? You talking about if we didn't make that trade? I mean, I get it. I get it, but okay, so if we didn't make the trade and we had to choose between CMC and Chuba Hubbard for number one spot, oh, no contest, it's CMC. No contest at all. None at all. CMC, when he's healthy, is an animal. Chuba Hubbard's really great, but he is not CMC when he's healthy. I'm sorry. Not even close. Not by a long shot. I mean, CMC just passed 5,000 yards career in San Fran. I mean, really? That's crazy, dude. CMC is just insane, dude. I love CMC. Even if he's a 49er, I still love him. I still absolutely love him. I have a pop figurine of him. And if I ever see him, I want him to sign it. But, that's besides the point. I think I did actually get him to sign a helmet. Come to think of it, I think I did, actually. I think I got him to sign a mini helmet. I'll have to double check. I think so. And I think it was a back together Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah! Yeah, it was him. It was him. I was trying to remember. But yeah, he came up to the bricks, dude. Yeah. It actually was him. That's why I told my buddy, I said we still love Christian McCaffrey. Absolutely, man. Once a Panther, always a Panther, man. Wherever you end up. Always. Always, man. It's family. You know what I'm saying? It's family. No hard feelings whatsoever towards any former Panthers, man. We love y'all. DJ Moore, man, we still love you to death, man. You still a baller. Man, I miss that dude. For real. I miss Effie Abada. I miss Mario Addison. I miss Andrew Norwell. Sign Andrew Norwell, please. If you don't mind. I miss Josh Norman. I miss Bradbury. There's a whole list of players I miss right now, man. Ugh. There's a whole list, man. Dante Foreman, yeah. I mean, I miss Graham Gano. I really miss Graham Gano. I loved Graham Gano. And I was pissed when we let him go. Because I said, okay, well, you better come up with something better. And they came up with Eddie, so I was like, okay. Okay. Eddie is better. I'll have to admit, Eddie is better. But Graham Gano is still hitting those kicks in New York, man. He's still hitting them. I'm like, dang, man. That man cost us a game last year, man. Can you believe that? Graham Gano cost us a game. Go figure, right? Go figure. Hope the Carolina's Panthers bring background for your next season, 2024. God, I hope they bring him back. Carolina retired as a Carolina Panther. Yeah. Yeah. That was Ron Rivera that let him go, to be honest. So, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't come back for a one-day contract. I don't see any reason why not any, at all. Shoot. Yeah. Bring him back for a one-day contract. I want him retired here. Who haven't? Who's still out there that we could like bring back for a one-day contract? Trey Turner. Trey Turner's another one. I want him for a one-day contract. I want Andrew Norwell for a one-day contract once he gets done with his career. Who else is still out there? And if these players are wanting a one-day contract with another team, I respect it. But I still want them to have their spot at the Ring of Honor if they've earned it. You know what I mean? regardless of whether they retire somewhere else or not. There's no rule saying you can't do that, you know? I hate the way the Kelvin Benjamin go. Frank Benjamin would have been a wide receiver for the Carolina Panthers if I left him alone. Playoffs. Oh yeah, Kelvin Benjamin, yeah. Well, Kelvin Benjamin ate his way out of the league. Let's be fair. This dude got way too many buckets of Bojangles. Let's keep it a buck here. this man got too many buckets of Bojangles and just ate his way out of the Panthers. He got hurt too. I mean, that didn't help. So, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Oh, breaking news. Furman's basketball team just made number 7 seed in the big tourney, guys. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh. Y'all better start respecting them Furman Paladins, man. I'm telling you. Oh no, that's number 7 ranking in what, football? Football. Oh snap. SoCon tournament, right? They got a SoCon playoff tournament down there? At that level? I don't know. Bruh. I'm hyped as heck, man. That's exciting. They're finally getting the respect they deserve. You know, here's the crazy thing. Because if you think about it, Appalachian State actually was completely controlling the SoCon Division 2 for the longest time with an iron fist. You would see Georgia Southern come up and fight them every once in a while. But Appalachian State ended up in Division 1. So now you've got Furman finally getting the respect they're due with these guys. No longer in control of the SoCon. So that's amazing. That's a major step forward. Brother man, the Carolina Panthers going to play the Tennessee Titans. Should get a W there, man. Win that game. We need to go in there, shut down their offense, not allow the defense control. Here's the problem. Derrick Henry is going to run circles around our defense. Our guys don't know how to get off blocks. Oh, Fox Carolina is just saying Panthers lose again. Let's see what they're saying.
Was actually one of their worst all year on offense. Fewest yards, most sacks given up. Their 10 points scored, the lowest since week 1. Now the Panthers have their 6th losing season in a row, and that's the longest streak in franchise history. But better news back in college. The South Carolina men's basketball team.
Good Lord. Y'all heard that, right? 6th losing streak. 6th season losing streak. Six seasons where we have done nothing. Zip, nada, nothing. but just try to survive. Oh, Lordy. We need to go in there and shut their offense down and not allow their defense to control us. In other words, we need to control the trenches, right? I had a chance to get Derrick Henry too when we turned it down. I don't understand it. Panthers had their shot to bring him in here also. Marquise Haynes is injured. I didn't even know for the Panthers. Yeah, part of the problem that's going on. Yeah, injuries are a major issue right now. And yes, he is hurt. Well, I don't think we're going to completely shut down Derrick Henry. I think we'll be able to cut down his yardage, but, we're not going to shut him down. Xavier Woods is out. He got injured too. Yeah, Woods is still out. Woods is definitely still out. And the thing is, our run defense is so bad that Derrick Henry's just going to run circles around it. That's my concern. It won't matter. Whatever we decide to try to do. I mean, we can handle their wide receivers, but they'll still get a few yards off of us. Enough that it's going to be a problem. But if we can't get more than 10 points, this is going to be a long day on Sunday. But yeah, this is the one where we have to start winning if we want one of those 6, that are possible. It has to start with the Titans. So, if you want a 7-win regular season finish, it has to start this week. The Cowboys is garbage time. We're not doing anything against the garbage time Cowboys. That's just not happening. So, toss this game out. Relax a little bit. Prepare yourselves. Handle your business off the field, players, and let's come in and prepare for this game, man. Let's do it properly. I want a win. And I'll say this. The North Carolina Tar Heels coach was like, these guys did not want you. Show them why. That you should not be ignored. And that's how I feel about this Carolina Panthers squad is show these guys why you should not be ignored. Show them why we should keep you here. Show them why we should respect you as a player. And then you got Dabo Swinney on the other side of the coin, from yesterday. Who are you playing for? Again, who are you playing for? Are you playing for yourselves? Are you playing for your family? Are you playing for, who are you playing for? It's a deep question, guys. It really is. That's a seriously deep question. And it got me thinking for a few minutes. I was just like, whoa. I was like, now that's a ball coach. When they get you thinking like that, when you're struggling and you're at your worst, and you're downtrodden, you know, this is what gets these guys involved, man. This is what gets them interested in fighting and playing for you as a head coach. That's a ball coach right there. That's what a ball coach does. He'll say that stuff, man. That's what we need in Carolina is a ball coach. Compare that to Frank. Pfft. He's on the other side of the spectrum. You guys remember when Wilkes urged our fans to show up and take back our house? You guys remember that? I do. That's a ball coach. A ball coach says stuff like that. I'll tell you what, I love Dabo Swinney to death. He's my favorite Clemson coach. To be a diehard true fan, I am bleeding orange and purple. And that's what I like to believe are the same colors. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My man, Jeffrey. I like you. I like you, brother. Clemson family, brother. Let's go. But, you know, I feel like a lot of the Clemson players are just not respected by the Carolina Panthers management until the last couple of years, you know, and we finally started trying to go after Clemson players because Scott Fitterer finally recognized, you know, the value of what we are bringing to the table, you know. We got 2 national championships, man, and 4 different playoff appearances. I mean, how do you not appreciate that? You know, how do you not appreciate the talent that could be coming to that NFL level? And like I explained a couple of streams ago, when you're talking Clemson talent, you got to draft these guys before they get their mega talent contracts, because once they get those big contracts, you're not getting them. Look at T. Higgins. Look at DeAndre Hopkins. We call him Nuke, right? In UK. That's what we call him in Clemson country, guys. And, you know, look at Watson. There's no way. $250 million? Like, are you insane, Cleveland? It's just not there, bro, for us to take. And once these guys get these mega contracts, you're trading an arm, a leg, a torso, your whole doggone soul for the whole next year just to try to get a Clemson wide receiver. And it's just not... You can't do that. You're basically trading your firstborn. And I'm sitting there like, there's no way. There's no way. Just no. We're not paying $250 million for Watson. There's no way. I feel like if we had any shot at all, it's probably going to be Sammy Watkins. Go get Sammy Watkins. Oh, wait. He gets picked up before we can get him. wanted him in a Panthers uniform so bad. Jeffrey, I know you did too. That one hurt. That one hurt my soul. That hurt my heart. To not see him in a Panther uniform, bro. I can handle DeAndre Hopkins not being here. I can handle Watson not being here. Because at this point, there's no way we're getting him. I made my peace with that when they first got drafted. T. Higgins, I thought, well, you know. But, and you know we're darn sure not getting ETN or Trevor Lawrence. That's not happening. Jacksonville won that one, man. They absolutely won that draft day. 100%. When you draft both of them and you put the dynamic duo back together, it's like, oh my god, yeah. Okay, I'm looking at the Indy hunt, and Atlanta and Tampa Bay are in the wild card hunt right now with 4 and 5. Atlanta and Tampa Bay are in the wild card hunt with 4 and 5. Think about that for a minute. Y'all let that sink in. We get a chance to get 7 wins total this year. The Saints have an easy schedule. So I'm not worried about the division right now. Division ain't nothing. We're not winning that. Toss that out. But wild card, that's an animal that we have yet to tame yet. We've been in the hunt a few times with Ron Rivera, and we still have not managed to crack it. It's frustrating. We were this close 3 or 4 times in the last 5 or 6 years, and we just could not get it. But oh wait, losing season again. And now we're 1 and 9. Like, God. As a Panther fan, just make the pain stop, man. Just make the pain stop. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm watching this Vikings Denver game right now. Vikings seem to have this thing under control. Oh, that's a fumble. That went out of bounds, though. Yeah, I know how you feel. I feel exactly the same way. Yeah. True, man. God, that Sammy Watkins pickup hurt, man. I was like, I wanted this dude so bad, dude. No, it was Martavius Bryant. It was Martavius Bryant. That's who it was. Dude, when Martavius Bryant came back from the Canadian League, I was sitting there like, you want a number 1 wide receiver? There you go. Gift wrapped on a silver platter. Just for you. For the cheapest, low price of a ham sandwich from Subway. Come on, man. If you're dumb enough not to go for that, I don't know what to tell you. That may have been one of the few chances we will ever have to get a Clemson wide receiver in this wide receiver core, bro. That may be one of the few chances we will ever have. And Isaiah Simmons was sitting there too during one of these drafts. AJ Terrell was sitting there during one of these drafts. I actually met AJ Terrell in person. As a Falcon and as a Clemson Tiger. Great guy. I told him, if you ever end up a free agent, give us a call. We're right there for you, man. We always need corner help. We love you to death in here, man. We had a chance to get Hunter Renfrow, yeah. And we turned that down. Could have signed him to a big deal. And David Tepper sat there and ignored him. Facts, man. Matter of fact, number 13 is jersey number. Yep. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. That's a fact, Jeffrey. Renfrow was right there for us, man. Oh, touchdown Denver. Whoa. Oh, the Vikings are pissed. Broncos just took that 2-point lead, man. That's what happens when you get lazy. You can't get lazy on Denver, man. You can't. No. You can't get lazy on any team in the NFL. Sutton for the touchdown. Wow. And my whole thing with Sammy Watkins is, Kansas City didn't know what to use him. They didn't know what to do with him. So they said, okay, we're just going to gradually use you for certain situations. And I'm like, God, you're wasting his talent. You're wasting Sammy Watkins' talent. Dude's an animal. And also, like, yeah, let me ask you this. Would you take Teddy Bridgewater back, number 5, that plays for the Carolina Panthers next season? You remember? Would I take Teddy back? He's a bridge quarterback. Let's be real about this. He's a bridge quarterback. He's a bridge until you can find something better. As a backup behind Andy Dalton? Sure. But I mean, how much are you going to pay him? That's the problem. You got to pay him. And remember, we still owe these players $70+ million that we just spent out of their money to get this roster put together. That's got to come out of their this franchise's pockets at some point. Whether it be this year, well, not this year, but in the next few years here, at some point. We're not going to be able to afford a lot of stuff that we want to afford because we changed around people's contracts and restructured. And I love Scott for doing that, but you got to produce results when you do that. That's a bold strategy, but you got to produce results when you spend that kind of money. If you don't produce results and you sit there with a 1-9 record, you wasted these players' money that they could have been making this year. That's disrespectful to your players. speaking of disrespectful, Frank was completely disrespectful by taking back this playbook to David Tepper, and that's not going to play out well soon. If I saw that and I was David Tepper, I would have immediately fired him. That's challenging the ownership. You don't do that. You just don't do that. You're not going to get away with that. Remember who owns the team, Frank. You're getting a little too big for your britches, man. And you're about to get... It's about to come to roost, man. It really is. You are testing some hot water right now. With that right there, man. I would not have done that. That may well be the dumbest thing he's done all year. So, we'll see. And he's done some doozy of a dumb decisions. Dum. Now you believe it's Jameis Winston who was playing for the Carolina Panthers. He would take us to the Super Bowl. No, I don't think Jameis Winston would do that. No, Jameis Winston's trash. That's about to happen. No. Hey, goodbye, Frank. You're about to go down the drain. You're about to get fired. Breaking news. They let you go. I can see it happening tomorrow. Sending it back home with a backpack. You back to the collect some money. Yo. Hey, man. He did that to himself, though. He did that to himself. I don't want to hear it, bro. I need to see that hit my phone tomorrow morning. I need to see it. I'm going to be looking forward to that. Do. Breaking news. Frank Wright has been fired. Yeah, I need to see it. It needs to be on my phone tomorrow. If it isn't, then y'all got something to march for. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. That's what y'all need to march for. Real talk, man. Screw David Tepper. As far as why you should march. Screw Scott Fitterer as the reason you should march. No. March to get rid of Frank. March immediately to get rid of Frank. That day. I need to see posters. I need to see pictures. I need to see whatever you got. Fire Frank now. That needs to be the slogan. Do not wait until the end of the year. Fire him now. And they get rid of Josh McCown too. Yep. Facts. What about our defensive coach? Ajaro, keep Ajaro, man. Keep Ajaro. Everything defensive, keep him. As far as the defensive line coach, his job is on the hot seat. As far as I'm concerned. Defensive line coach, his job is on the hot seat. Defensive coordinator, keep him. And James Campen, the offensive line coach, you got one more year. I'm being generous to this man because of what he did in Green Bay. But you making me ask the question, man, are you a product of the system, though? I don't like having to ask that question. I don't like it at all. Because the fact that I have to ask that question is not a good thing. You're not teaching these guys fundamentals. And as far as the D-line is concerned, you're not teaching these guys how to get off blocks. You're not teaching these guys how to do their job properly. You're not teaching these guys how to tackle. Why are you there? Like, what purpose do you serve? Why are you there? Just something I'm questioning, man. Anyway, I've gone over 10 hours. I appreciate the stream, guys. Thank you so much. I need rest. I need to get prepared for the stream tomorrow. Let me see about this Vikings game real quick. We got 23 seconds. I'll react to the last 23 seconds of this. We'll do this. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, Denver's trying to get those picks, man. They're trying to get those picks. It's desperation time. What I want, I had to end up with Josh McCown, and it's time to pack his bags and leave from here, man. Yeah, for real. Let's pray overnight they fire both of them, Frank Wright. Yep, facts. Facts. I need this to happen. We all need this to happen, man. I want Ken Dorsey back here. Period. Point blank. I want Ken Dorsey back. The Bills are idiots for firing that dude, man. Why? For what reason? Holy cow, the Denver Broncos are about to become 5-5. What? 4 straight wins for the Denver Broncos. First time since 2016. What? Denver is 5-5, guys. That's Sean Payton. That is Sean Payton and Russell Wilson finally getting things together, man. They actually beat Minnesota. Wow. Wow, big win for Denver. Could these guys finally be turning the corner? Could this be the start of a huge run for Denver? Ooh, you never know. You never know. They got to get by Jacksonville, though. I don't think they'll be able to do that. They don't have the weaponry that Jacksonville does. Wait, Russell Wilson won a Walter Payton Award? I didn't know that. He's got the logo on his jersey. Oh, wow. Brother man, do you know the Clemson Tigers play the Gamecocks this week? Yeah, I do. Man, if they play anything like they did against North Carolina Tar Heels this week, man, they'll be ready. I got questions about that Clemson offensive line, though. That offensive line's been real sketchy this year. I don't vouch for them this year. as far as draft picks. I'll vouch for the D line for sure. I'll vouch for the corners. I'll vouch for the wide receivers because our wide receivers are always solid. I'll vouch for the running backs. I don't know about Cade Kubiak though. I don't know. I don't know if I vouch for him or not yet. Because, I mean, seeing those numbers against the Tar Heels, I was just like, finally, this dude's starting to turn it back on. And I'm like, I saw him during the spring game, and I'm like, okay, this is the dude. We need to put him in charge of this offense. Give him some time. Give him some protection. Be patient with Cade Kubiak. You know, I see something here. You know, he looked like trash during the spring game, though. The offensive line looked like trash. You know, and I'm thinking, oh no, here we go. This could be the down year. And unfortunately, I was right. You know, we're not ranked anymore. But the thing is, like, if you're a Clemson Tiger fan, you know that these guys are better than what these teams are that are ranked in the top 20. In the last 10 of the top 30. You know? Top 25, sorry. My brain right now, after streaming for 10 hours, is mush. Just work with me, okay? But, you know, everybody knows that Clemson is better than the last 10 teams that are in the top 25 right now. We could actually beat any one of those last 10 teams right now if we played them. And we just proved it against the Tar Heels. So I don't want to hear anything about why. Oh, the SEC is so much better. The SEC is so much better. Look how many ACC ranked teams there are right now. Count them again. I don't want to hear any of this SEC is elite garbage anymore. When we've got this many ACC teams ranked. Stop it. And that's not including us. Okay? That's not including my Clemson Tigers. Who are still pumping out great quality players into the NFL. By the way. So I don't want to hear that, man. We get great draft class after great draft class after great draft class. So I don't want to hear it. All these people saying, oh yeah, the SEC is this, that, and the third. Stop it. Y'all know who you are. Stop it. I'm also Atlanta Braves, hoping that next year I come back soon and we'll win the championship in the World Series. Dude, permanently for my grandpa. My grandpa was a Carolina Panthers, hanging down with died stage cancer. Oh man, you guys used to watch the game together. Wow. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. Tipping my cap to your old man. My grandpa was the same way, man. He was a diehard Carolina Panthers fan. He got me into the Panthers and into the Atlanta Braves. Taught me the game. Taught me baseball. Taught me football. You know. I miss him. Every day. I lost him 3 years ago. Rap old age of 93, man. But he had a great life, though. And You know, he would have been very, very proud of those Atlanta Braves right now. Very, very proud. He and I witnessed that 14-year division title run, dude. And that was, oh my God, man. Chipper Jones was always my favorite player in baseball. Always. I got him to wave at me, man, on my birthday. I got the man to wave at me on my birthday. And I'm telling you, that was one of the best Christmas presents I could have ever gotten. Was having one of my favorite players wave at me. That's how you make a fan for life. When Cam Newton was handing out those footballs, you know, during our Super Bowl run, that's how you make a fan for life. So, but I do real quick want to address the Atlanta Braves though, because we just got the All-Star game back in Atlanta. For anybody that follows baseball, we just got the All-Star game back in baseball. They took it away from us once, and it was this PC garbage, you know, that kept them from having the All-Star game in Atlanta. And I'm sitting there like, okay, am I being punked right now? Where's the cameras? Am I being punked right now? We actually got the All-Star game back in Atlanta. And I'm like, okay, how long until we lose that All-Star game again? How long until they try to take it away from us? It's so stupid. Like, I don't even want to get into that on this stream. I don't want to get in trouble for that one. Because this is supposed to be a Panthers channel, mainly. But I'll message you about that one, Jeffrey, alright? I'll message you about that. But I'm just sitting there like, how long until we lose the All-Star game again, though? Somebody was actually put a comment under that on the Facebook post about it, saying, you know, I'd rather host the World Series. I'm like, facts. Freaking facts. And we did, and we won it. So, I was at that parade, y'all. I was at that Braves parade, man. That was incredible. That was so much fun. My goodness, that was fun. I watched the ring ceremony live, you know. It was just, man, that was something. That was really something. Man, look at Brock Purdy, 21 for 25, 333 yards and 3 touchdowns. Golly. Man, that dude's going to be sleeping good tonight. It's not like the NFC South teams are actually able to like come back and win some of these games. They're not, dude. They're not. Statement win for Green Bay though, against the Chargers. That's a good one. 34-14, Jacksonville. I warned y'all, pay attention to Jacksonville. I warned y'all. Let me ask you this. And they're going to be putting it down in the stadium, in the Bank of America Stadium. Like a big, huge roof that opens and closes. Nah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. Tepper said he's exploring changes to the stadium and the practice fields and the parking, but I don't think that's going to be it. He's wanted it, but we don't. So I mean, he's honoring our wishes, and he's not doing it. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, guys, we're running 10 hours and 30 minutes, so I gotta chop this stream and get some sleep, because I gotta get on Blitzball stream tomorrow. But it's been a lot of fun. Jeffrey, don't forget to jump on board Blitzball Champs stream on Friday. Go look for him on YouTube. If you need the link, I'll post it to you. I'll send it to you through private chat if you need. It should be pretty easy. It's Blitzball Champ. Thanksgiving is on Thursday, so you'll be able to see me before then, brother. If not, then happy Thanksgiving. Have a safe weekend, of course, yes. But final thoughts on this Cowboys game. It is what it is. It is what it is. You get out of it what you put in. And if you're a player that did well today, you got out of it what you put in. You got the same energy back, man, and that's awesome. But you got the respect you deserved. But if you've been working hard all year and you got that same energy back, there you go. I mean, but if you've been not getting it done, these losses are for you. What else can I say? It's just another loss at the end of the day, man. It's just another loss. I'm not even mad at it. Y'all know I can't stand Dallas, but this is just another loss. If we were actually competitive in this game, I would probably be pissed off. But no, I'm not mad. I don't care. It's another loss. We're trying to get rid of Frank, so. Oh, boy. All right. Well, it's been a lot of fun. I want to thank all the people that have been involved with this stream. Give me just one moment. I've got a lot of people to thank because this is going to be a long list. I send the new request when you come on Thursday and I'll talk to you again. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll be on Blitzball Champs stream, so we won't be over here. I might fire up the Facebook stream while he's doing his. That way, we've got everybody covered. I might do it. That's what we've been doing, I think, right? So for all the people on YouTube, if you're wondering why we haven't had any preview streams, this is why. Because we've been over on Blitzball Champs channel streaming, and I've been posting them on the Facebook page. So don't be discouraged if you can't find it. I'll put out an announcement video about that. So Let's go. Shout out to Lock Poppy. Shout out to The Real Sunchild. Shout out to Broski Bear. Shout out to David Screws. Shout out to let's see. John Harbaugh. Shout out to Crawford. Shout out to people on Facebook. Let's see what we got here. Mr. Jeffrey Stamper. Shout out to you. You've been sticking around for this long, man. That's loyalty right there. I love you for that. Shout out to Kenny. Shout out to all the people that were involved during this whole stream. Love you guys so much. You know who you are. Kathy. Anybody that's watching this stream afterwards on the VOD, appreciate you very, very much for both channels. All the new likes, all the new subs. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Welcome to the family. We are blessed to have you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Find something that you're thankful for, something that you appreciate, something positive this week, and share that love with somebody else. You know? Because so many people don't have what we have. And so many people are sitting there wishing they had family, wishing they had the food, wishing they had all kinds of things that we have. And, you know, think of them. Pray for them. If you do so, you know, if you don't pray, then just think of them. You know, but keep them in mind. You know, that way they're appreciated, they're loved, no matter where they are. Whether they're living under a bridge, whether they're poor, whether they're homeless, whether they're sick, dying. And tell them this message for me. Keep pounding. Tell them what we do and what this message is. Tell them why keep pounding is so important. Because it's more than just a Panthers mantra, it's a way of life. It means so much more than that. And that's what Sam Mills intended it for. Whatever you're fighting, whatever you're dealing with, whatever your struggle is, keep pounding through it. You will get through it. You will find the other side. And you are not alone. Ever. Ever alone. We are here with you. We are your family. Reach out to me in DMs if you ever need me. I will respond immediately. Whether it be my Twitter, which is now X, whether it be Facebook, whether it be Instagram, whatever it is, reach out to me. And I will be there for you. I will listen to you and I will be there for you. No matter how busy I am, I will get back in touch with you as soon as I can. And help you out. Alright guys, that's going to wrap things up. But I just want to say how grateful I am for each and every one of you. That's my way of saying thank you this year, because everybody has been so great this year. And you're all wonderful people. Thank you so much. And I think Blitz is actually streaming right now. I'm gonna jump over there. But thank you so much. And have a blessed evening. last second message. Brother man, I'm gonna work tomorrow and I'm gonna set the tone like I always do. Keep pounding. Work for Food Lion grocery store. Show up for the community. Yes, sir, man. Keep up that grind. All right. Keep pounding, guys. See you next time.